The floating dawn swamp was worthy of its ominous reputation. For some unknown reason, when they entered the swamp, Han Li's spiritual sense couldn't spread past 300 meters away. There wasn't much one could do to protect themselves from the illusory fog. But what was most troublesome was the strange sharp worms, lurking in the dripping sludge. These worms had centipede-like limbs and body, but countless slender sharp mouths lined its body, all capable of spitting venom that can corrode magic treasures and devour a cultivator's protective light. If it were only one or two, they wouldn't have caught their attention, but these types traveled in groups. Ever since they entered the swamp's sludge, tens of worms would simultaneously emerge, all of them about 3 meters long and capable of flight. Naturally, each time a group of them were disturbed, the squad would scramble to respond. If they weren't given a patrol assignment, they would have simply flown over the swamp so they didn't have to deal with the sharp worms. As a patrol squad, they needed to examine traces of foreign tribes, which was impossible to do if they flew high in the air. They were only able to fly at low altitudes. As such, worm attacks became commonplace, but there wasn't anything that could be done to prevent them. There was even one time when they disturbed a huge number of worms, provoking over 400 worms from the swamp. If it weren't for Han Li's divine essence-fused light, they would have swarmed the squad and inflict heavy losses. Instead, the light suspended the worms in midair where they were incinerated by spirit fire. Initially, they had doubts about Han Li's abilities since they hadn't seen him use them prior, but now they felt far more at ease. Of course, the floating dawn swamp had other dangers than just the worms. There were the ancient silver-head beasts that were fond of concealing themselves in the dense jungle. They were able to separate their heads from their body and have their various body parts split, launching different attacks. Han Li found them difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the beasts' movements were slow and the area was difficult to traverse. So long as the squad flew out of their range, the beasts couldn't pursue them. As such, they weren't nearly as dangerous as the sharp worms. But soon Han Li and the others came to have a deep understanding as to why the floating dawn swamp was the name the Grade 1 patrolled area. They had to maintain a heightened level of vigilance nearly the whole time. If they weren't careful, they could suffer injury. Under these circumstances, 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. The squad maintained their vigilance, but they didn't discover any traces of foreign tribes, much to the relief of those in the squad. The tense atmosphere in the squad eventually eased up. One day, a group of cultivators in the squad were holding the foreign spirit plates in their hand while flying for most of the day. Even high-grade cultivators couldn't help but tire from this. After all, one needed to remain vigilant on patrol and would cause much strain on their mind. At that moment, they arrived in front of a clear pond 300 meters wide. There was a small pile of rocks at the pond's side with a row of slender green bamboo growing from it. It was a refreshing scene one would find in a painting. Their spirits were roused. The large green-eyed man exchanged a glance with the others and he drew close to Han Li. He respectfully said, "Senior Han, this place seems quite good. How about we rest for a moment before we continue the patrol?" "That's fine, but be careful. First, take a look if there is anything strange," Han Li calmly said. On their assignment, Han Li rarely gave orders and was welcoming of the squad's proposals. This caused the distance between Han Li and the squad to unconsciously become closer. "Of course," the green-eyed man said with a smile. He then waved to the others behind him. 2 old men and the pair of women spread out quickly, flying in the circle. With no reaction from the foreign spirit plate, they landed next to the scattered rocks near the pond with relief. They couldn't stay too long, so they simply found a clean area for themselves to sit and rest. As a deity transformation cultivator and someone who cultivated the great development arts, the patrol hadn't taken much strain on his mind. He hadn't joined them as a result, and simply took a leisurely stroll around the pond as he glanced around. The pond wasn't very deep, but its water was very clear. Inside the water swam a finger-sized silver fish that appeared harmless. Han Li frowned when he saw this and unconsciously raised his head and turned to look at the dozen stalks of bamboo. A few winds seemed to be blowing nearby, but they didn't cause much sound, adding to the serene atmosphere. The squad cultivators were sitting either at the edge of the water or next to the bamboo forest, all still. Han Li then turned his glance at the mirror-like surface of the water and muttered to himself for a moment. His eyes became narrow for just a moment. He slowly turned around and lifted his leg in the direction of the bamboo forest. But in that brief instant, Han Li flicked his fingers hidden inside his sleeves. Red lights flashed and 10 red lines sank into the ground. This all occurred silently and without a trace. When Han Li slowly walked towards the bamboo forest, he stopped in front of it and looked at it with a calm gaze. This action seemed somewhat bizarre. The youth surnamed Yin and the woman surnamed Su couldn't help but open their eyes when they detected this strange action and gave each other a strange glance. However, Han Li ignored them and his gaze soon became ice cold. He opened his mouth. A golden light shot out and chopped through the green forest in a crack of lightning. Then with a crack, a bowl-thick stalk of green bamboo was split through the middle. The youth surnamed Yin yelped in shock. Fairy Su also looked with wide eyes. But before they could process what happened, an incomprehensible scene occurred. A fountain of dark green liquid spouted from the opening of the split bamboo, spreading an incredibly fishy smell in the air. What was even more astonishing was how the earth rumbled at nearly the same time. A painful roar shook the ground and the green bamboo trembled, turning into thick hair-like tentacles and fiercely striking at Han Li. As if he could allow such a simple attack to hit him. He disappeared in a blur and appeared above the water, coldly looking down at dancing tentacles that attacked him. The cultivators that were resting nearby were startled by this sudden change and soared into the air in panic. They even released several of their bladed weapons to strike the tentacles. When they saw that Han Li chopped off one of the tentacles, they unconsciously took the action lightly. However, they wholly didn't expect for the tentacle to give a strange metallic clang upon impact, easily repelling the weapons. In the astonishment of the other cultivators, they also thought to attack when the gray stones at the side of the pond suddenly turned black. The scattered stones twisted together to form skull-sized black scales. They belonged to a huge ancient beast. The beast appeared round, but one wasn't able to see its nose or mouth. However, there were thin tentacles on its back that were over 30 meters long. Seemed to be lying hidden next to the pond. The bamboo was a transformation of its flesh. Cultivators seemed to have been resting on the surface of the beast. It had used some sort of unknown ability to conceal itself not only from their spiritual sense but also from their foreign spirit plate. Attack! Han Li shouted from the air. The cultivators felt their hearts trembled and they immediately released their treasures. For a time various colored light shined in the air and engulfed the huge beast in a torrent. The ancient beast had no intention to flee. Rather, the tentacles on its back hurriedly danced, turning into a gray blurs of light, blocking the attacks on its body. Whenever a tentacle blocked an attack, a rumbling explosion sounded and it fiercely blocked the magic treasure. Regardless of where the treasure struck, they were bluntly repelled, preventing any attack from striking at its true body. The youth surnamed Ing coldly snorted, clapped his hands together and raised them. A ball of red and yellow light appeared in each hand, suddenly releasing a hail of fist-sized lightning fireballs upon the beast's face. As for Fairy Su, a cold silver light glowed from her body and wildly flashed, producing countless ice-attributed balls of lightning. The two types of lightning flames seemed to merge and created astonishing momentum. A deafening boom resulted, creating blinding lightning, completely enveloping most of the beast. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but smile. At that moment, Han Li had yet to take action and was merely observing his subordinates' attacks. Humph! A bone-chilling snort sounded from the direction of the lightning fireballs. An otherworldly wind suddenly blew from underneath them. The wind was hazy and shook, circling itself a few times before stirring up a tornado. It completely swept up the lightning fireballs. A series of explosions could be heard within the tornado, resulting in both the tornado and lightning flames disappearing. Youth Ing and Fairy Su were both greatly alarmed. The others also appeared deeply shocked. A strange person appeared on top of the huge beast. The person had green flesh of some unknown hide. It had no clothes, a bald head and nostrils, but its eyes lacked any emotion. But what was more strange was that the legs underneath his thighs merged with the huge beast as if they were one and the same. A savage beastman. Quickly kill him. We cannot allow him to join with the beast. When they saw this strange person, Daoist priest man shouted in terror. When the others heard this, they were aghast. Without another thought, they released rarely seen ancient treasures in streaks of light. In a moment, the beast man and the ancient beast was pelted by attacks. Han Li saw that his subordinates were truly fearful of this foreign tribe. To the confusion of the cultivators in the squad, Han Li still hadn't taken action. As the beast man was on the verge of transformation, he continued to float in the air with his hands behind the back, leaving the fight completely to them. As the cultivators felt somewhat stressed, the beast man suddenly counterattacked, blocking them from asking Han Li. The beast man let out a strange laugh and its shoulder blurred, creating a yellow tornado in the direction of the cultivators. As for the ancient beast, its body began to turn exceptionally green, soon extended its tentacles. They spread out in green blurs, striking at the air along with the tornado. Regardless of the magic treasure's attacks, be they lightning, flame, or sword light, they were all swept into the tornado and disappeared. And when they were struck by the tentacles, they were repelled. The cultivators acted in a panic, unable to cope with what was happening. As Han Li looked on without lifting a finger, no one noticed the small silver fish in the pond had begun to form two orbs. They sparkled with silver light as if it in the form of silver eyes. Meanwhile, the calm surface of the water began to violently stir, exposing a transparent 10-meter large mouth. It had crystalline ice-like fangs. The pond had turned into a monster with a transparent body. At that moment, the huge transparent monster stirred and pounced at Han Li in midair. Not only was it transparent, but its movements were silent as if it were formless. Han Li silently looked at the battle that was unfolding between the beastman as if he hadn't noticed himself being attacked. Just as the transparent beast was 10 meters away from Han Li, its silver eyes flashed and it bared its fangs at Han Li. Gray light flashed from Han Li's back, and countless thin lines of divine essence-fused light directly shot at it. Alarmed, the huge beast thought to dodge, but it was too late. With the sound of pattering rain, the gray lines pierced through the huge beast's body and twisted, firmly wrapped around the beast's body. Han Li's body then blurred, turning to the huge beast. With a brief glance, he opened his mouth and spat out a small black mountain. It twirled in the air, surging several times in size until it was a 300-meter-tall mountain above the transparent beast. The beast knew things were far from good, and it promptly shook its body violently in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, it was a water-attributed beast. With a body of the 5 elements, it couldn't hope to escape the bindings of the divine essence-fused light. The gray lines simply swayed a bit and tightened. At last, Han Li uttered an incantation. A roiling sound filled the air and the mountain dropped, crushing the transparent beast underneath. The impact vibrated the air. The mountain crushed the transparent beast into the earth, ensuring it was entirely trapped. He then took an expressionless look at the beast. However, a loud scream from behind him caught his attention and he slowly turned around with a frown. The cultivators were still busy in their battle with the beastman, but when the beastman saw the transparent monster restrained by Han Li, it let out a panicked roar. The beastman no longer controlled the tornado or tangled with the green-eyed man. Instead, he slapped the beast below him and quickly sank inside the giant beast. Not good, he's about to merge with it. Quickly stop him. The large green-eyed man rejoiced at seeing Han Li silently restrain the other beast, but his face grew tense at seeing what the beastman had done. Youth Ing and the others were all alarmed and poured as much of their spiritual power into their treasures as they could, doubling all their efforts into attacking. But even without direction, the tornado still hindered their attacks for a time. In that delay, the skin of the huge beast shined with green light and bumps appeared on the surface of its body. First a pair of legs, then hands appeared. Finally, its body lengthened and a bald head grew. Under the control of the beastman, the huge beast turned into a black giant that was 100 meters tall. Its body was covered in purple-black scales and it had ominous green lanterns for eyes. When it appeared, it wordlessly raised its hand into the air and fiercely pounded down with black light flashing from its fist. Booms thundered and a dozen magic treasures were crushed into dust. A majority of them, however, managed to escape high into the air with a wail. Fairy Sue raised her brow and snorted. Only she deemed to continue her attack and pointed at her snow-white flying sword. Letting out a keen ring, it turned 10 meters long and blurred, instantly disappearing. In the following moment, it reappeared 20 meters above the giant and fiercely chopped down. She actually planned on beheading the giant in a lone effort. But greatly against her expectations, the giant was incredibly fast despite its huge size. As soon as the sword moved, it opened its mouth and blew back the sword with a gale. Soon, it firmly grabbed a hold of the sword with its black-purple hand. A malevolent expression appeared on the giant's face as it pressed its other palm against the sword. It appeared to want to destroy the flying sword. Fairy Sue's face turned pale. The sword was her personally bonded magic treasure. If it was destroyed, she would suffer backlash from her mental bond with it. She was executing spell seals in utmost haste to free it, but despite its violent trembling and the series of white icy chi, the giant kept its grip steady. The giant took a deep breath. Just as it was about to press down, space fluctuated nearby. A dense beam of black light struck the giant's chest. In a baffling display, the attack seemed trivially small compared to its giant body, but its tumble several steps back. The black beam of light only appeared for an instant, and from where it appeared followed a silver flame bird. The fist-sized bird dived at the giant with its wings spread. Again, the difference in size was incredible, but it stepped back with a fearful expression upon seeing it. Rather than standing firm, it immediately turned around in a mad run. The giant only took 2 steps before a sharp wind sounded from below the nearby ground. A dozen red threads flew out and surrounded the giant's step. Red light glowed, turning into dense flaming ropes holding down the giant's legs. No longer able to move forward, the giant swiped down in furious alarm, wanting to break the flame ropes. The silver flame bird never gave it the chance. It swooped forward at lightning speed and struck the giant's back as a ball of silver flames. A muffled crackle snapped and silver fire spread as the giant was covered in oil. It spread quickly and lit it ablaze. Yet unable to free itself, the giant could only scream in pain and swept yellow winds around itself, trying to extinguish the flames. When yellow wind and silver flames touched one another, the wind itself seemed to be lit up. In only a few short breaths, the giant was thoroughly enveloped by both flames and ignited winds. Soon the screams stopped and the giant fell onto the ground. The body had been burned to a crisp, leaving no trace of the giant's existence. The black beam of light had unexpectedly appeared afterwards and arrived where the giant once was. The entire scene was witnessed by the squad of cultivators. Although Han Li already used his spirit-devouring flames once before on the sharpworms, it hadn't been in a display as fearsome as this. Now that the cultivators had seen it used on the helpless beastman, they were all mesmerized with disbelief on their faces. At that moment Han Li blurred, arriving above the silver flames and beckoning to it. The silver flames suddenly condensed into a ball and returned back to him in the form of a firebird. As for the fire ropes, they returned into his sleeve in reed threads. Han Li swept his sights to the transparent beast being suppressed by the divine essence-fused mountain, and said, "Take back the savage beastman and have the foreign spirit hall deal with it when we go back to the city." "Yes. Junior Ma will immediately retrieve it." The heart of the large green-eyed man trembled and he acknowledged the command. Then with a flip of his hand he released a white gourd. The gourd was inscribed with large quantities of silver runes. It is a specially refined magic tool meant for temporarily detaining foreign beings. Regardless of the tribe of their many abilities, so long as they aren't at true spirit grade, they can be captured by the gourd. Of course, the beastman had now lost its strength and was completely motionless. It no longer put up a resistance. When the green-eyed man arrived near the essence-fused mountain, he held out the gourd to the transparent beast underneath. With a light toss, the gourd spouted out a silver mist in midair, and the mist circled around the huge mountain. It suddenly turned into giant silver characters, entering the body of the huge beast in an instant. As silver light enveloped the entire monster, its figure quickly shrunk to the size of a fist. But strangely enough, the essence-fused mountain shrunk at the same speed as the transparent beast, denying the beast any chance of escape. The gourd then released another wave of silver mist that enveloped the shrunken beast. Meanwhile, Han Li pointed from far away and the small black mountain slowly rose into the air, allowing the beast to be absorbed in the gourd. The green-eyed man hastily put a lid on the gourd and stuck a golden talisman on top of it, finally letting out a sigh of relief. The others had already withdrawn their magic tools and landed on the ground. But when they looked at Han Li, it was with newfound respect. The recent battle clearly displayed that their squad leader possessed unfathomably profound abilities. He was by no means an ordinary deity transformation stage cultivator. While they were overjoyed by this, they also felt a degree of awe. "Take another moment to rest before we continue." Having taken the mountain back into his sleeve, he simply gave the squad a short word. He walked aloofly to the side and sat down with his eyes closed. Naturally, none of the others raised any objections. They also spread out and took a moment of rest to recover their magic power. Fairy Su, however, remained standing. After some brief hesitation, she walked over to Han Li and curtsied. "Many thanks for Senior's assistance. My ice crystal sword would have been destroyed otherwise." Han Li opened his eyes and gave the woman a probing glance. "An ice crystal sword? You must have refined it from myriad-year profound jade." Fairy Su's heart trembled. "Senior has great wisdom. The primary material in my sword refinement is profound jade." Han Li slowly asked with a flicker of his eye, "Since you use a sword of extreme cold, your cultivation art must also be ice attributed. Can I ask if you know a person?" "Please go ahead, Senior." After a brief pause, Fairy Su immediately agreed. Han Li stared at her twinkling iris and continued in sound transmission. "There was an ancient cultivator by the name of Fairy Ice Soul. She was an ascended cultivator who practiced techniques of extreme cold. Do you know this person?" When he looked at the woman, he felt an air of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, he found that her eyes appeared to be the same as Fairy Ice Soul's image during the opening of the Spirit Void Hall in the North Night Palace. There was a striking resemblance. Although it was only an image, Fairy Ice Soul's irises were flowing with light like twinkling stars. The remarkable sight had left a deep impression on his memory. Now that he saw the woman cultivated ice-attributed techniques and used a treasure refined from profound jade, he decided to ask her out of curiosity. "Fairy Ice Soul, that was a deceased ancestor of my Su clan. Did Senior know her? Could it be Senior also came from the same lower realm?" Fairy Su quickly replied in voice transmission with complete shock. I definitely didn't know her, but I did benefit from what she left behind in my lower realm." Brushing the rest off with a laugh, he asked, Why isn't your flying sword completely refined from myriad-year profound jade? Its magic power would have been raised by at least another half." Shocked at Han Li's connection with her ancestor, she soon recovered and replied, "Senior must be joking. The myriad-year profound jade might not be as valuable as the top-grade materials found in the wildlands, but it is still very difficult to collect. The profound jade in my flying sword was all purchased at extravagant cost." Han Li ran through his thoughts and said, "So that's the case. I happen to have some myriad-year profound jade on hand. It's enough for you to fully refine the flying sword. Since Fairy Su has a connection to Fairy Ice Soul, I'll give it to you. This can be considered as returning the favor." He swiped his hand through his storage bracelet and summoned a foot-long jade box into his hand before handing it over to her. "Many thanks, Senior." The woman appeared overjoyed and hastily uttered thanks. And when she opened the box, she gasped. There were 4 fist-sized lumps of white rock, each emitting a white glacial light. Not only was it enough profound jade to refine the flying sword, there was enough to craft a magic treasure as well. A fiery gaze flashed through the woman's eyes and she gave Han Li a deep salute after putting away the box. Han Li waved his arm in a casual manner and resumed meditation. Be it the Heaven Void Cauldron, the Glacial Quintessence, or the Glacial Flames, they all seem to be largely related to Fairy Ice Soul. Since he acquired much benefit from them in the past, helping out one of her descendants have relieved him of this debt, leaving him with less to worry about the next time he faces his inner demons. Having acquired this valuable treasure, she tactfully ceased bothering Han Li and quietly departed. The others naturally took notice of Han Li's actions with the woman from afar. Seeing her obvious delight at the jade box, a large departure from her usually collected attitude, many grew curious, but none were so foolish as to directly ask them. About 6 hours later, Han Li gave the command and they set off. For the rest of their journey, they didn't discover any other foreign tribes. Having finished their patrol route, they arrived at a predetermined point and awaited the arrival of a gold court boat. The squad was then taken back to Deep Heaven City in 2 waves. In their encounter, they captured a beast that was tamed by the savage beastman. When they handed it over to the foreign spirit hall, they acquired a significant reward. According to the rules, there was a half-year of rest after each patrol and they finished their patrol assignment after a 10-year period. Afterwards, the patrol area and route would change. Because Han Li finished the patrol on his own for the first time, he was awarded an earth-cleansing pill and he promptly took it. Soon after, the small squad arrived back at the hall and separated. The cultivators all bid their farewells to Han Li before taking off. Just as Fairy Su was about to depart, she said, "Senior Han, in 2 days there will be a triannual auction for items found from the wilderness. You might want to take a look at it. Han Li raised his brow and asked, items from the wilderness? Are you interested in it too? Senior must be joking. One must be at deity transformation stage in order to participate. As I am only a trifling nascent soul cultivator, I don't qualify. In addition, each item is bid at extraordinary prices. They aren't something I can hope to afford. Perhaps you might find some luck, she said with a wry laugh. Thanks for telling me, fellow Daoist. I'll be sure to take a look, Han Li said with a neutral tone. Seeing that Han Li received her friendly tip, she respectfully bid farewell. Han Li glanced at her back and unconsciously narrowed his eyes. In truth, even if the woman hadn't mentioned there was an auction, he had no intention of immediately leaving the city. Ever since he arrived in the spirit realm, he didn't have an opportunity to acquire suitable pill formulas and medicines. He originally planned on doing so after he finished the patrol. Now that there was an auction happening, he may as well take a look along the way. After all, he already knew of the inconceivable reputations about items from the wilderness. With that in mind, Han Li calmly departed from the huge stone pagoda and flew to the location of the market as noted on his map. The Deep Heaven City market was extremely large. It had about every rare material from the 3 human realms and 7 demon lands. The occasional appearance of wilderness items aroused even more activity. Both city guards and outsiders freely wandered the markets. But what was most astonishing was the huge light barrier that separated human and demon clans, splitting them into 2 areas. At the very heart of the city, there was a huge hall that led to an area where both humans and demons could trade materials or wilderness items. After all, there were items that weren't useful to either humans or demons, but were possibly valuable to the other side. As for the auction, that would take place at a side chamber in the hall. In a streak, Han Li landed in a street in the market, next to a medicine shop, and casually walked in. Senior, what are you looking for? Although my shop may be small, I have many medicines. The shop wasn't large. There were a core formation stage middle-aged shopkeeper and 2 foundation establishment servants. There were no other guests. When they saw Han Li walk inside with his dark azure armor, the shopkeeper smiled and personally stood up to welcome them. Are there any pill formulas and spirit medicines that can progress one's cultivation? Han Li bluntly asked. For a deity transformation cultivator? I have 2 pill formulas, but many of the required materials are too precious to be held in my store. When the shopkeeper heard there was business, his spirits were roused. Han Li frowned and said, Oh, then go ahead and take out the pill formulas. I'll take a look. Yes, please wait a moment, Senior. I'll have it right out, the shopkeeper respectfully said. He then gave the order to a servant and hastily gave Han Li a seat with tea. Then he headed into the back of the shop. Han Li rejoiced at being able his wanted items with ease. He sat in a simple bamboo chair and sipped on some spirit tea in a leisurely manner. A while later, the middle-aged shopkeeper came back with a storage bracelet. When he arrived in front of Han Li, he swiped his hand past the storage bracelet and took out a white and a blue jade slip. He then took out a large assortment of boxes and bottles, placing them on the side of the table. Then he respectfully stood there and waited. Han Li swept his gaze and summoned the 2 jade slips into his hand before immersing his spiritual sense into them. The clear jade pill and the true toad liquid, Han Li muttered to himself. He frowned and withdrew his spiritual sense. The clear jade pill was acceptable. It used rare medicinal herbs, some of which he hadn't heard before. A majority of the herbs had to be at 2,000 or 3,000 years of maturity, but they were considered quite common. As for the true toad liquid, it was rather odd. The liquid's primary ingredient was the spirit blood of an ancient beast in the wilderness called the green-eyed toad. It had common supplementary ingredients. While both could be used by deity transformation stage cultivators, the clear jade pill was only useful to early deity transformation stage cultivators. It had diminished results in mid-stage cultivators. The true toad liquid is much stronger but was more suited for late deity transformation stage cultivators. If used at mid-stage, the overbearing medicinal power could pose a great risk. With his eyes shut, he began to think about the medicine's usage, refinement, and portioning. Then he opened his eyes and examined the boxes and medicines on the table. As the middle-aged shopkeeper said, he lacked about half of the materials required for the medicines. The toad's spirit blood obviously wasn't there. Han Li stroked his chin and asked, Are the missing ingredients something I can purchase at other shops? Since the true blue-eyed toad is an ancient beast from the wilderness, it should be difficult to find. The required materials for the clear jade pill doesn't really need medicines of the right maturation. It can be refined even with plants of lesser age, but its effects will be lacking. They can be acquired so long as Senior has enough spirit stones. As for the toad's spirit blood, it is a truly rare material. Although it will go on sale occasionally, it will be immediately bought. They are one of the most in-demand materials for large medicine stores. It won't be easy for Senior to acquire this item. However, there will soon be an auction where it might be sold. So it was like that. I want those items. After some consideration, Hanli nodded. Many thanks for your business, Senior. I will give you the bill. 2 pill formulas is 100,000 spirit stones. The 3 stalks of 5,000-year-old gold herb is. With a smile, the shopkeeper hastily spoke and began to list out the prices of the items on the table. Hanli simply narrowed his eyes as he listened, betraying nothing from his face. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Hanli calmly left the medicine store and entered another store nearby. As such, he began to stroll through all the medicine shops nearby as if planning to visit all the medicine shops on the street. In other medicine stores, Hanli gathered together 8 other useful pill formulas, but they required materials that were even harder to obtain than the spirit blood of the true blue-eyed toad. Hanli had no choice but to put them off. So long as he could acquire the required materials for these medicines, he would spare no money. However, he wouldn't gather extremely expensive materials, but seeds or young stalks. This way, Hanli could acquire large quantities of materials without bankrupting himself. As a result, he acquired all the medicinal herbs he required for the clear jade pill and more. After he matured the herbs using the spirit liquid, he'd be able to start refining the pills. Of course, it wasn't easy to refine medicine that could be used by deity transformation stage cultivators. With his attainments in pill refinement, he may need to take multiple attempts to make a pill. With Hanli's small bottle, he had unlimited attempts, so he had nothing to worry about. As for the true toad liquid, it was something he required. He would have to purchase it in the coming auction. Hanli felt somewhat apprehensive. But before the auction, he would need to acquire more spirit stones. He was currently lacking them, so he would have to trade for more. In the spirit realm, spirit stones were abundant, causing the price of items to be several times more than in the mortal realm. Of course, even with more spirit stones in the mortal realm, it would still be impossible to acquire the ingredients needed for deity transformation stage pills. Hanli was confident that with enough medicine pills he would be able to advance a grade without a problem. Having come to that conclusion, he quietly entered an empty corner of a street. He looked around him to see that no one was looking, and a series of cracks sounded from his body. He shortly transformed into a large man with a purple face. Afterwards, Hanli strut into a large store by the name of the Revival Hall. In the markets of the spirit realm, 1,000-year spirit medicines weren't as rare as in the mortal realm. But when Hanli presented several stocks of medicine at 8,000 years of maturation, the shopkeeper exchanged them for an astronomical sum of spirit stones without any hesitation. Hanli grabbed the spirit stones and nimbly departed. He didn't stay in one place for long in order to avoid attention. Hanli didn't depart from the city. Instead, he walked past several streets and took note of the various magic tools, treasures, materials, and talismans that were on sale. As a result, he had gained much experience. It was clear the spirit realm was filled with abundant materials. The quality and might of treasures here far exceeded that in the mortal realm. Even larger stores had fantastical spirit treasures on sale. As for talismans and secret seals, they were even more fantastical, much to Hanli's surprise. They were beyond the mortal world's talismans. There were several talismans among them that were written in silver runes. The majority of these talismans were either assistive or defensive, with hardly any offensive types among them. The few he saw held astonishing prices. But there were talismans with a silver silhouette that caught his interest. Hanli asked all the store owners about it and came to know that they all came from the Heaven Spirit region. These silver rune talismans were puppet talismans. One can summon the puppet phantom that is inscribed in the talisman. Its abilities and might depend on the refinement quality and the skill of its user. It was said that the finest puppet talismans could even mimic the cultivation and techniques of its user. It was a rather practical talisman. After he was finished, his heart stirred and he couldn't help but think of the damaged jade book remnants in his possession. The talisman attainments it detailed also mentioned the refinement method for a puppet talisman, but he hadn't researched it. As the selling cost of these talismans was incredible, he'd have to take a proper look at them. With that in mind, Hanli bluntly looked for 2 talisman stores and picked up the materials he needed to refine silver rune talismans in large quantity. With that done, Hanli leisurely made his way to the auction site, the profound Zenith Hall where human and demons mixed. Although the auction was still 2 days away, he wanted to take a look at what the demons were trading. After all, Demon Clan hadn't participated in human auctions. In order to prevent any clashes from occurring in the hall in the middle of business, human cultivators that wanted to trade needed to carry a palm-sized jade pendant. So long as the jade pendant was on their body, it would immediately conceal them in a white mist and would also restrict the user's cultivation. In addition, if anyone in the hall used their magic power, the grand formation in the hall would not only restrict their abilities, but it would also teleport them outside. They wouldn't be able to enter for a short time. The Demon Clan's side had a black banner that hid their appearance in a demon cloud as well. In addition, there were 4 spatial tempering stage gold guards from both races standing at guard. There were also 10 dark azure guards preserving order on either side. Such power naturally prevented anything unwanted from occurring. In order to enter, Hanli had to pay a large number of spirit stones. He took a jade pendant from the guard and put it on his waist, producing a white mist around them. Then he walked down a long corridor and through a large gate. As a result, he arrived in a large hall over a kilometer long with an exact door on the other side. There were over 100 white and black balls of mist in the hall, each representing a human or demon. There were 30 of them sitting cross-legged on the ground with several items laid out in front of them. They were all silent. Most people stood by the vendor stalls, carefully examined items, or had quiet discussions with the vendors. There were also blurs occasionally spotted in the hall. From time to time, people who hide in a corner and have their secret discussions there. Hanli stood in place and looked at his surroundings. He then wordlessly walked over to a nearby vendor's booth. The vendor was hidden in a silver mist, showing he was human. Placed in front of him were 2 odd items. One of them was a faint green and resembled a branch. The other was a sparkling crimson stone about the size of a fist. Hanli curiously examined the items on display and swept his spiritual sense past them. The branch had extremely thin wood spiritual chi, but it also possessed an intense lightning-attributed power as if it was formed from lightning. He was astonished by its existence. This immediately reminded him of the heaven lightning bamboo. But even 10,000-year-old golden lightning bamboo didn't possess such fearsome lightning power. Its divine devilbane lightning is usually well restrained. As for the crimson gem, it let out a fishy scent as if it were the inner core of a beast, but he couldn't tell its origins. Hanli looked at this with some interest, but after a moment more he quietly left to another vendor's booth. He then arrived at demon vendor with head-sized chunks of black ore that gave off a chill. Hanli slowly paced through the hall and looked at what was on display. He would occasionally stop and take a close look. From start to finish, he hadn't said a word, as if he were ignoring the vendors entirely. Hanli quickly looked through all the items on display, but he found himself somewhat disappointed. Although all the items were rare enough, there was nothing that truly tempted him. Although these items have come from the wilderness, there were unfamiliar items and would only be useful to an odd few. Hanli swept his gaze around. Just as he thought about whether he should leave the hall, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. The white mist around him blurred and he suddenly turned around. The footsteps then came to a stop as if in surprise of Hanli's quick reaction. The person was a demon cultivator, as they were covered in black chi. They had a slim body and was examining Hanli. They were both hidden by secret techniques. Apart from a faint silhouette, nothing could be made out. "Is there anything you want from me?" Hanli calmly asked. "Did you not find any suitable items, fellow Daoist?" A pleasant female voice spoke from the black cloud. "Yes, I haven't found anything that caught my interest. Why did you ask me that?" "It appears this is your first time at the profound Zenith Hall." "In truth, apart from what is put on display, the truly good items are found in private exchanges," the woman calmly said. "So it was like that. But wouldn't it be easier to find a suitable customer if one showed it in the open?" Hanli said with a frown. So you don't know, fellow Daoist, or you're being deliberately dense. Even with the concealment pendants and banners, it is still easy to tell one apart. Furthermore, some items are quite provocative, so it isn't best to have too many people know about it. Alright, that's enough for now. Do you have any items you wish to trade? The woman's impatience seemed to grow colder out of impatience. So long as you have good items, I am willing to trade. However, I must ask, why did you seek me out? Han Li said. It's rather simple, the woman said with an indifferent tone. I was able to tell that you were most likely someone new to Deep Heaven City when you were closely examining the vendor items. Although our cultivation is restricted, I can tell on closer inspection that you are most likely a deity transformation stage cultivator. You are a suitable person to trade with me, and you weren't the first person that I sought out. Tell me what you have that is suitable for a demon. Apart from a few of my own items, I've also been entrusted to several items by my comrades. That's why you take out all your good things. When Han Li heard this, he smiled. I do have a few things that are suitable for demons. But can I take a look at your things first? The woman coldly chuckled. I have spirit medicines, materials, a few human magic treasures and ancient treasures. What do you want? Han Li's eyes wandered for a bit and he asked, I don't need any finished goods, but I am interested in materials. Do you have any true toad spirit blood? I require it. The woman paused and immediately shook her head. True toad spirit blood. You sure know how to pick them. True toad liquid is not only useful to humans but demons as well. No one would be selling it in the profound Zenith Hall. If that's the case, then do you have any 5,000-year-old gold grass? And Han Li didn't pay any mind to the woman's mocking tone and promptly listed other materials that he lacked from his pill formulas. When she heard Han Li, her face turned unsightly. When Han Li was finished, she gloomily said, Don't delude yourself. Those materials are for cultivation progression pills. They are all found in the wilderness, so our demon clan is lacking them as well. We definitely wouldn't be trading those to humans. Han Li wasn't disappointed by her words and calmly proposed, There is no need to be anxious. I don't even need the right year of the herbs. Saplings and seeds will do as well. I am even willing to trade at cost. After some hesitation, the woman said with a doubtful tone, In that case it could be possible, but it is also troublesome as I don't have any of those right now. Let me see what you have. So long as you can gather them together, I will trade with you the next time I am here. Han Li said with a happy tone. Yes, but this is something that I must take a look at first. Even if seeds and saplings are commonly scarce when few people wish to buy them. But in case I do find them, what will you be giving to me? I won't be considering spirit stones, even high-grade ones. The woman said with an arrogant tone. When Han Li heard this, he sent her a voice transmission with a calm expression. What? You actually have 10,000-year-old spirit herbs? The woman trembled inside the fog and she spoke with delight. Han Li smiled and said, So long as you can find the items I require, I will give them to you. After her delight passed, doubts filled her mind. Why don't you make medicine pills with those herbs? Why do you want to trade with me? Please don't ask too much about my circumstances. If you feel that it is suitable, please do your utmost to gather those materials. The next time I come here I will trade with you. Consider this one to be a down payment. Han Li soon swiped his hand over his storage bracelet and took out a half-foot-long wooden case and casually handed it over to her. The woman in the black chi was startled and unconsciously reached out for it. Her expression wavered and she quickly brushed her spiritual sense past the gap in the wooden box. She yelped and took a long look at the item in the box. Then she slowly opened the lid and her expression turned solemn. Are you truly planning to use this as a down payment? Don't you fear that I will take it and won't return? The woman coldly said. This is a trifling 3,000-year-old herb. With your status you aren't going to do something like that. Additionally, this is a display of sincerity to guarantee your business. So long as you bring those medicine herbs to me, I'll definitely leave you satisfied. He said with a neutral tone. She flipped her hand and put away the box. Then she confidently said, It seems you are sincere about the deal, but items you want can't be gathered in a short amount of time. I will need several years to gather the 3 medicines. Good, I await good news. Pleased, Han Li saluted her. To him, a medicine herb of several thousand years wasn't valuable. It was a cheap price to gain her trust. Furthermore, Han Li was confident that his promise of a 10,000-year-old medicine herb was enough to have her find his items. Since Han Li was unwilling to attract too much attention to the human side of the city, this was a suitable method. The woman nodded and wordlessly left. Han Li narrowed his eyes to look at the slender silhouette through the black mist. Suddenly he began to walk to the exit on the human side. But when he walked past the first human vendor, his eyes were drawn onto the branch once more and he unconsciously stopped. After some hesitation he walked over. "Could you tell me about the origins of this item?" Han Li walked over to the vendor and reached out for the green branch. He then stroked it with his finger. "The origin? I saw heavenly lightning strike dried spirit wood. Afterwards, it grew alive and turned into this spirit wood. I don't know anything about its origins or usage." A hoarse, aged voice spoke from the white mist. Han Li flipped the branch several times and muttered, "Heavenly lightning turned wood. How surprising." "Hee, rare indeed," the old man chuckled. "However, I won't hide this from you. This item contains potent lightning power. Even if you forcefully refine it, you won't be able to use it for tool refinement. I wanted to see if the demons were interested, but it seems you are too." "Oh, it's nothing much. I just cultivated a bit of lightning, so I am curious about this item." Han Li fiddled with the lightning branch and calmly asked, "What did you plan on trading this for?" When the old man heard that Han Li thought about purchasing it, the old man was startled and gave Han Li an appraising glance. He hoarsely said, "I have yet to find a true use for the lightning wood, so its price is hard to estimate, but it is lightning-turned wood. How about this? Recently I've wanted to refine a sky essence pill, but I'm missing a 5,000-year-old medicine herb. If you can give it to me, the wood is yours. Of course, I won't refuse top-grade spirit stones if you have them." "How did you know I have medicine herbs?" Han Li's heart trembled and his expression behind the white mist sank. "There is no need to be shocked," the old man softly said. "I've cultivated a minor ability that grants me an extraordinary scent of smell. During your trade with the demon woman, I caught a whiff of a medicinal scent coming from that wooden box. It belonged to a 3,000-year-old medicinal herb. If you can easily take that out, then it is likely you can bring out a 5,000-year-old medicine herb." Han Li was left speechless. He heard Buddhist sects' grand techniques were able to strengthen a cultivator's 5 senses. Legend mentioned myriad distant sight, flawless hearing, penetrative sights like his bright sight spirit eyes. From what he said, his abilities must have reached an inconceivable realm mentioned only in rumors. Having realized this, Han Li's expression relaxed and he slowly said, "That is so. Since you've pointed it out, I do have such a medicine herb. Take a look and see if it's suitable." Han Li had no intention of bargaining. He raised his hand and white light flashed. He tossed a narrow wooden box over to him. The old man was surprised. He didn't think that Han Li would truly agree to his condition. He happily took the box and took a quick glance at its interior before covering it back up. "Not bad, a genuine 5,000-year-old spirit herb. I can use it," the old man happily said. Han Li smiled and his hand blurred, putting away the branch. Then he saluted him and silently departed. In front of old cunning foxes, the less said the better. After he left the hall, he took another trip through the market, but with his spirit treasures and countless medicine herbs, there was little that could tempt him. Several hours later he returned to the huge stone pagoda. When he walked in his squad's seclusion room, Han Li waved his hand, striking at the door with a spell seal. He didn't wish to be disturbed. But Han Li still wasn't at ease. He raised his hand and released several differently colored streaks of light that disappeared into corners of the room. His 2 hands formed a spell seal and a white barrier of light appeared on the walls, thoroughly protecting him from view. As a result, Han Li was able to take a seat on the meditation mat and take out the half-foot-long lightning branch. It was only about as thick as a thumb, but its color was exceptionally green. There was also a fine vortex pattern on its surface, but on closer inspection, it looked more like a flame. He hadn't closely inspected the branch while he was in the profound zenith hall. Now he brushed his finger lightly past every inch and he closed his eyes. Underneath the branch's surface, the wood was brimming with violent lightning. It was inconceivable for such a thing to have solid form. As he mulled over this, he opened his eyes once more and azure light flashed from his hand. He injected some spiritual power into the branch. The branch trembled and the magic power came back to him completely repelled. A trace of astonishment appeared in his eye and he poured in magic power with more force. The branch trembled and a layer of white light appeared on it. It clashed with the azure light from Han Li's hand, appearing entirely incompatible. A while later a slight drone sounded from the light. Han Li frowned and he waved his hand, vanishing the azure light. It was clear that forcefully injecting more spiritual power into the branch would cause it to explode. With Han Li's experience he had other ways of examining it. He grabbed the branch and released several arcs of golden lightning onto it. The lightning jumped on the branch's markings and remained completely still. Han Li didn't appear dejected. If this branch was easily researched, its previous master wouldn't have sold it at such a low price. Han Li then tossed it into the air where it immediately floated in suspension. He flicked his finger at the branch and a golden sword light flew out and chopped at the center of the branch. A deep clap of thunder sounded. White light arced out and the branch was easily split into two. It then gently fell to the ground. Han Li then reached out for the two halves and took them into his hand. Han Li swept his gaze past them and saw silver light shining from the split ends. Blue light shining from his eyes. He closely looked at it and discovered that the so-called silver light was actually countless thin arcs of lightning waved together in some sort of pattern. It formed an inconceivable design. It was meticulous and complex. If it weren't for his spirit eyes he wouldn't have been able to see through it. In the blink of an eye, a layer of green wood immediately formed over the cut ends, creating two independent branches. Han Li was truly shocked by this. Controlling lightning and condensing it together was originally something he considered a skill of his. But lightning of this elaborate detail was beyond his abilities and something he never considered. This was countless times more complex than his nets or condensed balls of divine devilbane lightning. And those methods already required an outstanding degree of control with his spiritual sense. Han Li took the branches in hand and lowered his head in thought. Suddenly his gaze flickered and he flicked his finger at once of the branches. Golden light flashed and it was again cut into two. This time Han Li was prepared and his spiritual sense stirred. He looked at the bared silver opening. Blue light brightly shined from his eyes and he completely focused on the branch's opening. This time, however, the designs of the lightning from the opening was vastly different. A short moment later the opening was covered again by green wood. He slowly closed his eyes and began to think about what he saw. Suddenly, his finger flicked and another piece of the wood was split open. Again, a completely different pattern was revealed and he looked at it with complete focus. Soon the branch half was cut into countless small pieces, all lying on the ground. As Han Li began to show a face of understanding, he spat out a thin sword light and cut through the center of the other branch half. In a flash of silver light, it split into two even pieces. He closely examined it once more and he released countless more golden streaks, splitting the wood into thin pieces. The thinnest pieces were like paper. Even so, the lightning wood remained extremely stable. It clearly contained a fearsome amount of lightning to not burst out. Han Li suddenly flipped his hand and took out a white jade slip. He held onto the jade slip and began to imprint all the patterns that he saw. Finally, he let out a long breath. Even with his astonishing level of memory, the many meticulous and complex patterns would be difficult to remember. With that freed up from his mind, he began to comprehend the lightning designs. For some reason why he saw the lightning patterns, he felt a grasp of it, knowing the patterns had to do with the formation of the lightning wood. He sat down for an entire day, unmoving as he completely looked at the patterns. Suddenly Han Li's eye stirred and he flicked his finger. Lightning rang. A streak of golden lightning shot out and immediately burst, scattering into countless thin arcs. He chanted an incantation as fingers began to flick through the air. The arcs of lightning stopped and suddenly condensed together. They began to weave into a strange design, faintly resembling what Han Li saw from the branch. Just as it was about to take the form of cloth, it ruptured. The weaved lightning disappeared like a firecracker. Han Li let out a deep sigh and he couldn't help but show a trace of disappointment, but excitement was still strong in his eyes. His thoughts were correct. The golden lightning cloth he weaved with the lightning patterns possessed a vague power. It was a shame that he made an error in weaving the cloth, leading to its eruption before he could research it. Han Li took a deep breath and he twisted his hands together. A dense bolt of golden lightning shot out, letting out a rumbling sound. It burst into countless thin arcs of lightning and condensed together again. The threads now appeared in far greater number. Under control of Han Li's spiritual sense, the threads of lightning continued to weave together in the pattern of the branch. However, this level of control was extremely difficult. Even with his vast spiritual sense and bright-sight spirit eyes, he successively failed, resulting in eruptions. 8 times later, the golden lightning cloth eventually took form, floating motionlessly in the air. The cloth was the size of a palm, woven in eye-catching lightning patterns. It appeared rather mysterious. When Han Li saw the finished product, his face slightly changed and he waved his hand, summoning the cloth into his hand. It was exceptionally soft with a sleek surface. It was actually somewhat more exquisite than silk, and he couldn't find anything out of the ordinary with his bright-sight spirit eyes. Han Li gently stroked the golden cloth and examined it for a moment more. His gaze flickered and he tossed the item into the air, striking it with a spell seal. The cloth turned into a streak of golden light and began to circle from his hands. It rang with soft rolls of thunder. The cloth dispersed inch by inch, revealing a hollow image of lightning patterns in a faint golden glow. As the translucent pattern appeared, an immense spiritual pressure burst out from it. This was the mysterious power he sensed from the branch previously. Han Li narrowed his eyes and attentively stared at the golden pattern. His heart lit up with excitement. Although he still couldn't completely control the lightning patterns, the force of its spiritual power was over 10 times what was originally contained in cloth weaved from divine Devilbane lightning. If it was harnessed into an attack, the protective restriction in the stone room might not be able to withstand it. With that in mind, Han Li beckoned to the lightning pattern. Thunder clapped and the lightning patterns flashed, returning to its form as cloth and dropping back into his hand. Soon after, he spat out more lightning, using it to weave together another item of lightning. After another string of failures, he successfully created something. This time it wasn't a cloth but a glistening golden ball. Lightning patterns faintly shined from its surface. Han Li grabbed a hold of it and thoroughly examined both of the items with his spiritual sense. A short moment later, he thought of something and spat out a ball of silver flames. He then pointed at the flame with an incantation gesture. Bang! The flame ruptured and scattered into countless silver flowers. Han Li chanted and used his spiritual sense to change the form of the flames into thin strings. A similar scene occurred, but when he weaved it together halfway, the flames burst and turned into a silver fireball. When this happened, a pensive expression appeared on his face. With another command, the fireball turned into a bird and flew back into his body. Afterwards, he used his magic power to condense together blue strings, but the result was similar to the spirit-devouring flames. His attempt ended in failure. Han Li didn't continue his experiments and sank into deep thought. While both lightning objects originated from the same principles, many small details varied. The lightning He cloth was steady and pure, but the golden orb's lightning was restless and dangerous, as if it could erupt at any moment. As Han Li fiddled with the 2 items in his hand, he eventually smiled after some meticulous thought. According to his guesses, the lightning patterns were a type of naturally formed talisman characters. Each pattern should create unique properties similar to the talisman characters formed from Immortal clan's silver runes. These lightning patterns' effects and skillful use weren't something he could come to understand in a short amount of time. As such, Han Li placed the 2 lightning items in a jade box and carefully sealed them with several restriction talismans before finally putting them in his storage bracelet. For the rest of the time before the auction, Han Li carefully withdrew his spiritual sense and shut his eyes in meditation. On the morning of the 3rd day, Han Li opened his eyes and withdrew the restriction from the seclusion room before heading out. When he left the room, he immediately released his spiritual sense out of habit and unconsciously swept his spiritual sense past the entire hall. As a result, he heard someone's voice. He looked to the side and frowned. Without making the slightest sound, he walked out of the main hall. Before he fully made his way out, he heard a man's voice wildly laugh. "Fairy Sue, if you can't take a loss, then don't make the bet in the first place. Did you not agree to become my apprentice's wife?" The laugh sounded extremely foreign, as if it came from a broken gong. Han Li calmly walked out and swept his gaze across the entire hall. He saw 2 pairs of people standing in confrontation. One of the pairs consisted of a man and a woman. The woman was Fairy Sue, but her face was deathly white. The other was the large green-eyed man, but his face wore an unsightly expression. They faced 2 black-robed men. One of them had a slim face and long triangular eyes, wearing dark azure armor. The other was a pockmarked middle-aged dwarf with diseased hair. The laugh came from the old man. Senior Han. As soon as Han Li appeared, the large man glanced at Han Li and quickly saluted him with a face of deep relief. Fairy Su also appeared overjoyed when Han Li appeared. Han Li stopped and many thoughts quickly flashed through his hand, but his face remained unchanged. The old man's wild laughter suddenly stopped and he examined Han Li with a trace of surprise. So your esteemed self must be the newly arrived fellow Daoist Han. At nearly the same time, Han Li swept his spiritual sense past the old man to discover he was a mid-deity transformation stage cultivator. He couldn't help but raise a brow at the old man. Who are you fellow Daoists and why are you making a commotion? Han Li coldly asked. The old man was enraged by Han Li's rude demeanor as his cultivation level was a level above his. But when he recalled that Han Li was an ascended cultivator, he forcefully suppressed his rage and wore an artificial smile. I am Huang Bao, leader of the 27th Squad. I've come here because I have some matters to discuss with Fairy Su. It'd be best if you didn't interfere. I have nothing to say to you. Fairy Su gritted her teeth. This matter only concerns your disciple. Shouldn't Senior stop interfering with this matter and making this bigger than it is? What? Didn't Fairy Su miss an appointment with my disciple? Since you didn't say anything, he had requested others to help him. If you have the skill, you can look for help. Otherwise, disaster will befall your Su clan. The old man's voice turned cold and he gave the woman a deathly stare. My affairs have nothing to do with the Su clan. Senior can't involve the unrelated. Fairy Su couldn't help but betray her anger. The old man laughed. How are they unrelated? The moment you made an agreement with my disciple, the Su clan were made witnesses. If you don't keep your word, I will have to seek out the witnesses. Fairy Su's face paled even further and she glanced in Han Li's direction. Although she didn't say anything, her plea for help was beyond obvious. As for the green-eyed man, he wore a helpless expression. Han Li stroked his nose and calmly asked, what was the agreement? To tell the truth, if it wasn't for the fact the woman was a descendant of Fairy Ice Soul, or the fact they had some friendship between them, he wouldn't have asked. With his status, he showed his intention to involve himself upon asking that question. The old man's expression faintly changed. The dwarf rolled his eyes and chuckled. It's quite simple. I wanted to marry Fairy Su and the ice crystal sword is of incredible cold. She promised that if my treasure could withstand a strike of her sword without freezing over, she would agree to marry me. I had already done that, but she planned on reneging her word and has hidden here since. Is this true? Han Li asked her. It is true, but something was done to my magic treasures. Otherwise, an early-stage cultivator like him wouldn't have been able to endure my strike. She wore a furious expression and couldn't help but glance at the old man. Although the old man didn't say anything, his eyes betrayed a trace of smugness. Regardless of the region, you weren't able to freeze over my green wave blade. Now you'll have to agree. The dwarf giggled. Fairy Su remained silent with an extremely icy expression. An icy glint appeared in Han Li's eyes and he imposingly said, so it was like that. However, I don't believe that your magic treasure can withstand her ice crystal sword. Demonstrate this right now. If it is true, I will turn a blind eye to this matter. But if it isn't, I will ask you two to leave. This is the quarters of the 56th Squad, not the 7th. Senior I. Good, then let it be so. I hope fellow Daoist Han can remember his own words. When Fairy Su heard this, she was greatly shocked. She thought to say something, but the old man agreed with glee. Because Han Li was an ascended cultivator, the old man was unwilling to incur any grudges over this incident. The dwarf tactfully spat out a green flying sword and had it circle in front of him, a sinister smile clear on his face. The flying sword shined dazzlingly with incredibly light. It appeared to be of no small matter. Han Li narrowed his eyes and blue light flashed from his eyes, clearly seeing through the surface of the sword. This so-called green wave blade possessed two entirely different concentrations of spiritual power. One was weak while one was incredibly strong. It was clear something had been done to this treasure. Under the gaze of so many people, Fairy Su felt apprehension. Nevertheless, she waved her sleeve and summoned a white light. It circled above her to reveal a crystalline flying sword. It was her bonded magic treasure, the ice crystal sword. To tell the truth, she felt largely helpless. Even if a trick was done to the green wave sword, she was only given a little bit of time to refine the myriad-year profound jade that was given to her into the sword. However, this still greatly increased the sword's strength, so there was a chance to seal the blade in ice. Although she released her sword, she didn't dare to immediately attack the green sword. Instead, she hesitantly glanced at Han Li. Han Li took a glance at both of the flying swords and he reached out to one of the swords. Fairy Su felt her sword largely tremble. Then it flew against her control and arrived in Han Li's hand. He grabbed the sword's hilt and flicked his finger against its body, emitting a phoenix's cry. The sound was extremely pleasant, a near heavenly tone. The old man couldn't help but sneer. Although cultivators of their level could use secret techniques to forcefully boost the might of their magic treasures, it was a difficult task to do this to another treasure. After all, regardless of the nature of the spiritual power and technique will conflict and make it difficult to fuse together. When he forcefully boosted the power of his disciple's magic treasure, he unexpectedly acquired an extremely profound spirit talisman. After spending half a month refining it, it finally became this powerful. As Han Li was only an early deity transformation cultivator, he didn't believe that he could exceed that power in only an instant. Furthermore, sealing the green wave sword in ice was something that only equivalent ice-attributed power could perform. This in itself was a huge restriction. As this quickly flashed through the old man's mind, he had no fear of Han Li's action. A good sword. As if having seen through the old man's thoughts, the corner of Han Li's lip twitched and a silver flame burst out from the hilt of the sword. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around the sword and disappeared into it. The crystalline sword turned silver-white in the blink of an eye. The design of a sailing flame bird now appeared on its surface, lifelike in detail as if it had been carved there from the very beginning. Han Li had forcefully injected his spirit-devouring flame into the ice crystal sword, inducing this bizarre transformation. The spirit-devouring flame was an inconceivable ability that devoured spiritual power. As it was formed from great Yin true flame and pure sun flame essence, it could shift between extreme cold and heat, allowing it to fuse into the flying sword with ease. The old man's eyes widened for a moment and then narrowed his eyes. As for the others, they were greatly shocked. Then in a gust of wind, Han Li tossed the flying sword back into the air. Fairy Su quickly cast a spell seal at it with joy on her face and quickly regained control. Afterwards, she chanted an incantation and flicked her fingers, striking the sword one after another, completely filling the sword with the entirety of her magic power. Afterwards, the flying sword let out a series of drones and trembled. A layer of silver flames appeared on its surface and wrapped around it, instantly transforming it into a 3-meter-long silver flame bird. The temperature in the entire hall steeply dropped as soon as the flame bird appeared. Even a layer of white shining frost began to appear on the ground. Fairy Su let out a delicate shout and the flame bird wildly flapped its wings, changing into the green flying sword. Seeing that the ice sword was greatly empowered by Han Li, the dwarf let out a trace of terror and could only grit his teeth, casting a spell seal and commanding his own magic treasure. The green sword blurred as light brightly shined from it. It took the form of a horned green WM and fiercely charged forward. A loud explosion shook the air. The green WM and the silver flame bird collided, weaving green light and silver flames together. The bird then opened its mouth and bit off half of the flood dragon's body, devouring it without a trace. The dwarf loudly shouted and spat out a glob of blood. He was stupefied in fear. A loud bang sounded from the flame bird and turned into a silver ice mist, covering the damaged green WM entirely. Under the glow of silver light, a loud crack sounded. A 30-meter-tall boulder of ice appeared in the air. The flood dragon let out a wail inside the ice and it disappeared, only leaving behind a flying sword that dimly shined. Unnoticed by everyone, a thin thread of silver light appeared shot out the mist when the green wave blade revealed itself and silently vanished inside of it. A strange scene occurred. The dwarf was clearly 60 meters away from his magic treasure, but at the same time his blade was frozen, his body collapsed onto the floor as if he fainted. This was a heaven-defying ability of the spirit-devouring flame. Even spatial tempering cultivators couldn't guard against this ability, let alone the magic treasure of a nascent soul cultivator. Even if it was strengthened, it collapsed in a single strike. When Fairy Su saw this, she quickly waved her hand in delight. The silver ice mist condensed back into a silver flying sword and returned to her. Along the way, a ball of silver flame left the sword and shot back towards Han Li, soon to disappear into his body. Meanwhile, the old man Huang Bao recovered from his shock and his body in his rage. He soon appeared at his disciple's side and he quickly discovered a layer of frost on the dwarf's body. His face was blue as if he died from frostbite. A frozen soul in his body. When Huang Bao saw this, he wore a face of shock. Nevertheless, he was still a deity transformation stage cultivator. He instantly waved his sleeve at the huge boulder of ice and released a streak of red light. Bang! The light quickly coiled around the boulder and a cloud of flame entered the ice. The temperature in the hall sharply rose and the ice was thawed in an instant and the green flying sword recovered its freedom. It immediately returned into the dwarf's body. Han Li looked on with an indifferent expression. To conceal the true abilities of the spirit-devouring flames, he reduced its power and had the ice crystal sword itself freeze over the blade. Otherwise, with its abilities as a heavenly flame, the ice it left behind wouldn't have been easily thawed. However, he did display a bit of might to make sure they knew better than to bother him. He previously commanded a trace of the spirit-devouring flames' extreme cold and had it enter the flying sword. Through the dwarf's mental connection, he had it invade the dwarf's body. This ability to freeze the soul and affect the body was an ability he had only been able to use recently. He also researched related information about this once before. This ability was quite powerful and could only be achieved by a few legendary glacial flames. As such, it was truly quite effective. Han Li became an enigmatic figure in the old man's eyes. The old man quickly took out a fire-red medicine pill and placed it in the dwarf's mouth. He saw the blue color on his face quickly fade away and he let out a breath before looking at Han Li with a wavering expression. Having thought to himself for a moment, the old man eventually saluted Han Li with a forced smile and said, "Brother Han's abilities are quite fearsome. It is my loss. My disciple will drop the matter of marriage. I will bid farewell." He then brought the dwarf out from the hall. Han Li returned the salute but he said nothing else. When he saw all trace of the old man leave, his expression sank. Before Fairy Su could utter her thanks, he coldly asked, "Who is that man?" Fairy Su was startled. Before she knew the meaning of Han Li's words, the green-eyed man hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, Senior Han. Huang Bao and his disciple comes from a small sect known as Quicksand Valley. It isn't some ancient sect. Huang Bao himself is the sect's greatest cultivator. So it was like that. I don't have to worry about any further troubles." Han Li then turned to her and said, "Fellow Daoist Su, this will be the only time I go out of my way to help you. If something else comes to trouble you, you'd best fend for yourself." Fairy Su's heart sank and she respectfully answered, "This junior understands. Many thanks for your help, senior. I definitely won't trouble you in the future." Han Li nodded and then walked out of the hall in bold steps before taking off. When the green-eyed man saw Han Li left, he wryly laughed and said, "That silver flame actually possessed the power of extreme cold and was able to freeze the soul and enter the body. But it doesn't match the glacial flames of legend. Fellow Daoist Su, Senior Han seems to look after you. Do you know what flame it is?" Fairy Su let out a sigh and said, "Senior Han has a faint relation to my ancestor, but this is the first time I've heard of this glacial flame. On the patrol he engulfed an entire fused beastman with that flame. Having that ability isn't so strange, but it seems that he isn't fond of others hearing about him. Brother Zhou had best keep quiet about this or else." When he heard this, his expression changed and he nodded in agreement. During that time, Han Li was flying towards the market in an azure streak. According to his information, the auction should begin at noon. It would be at the time he arrived. When Han Li arrived, it was nearing noon. In just a moment, he used a secret technique to transform himself into a large man with long facial hair and entered the profound Zenith Hall. The people at the entrance were already enhancing spirit stones for concealment pendants to enter the hall. All of them were at deity transformation stage and above. Han Li even spotted 3 spatial tempering cultivators entering. After some thought, he also walked in and gave the guard a pouch filled with spirit stones. The guard swept his spiritual sense past it and nodded, handing him a jade pendant and opened the way for him. He promptly said, "After you enter, head left." When Han Li heard this, he was stunned and he hesitantly walked in. After they entered the passage, he astonishingly discovered that the straight passage he originally took was now exceptionally twisted and split down the middle. It was like the profound Zenith Hall was completely different. It seemed the restrictions in the hall had changed as well. Nevertheless, Han Li did as the guard advised and headed down the left side. Soon he entered the dark passage and vanished. After the time it took to finish a meal, he found himself in a pitch-black stone room. The room was 3 meters wide with walls to all sides apart from a spacious opening. There were a jade table, a bamboo chair and a table with a red spell plate. There were many of these stone rooms densely packed spread across 300 meters in the air. They were flying stone rooms. The entire hall was 3,000 meters wide and nearly had 1,000 stone rooms floating above it. Faint azure talisman characters glowed from the surface of the stone room. Each room had a considerable distance between the two as if they were floating lamps. Han Li sat down in the chair, looked down at the auction below and clocked his tongue. In the instant he entered the large hall, he entered an odd spell formation and teleported to the room. Under examination he discovered the room wasn't only suspended in air, but it also blocked spiritual sense. With the addition of the light pendant concealing them, it would guarantee the animosity of the bidders. It appeared the master of the auction knew that cultivators feared arousing envy and spent much time on how to solve this. Han Li leaned back in his chair and rested his eyes for a short time. Soon, another several hundred cultivators entered the hall, nearly filling it to its brim. Han Li widely opened his eyes and took a breath. When one normally entered the auction, they needed to be at deity transformation stage at the very least. But this small auction managed to gather nearly 1,000 deity transformation cultivators. This was something that couldn't even be imagined in the mortal realm. However, this was also impossible to happen unless it occurred in the other cultivator cities in the 3 human regions, barring Deep Heaven City. Suddenly, melodic rings ranged through the hall. The hall's open gates slow closed with a creak and a clack. The dim hall now became completely dark. Immediately, several head-sized moonlight stones appeared above the auction. The appearance of their soft white light caused the cultivators to unconsciously look down. On a 30-meter-tall platform, a spell formation suddenly appeared, followed by a flash of white light. A white-robed old man made an appearance. As soon as he appeared, the cultivators became restless. A few even uttered the old man's name in shock. Grandmaster Qi. Why would he appear here? Could it be the auction? Whispers continued to echo through the hall. When Han Li heard the disturbance, his heart stirred and he curiously examined the old man. He only possessed mid-deity transformation cultivators, but his head full of silver hair and his friendly face gave him a bearing expected of a dignified cultivator. When he heard others address him as Grandmaster, he reckoned the title should come from astonishing attainments in either pill refinement or some other art. The white-robed old man coughed and spoke with a gentle voice. It seems I don't need to introduce myself to you. Many of you do recognize me. Normally, I wouldn't appear at such an event, but this auction has things that I've personally appraised. Furthermore, I am greatly interested in these items and took the initiative to act as the auction host. It appears that none of you have any objections. Qilao must be joking. Having a tool refinement master to host the auction is exactly what we would want. Not bad, not bad. Brother Qi's personal appraisal can't be wrong. We'll be more at ease. Praise repeatedly sounded through the floating rooms. Although many of the cultivators didn't say anything, they also raised no opposition. It appeared that the white-robed old man was quite famous. The old man continued, in order for everyone to know what's going on, I'll give you a preview of what to expect. There will be 3 items of extraordinary value. They were rarely seen in the last several hundred years. Among them are top-quality items from the wilderness, and a spirit treasure that has rose up to the primal myriad spirit rankings. As for the last item, it is an entire set of cultivation arts that was left behind by a late-stage body integration senior that shook the worlds of both humans and demons. The cultivators were greatly alarmed as if they couldn't believe what they just heard. The entire hall was filled with silence. The item from the wilderness wasn't much as it was unknown, but a spirit treasure on the primal spirit rankings and the primary cultivation art of a body integration stage cultivator were incredibly rare treasures. If any of those items appeared on the outside, it would provoke a massacre. As the hearts of these cultivators heavily thumped, the atmosphere became extremely grave. Brother Qi, since there are such important items at the auction, Why wasn't it advertised so we could prepare more spirit stones? Why was it kept hidden? An odd childlike voice sounded from one of the stone rooms. Having already anticipated this question, the old man smiled and answered, "Fellow Daoist, don't worry. The reason why the auction was kept a secret is that the owner of these 3 treasures are the same person and had personally made this request to the auction. As for why, I do not know, but the auction didn't refuse it. However, I can guarantee that these treasures are genuine. Of course, since these headline treasures may have arrived on short notice, but you may trade for these treasures using items of equivalent value. The items will be priced a tenth below the value that 3 of the market's appraisal grandmasters and me, so feel at ease." When they heard his reply, the cultivators felt a sense of amazement. Feeling overjoyed, they felt no further need to ask any questions. Old Man Chi saw there were no more objections and promptly announced the start of the bid with a clap of his hands. Over 10 various colored lights promptly flew out onto the stage. After the light faded, 10 beautiful palace-robed women appeared from behind him. Each woman possessed core formation cultivation and held a box of varying size. Following convention, we will begin the auction with finished goods and then move on to materials and secret techniques. The headline items will be auctioned last. For the first item of the auction, we have 3 bottles of the Bright Heart Pills, Cultivation Progression Medicine for Deity Transformation Cultivators. Starting bid is 300,000 spirit stones, with each increase being at least 50,000. The white-robed old man waved his hand. Suddenly, one of the women gracefully walked in front of him and raised her hand, opening the box to reveal 3 small jade bottles. The old man waved his hand in front of the bottles and summoned one into his hand. He skillfully opened it and tilted it, dropping a pure white crystalline pill into his hand. Its dense medicinal scents immediately scattered. The white-haired old man promptly held the pill in 2 of his fingers and waved it towards the cultivators. An inconceivable event occurred. The shining pill's surface immediately released an azure and red glow. They were dazzling as if they were gems. And the air filled with its medicinal scent became several times stronger. I've already demonstrated the Bright Heart Pill's characteristics to you. I'm sure you don't have any further doubts. You may begin the bid. 350,000. 400,000. 450. Suddenly, a large and a small ball of purple light appeared above the platform. It lit up to show the number of spirit stones on the current bid and which room the bidder was in. From the start of the auction, the price surged. It appeared that these deity transformation cultivators had great uses for these spirit stones. This was to be expected. Although the headline items were tempting, a majority of cultivators couldn't hope to acquire time. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to grab smaller items while the rich were distracted. After Han Li returned to his abode, he would be able to refine the clear jade pill and wouldn't need to bid on similar items. He simply watched the bid until the pills were won for 600,000 spirit stones. At that moment, many others had the same thoughts as Han Li, to quietly wait until the auction of the 3 headline items. To tell the truth, Han Li was somewhat interested in the spirit treasure and the divine materials, but he wasn't going to participate in the auction. However, the main cultivation technique of the late body integration stage cultivator greatly tempted him. Han Li's Azure Essence Sword art had been cultivated to the peak of its potential. Although his other abilities are powerful, once his divine essence-fused light was fully cultivated, its might grew alongside his cultivation. The heavenly spirit devouring flame also relied on his body's progression to increase its power. Neither of them were of any assistance in increasing his cultivation stage. Without a suitable technique guiding his cultivation, his body would surely implode from excessive spiritual qi if he continued to rely on pills. Now that Han Li wanted to increase his cultivation, there were 2 paths for him. One was what common cultivators used: find another set of high-grade cultivation arts to continue cultivation. However, suddenly changing to an unfamiliar cultivation art midway was bound to be inevitable. Furthermore, if he wasn't careful, it would produce conflict with his original cultivation art and produce fewer results than the effort he put in. The other cultivation method was to read through the experiences of body refiners, figuring out a path that was rarely tread. That was magic and body dual cultivation. He would have to seek out a devilish sect or demon clan's technique related to body refinement. Both devilish sect and demon clan techniques will not only strengthen his body to a high level when cultivated, but they will also increase his magic power. However, not only is this method rarely seen, but it is also incredibly difficult. Although some human cultivators chose this method, those that succeeded were a sparse few. Originally, the potential of a human's body couldn't compare to the elder devils and the demon clan. Once a human's flesh body was cultivated to a certain strength, it couldn't be progressed further apart from outstanding individuals. But when dual cultivation progresses to the highest levels, not only will one possess astonishing power, but their chances of breaking through bottlenecks are far beyond similar level cultivators. This caused Han Li to feel a bit of conflict over what to choose. He did happen to possess a set of dual cultivation arts. They are the heaven-bearing devil art and the techniques from the Sacred Provenance plate. Han Li already confirmed that those two techniques are closely related to one another in the Bright Jade arts. Since all three techniques can be cultivated separately and all possess their own abilities, they can be considered a set of cultivation arts and can be cultivated in sequence. If he cultivated them without relation to one another, the other two techniques wouldn't have a previous foundation for cultivation and the strength would be only displayed at 1/10 of its potential. But if he cultivated them together from the very start and restored the set of dual cultivation arts, they would reach their full potential. Although these techniques originated from an extremely powerful devilish art from the true devil realm, after passing through expert revisions from the human Buddhist sects and the devilish Dao as well as the demon clan, they were now entirely different. Cultivating magic and body didn't use true devil qi, but worldly essence qi. Although Han Li researched this on his own and felt that these three techniques could be cultivated together, in truth, there hasn't been any human that attempted it before. When the Buddhist sect's Bright Jade arts and the Devil Dao's heaven-bearing devil arts were created, they were regarded as different cultivation techniques. And the Sacred Provenance plates techniques was a legacy passed down by the mortal realm's demon king. It was missing two parts, but it couldn't be the same as the Bright Jade arts and the heaven-bearing devil arts. If he truly cultivated them together, who knows what problems he could encounter. However, it was without question that the Heavenly Provenance plate was a dual cultivation technique that far exceeded others. And the might of his body cultivating the Bright Jade arts has become brutal to the point of being able to use brute strength to fight nascent soul cultivators. If he could cultivate the other two, who knows what power he could achieve. Cultivating purely magic power or dual cultivation each had their advantages and downsides. The first made quicker progression, was easier to cultivate and was more reliable. The other kind was difficult and risky, but it led to overbearing strength. It would also increase his chances of even greater cultivation. As a result, Han Li still remained hesitant and had yet to come to a true decision. He had always made note of commonly cultivated high-grade techniques, but he never came across anything suitable in the market. It wasn't that there wasn't any high-grade spatial tempering arts being sold, but after using the divine essence-fused light and the heavenly spirit devouring flames, he felt common techniques to be beneath him. Now that he heard a set of late body integration stage techniques were being auctioned, his heart stirred. If the cultivation art was truly suitable, he would give up his shaky path on dual cultivation. As Han Li pondered this with worry, Old Man Qi auctioned off the medicine pills in succession. They were all auctioned off at several times their base price. After all the medicine pills had finished bidding, all of the female cultivators holding the boxes flew up to the winners of the bid and exchanged them for spirit stones. Most of them, including the Bright Heart pill, were used for early deity transformation stage cultivators. Only 2 of them were for mid-stage deity transformation cultivators, while none of them were for late-stage cultivators. This was no surprise. Even with the density of spiritual qi and abundance of spiritual medicines in the spirit realm, the primary ingredients for deity transformation stage medicine pills were found in the wilderness. If the herbs could be raised by humans, they would either take too much time or were difficult to nurture. As such, it was naturally rare for deity transformation stage medicine pills to appear on sale. Furthermore, the success rate of refining these medicines were incredibly low. Even if one succeeded in creating a late-stage medicine pill, he would keep it for himself, not auction it off. This was why even in Deep Heaven City, where pill refinement materials were abundant, early deity transformation stage medicines are always scarce, let alone those for mid-stage. With the auction for medicine pills over, the old man waved his hand and the women behind him immediately took another set of boxes. They opened the boxes to reveal different styled jade boxes. They were medicine as well, but they weren't for cultivation progression. They were antidotes and for healing wounds. Another round of bidding began. These medicine pills weren't nearly as well received. Although they were all bid away, their prices were far lower than the last round. To a cultivator, one could never lack for cultivation medicine. These kinds of assistance medicines would only be prepared in few numbers, so they wouldn't be fiercely bid on. When that was done, the women took out wooden boxes with restriction talismans out of their storage bracelet. It was then that the lax atmosphere in the hall became more fervent. These talismans were all torn off to reveal treasures of sparkling light. There were more commonly seen magic blades and sabers, but there were also seals, medallion, mirrors, and other top-grade ancient treasures of rarer forms. The white-robed old man soon reached out to one of the boxes and summoned a bronze token into his hand. They saw the old man toss the token into the air and formed an incantation gesture, striking it with a spell seal. After it twirled through the air, it suddenly turned into 3 hollow copies and shot out. It turned into 3 20-meter-long pythons, one azure, one red, one white, and all sitting in a coil while suspended in midair. They all looked formidable. Old Man Chi spoke with a clear tone, venomous python token. The primary material to refine them was 3 snake-type ancient beasts. Control their soul manifestations to attack. Joined together, they will be at the level of 3 nascent soul stage assistants. It can be considered to be a rare exceptional treasure. Starting bid is at 2 million spirit stones. Each increase will add 100,000. 2 million. Although 3 nascent soul assistants aren't much in the eyes of a deity transformation cultivator, in a crucial moment it could be used as a surprise move. 2,200,000. After a brief silence, the bidding war started. 2,300,000. Each of the treasures were bidded. After 2 waves, the final treasures on display were spirit treasures. The prices had reached a height of disbelief. Although they were only lowest-grade spirit treasures, the spatial tempering stage cultivators continued to vie for them. Each spirit treasure would greatly increase their odds of surviving greater tribulation. In past auctions, headline items would likely be on par with these spirit treasures. However, there were a few spatial tempering stage cultivators that viewed this with indifference. They were saving their bids for the last 3 items. Although it can be considered a spirit treasure, common spirit treasures and a divine spirit treasure on the primal myriad spirit rankings were vastly different in power. If one had an opportunity to take a hold of such a treasure, they wouldn't easily relinquish it. All this time, Han Li hadn't participated in any bids and remained quiet in his room. Then came time for the rare materials and secret techniques to be auctioned off. Han Li quickly paid attention with roused spirits. A rare item and a rare cultivation art were quickly bid on. And when the white-robed old man uttered the words, "A vial of true toad spirit blood," Han Li's face lit up. He originally thought to bid on it, but when the white-haired old man said the starting bid was at 1,500,000 spirit stones, Han Li's mouth twitched. This starting price was far higher than the other materials that were auctioned. Before Han Li could think of the number of spirit stones to offer for the spirit liquid, he suddenly heard a price that caused his heart to sink. 3 million spirit stones. A voice lazily spoke from a remote corner of the hall. Other cultivators that wanted to offer a bid fell silent and he all looked over in shock. It was a pity that they weren't able to see anything due to the restrictions of the rooms. True toad liquid blood was the required material to refine true toad liquid, but a price of 3 million was beyond the upper bound of most bidders. For a time the hall fell deathly quiet. Han Li tensely frowned and looked at the auction stage. The white-robed old man was holding the bottle of liquid with a wavering expression. Han Li was naturally able to afford the price of 3 million spirit stones. Even if he did have spirit herbs that could be sold for large amounts of spirit stones, he definitely wouldn't sell too many of these herbs during a short period of time. Otherwise, if someone were to discover what he was doing, it could spell a lot of trouble for him. The one who had just placed a bid seemed to be intent on securing this jar of true toad spirit blood. Even if he were to place a bid of 3 million spirit stones, that may not be enough and he would definitely attract attention from others. Furthermore, such a small amount of spirit blood would only be enough for him to familiarize himself with the true toad liquid refinement process. It wouldn't actually be sufficient to refine much spirit medicine. As such, following a period of contemplation, Han Li decided not to place any further bids. Just because Han Li had bowed out from the bidding didn't mean that everyone else was also going to give up on it. Just a few moments later, a few more people placed a string of bids. These people were clearly all late deity transformation cultivators who desperately needed the true toad liquid to break through their cultivation bottlenecks. A normal cultivator definitely wouldn't be willing to pay such a hefty price. After an intense bout of bids, the jar of true toad spirit blood was successfully secured by the first bidder at an astronomical price of 4 million spirit stones. The fact that the item had been purchased for such a high price naturally attracted a lot of attention, and many of the cultivators present were frequently stealing glances at the stone cabin, trying to figure out just who was in there. However, their efforts naturally yielded no fruits. The next few auction items were also extremely rare, all of which were important ingredients for pill refinement for spatial tempering cultivators. There were fewer people bidding for these items, but the prices were even more staggering. Among them, a purple myriad year primordial fruit was sold for close to 10 million spirit stones. All of the cultivators who were participating in auctions of this nature for the first time were completely flabbergasted. Just ingredients were being sold at such jaw-dropping prices. If pills that were useful to spatial tempering cultivators were to be brought out, how high would the prices rise to? Not long after that, all of the ingredients and secret tome items had been completely auctioned off. The white-robed elderly man gave a gentle wave of his hand, and the 10 female cultivators standing behind him all drifted off the auction platform. At the same time, 3 cultivators in different attire slowly stepped onto the platform. One of them was a woman in an azure dress, the second was a healthy-looking elderly man, and the final one was a middle-aged scholar with a set of refined features. At the sight of these 3, a slight stir ran throughout the entire hall. Han Li could faintly hear the word appraiser being thrown around, and he immediately understood who they were. These were the 3 appraisers that the elderly man had been referring to in the beginning. The cultivation bases of this trio were inferior to the white-robed elderly man. All of them were only at the early deity transformation stage. However, their ability to create such a stir among the cultivators present clearly indicated that they weren't just a trio of ordinary people. Just as these thoughts were running through Han Li's mind, the white-robed elderly man extended a polite greeting to the 3 before turning back to all of the cultivators present. Coming up next will be the 3 most precious treasures for this auction, and they're being carried by fellow Daoist Han and the others. The first treasure will be 3 scales from the true spirit black qilin of the primordial world. These scales can be used to refine the legendary true spirit water pill or used as top-grade materials to refine water attribute spirit treasures. Spirit treasures refined using this material have a certain chance of making it onto the chaotic myriad spirit roll. In contrast, the true spirit water pill can allow any early deity transformation cultivator to reach the mid-deity transformation stage following consumption. Of course, regardless of whether it's the spirit treasure or the true spirit water pill, the probability of successfully refining either of them is rather low, even if a master of the craft were to be commissioned for the job. However, if anyone secures this item and wishes to refine a spirit treasure with it, I can provide my personal tool refinement services free of charge, the white-robed elderly man announced with a chuckle before retreating to behind the trio of appraisers. The cultivators in the second stone cabin all drew sharp breaths upon hearing the words, "True Spirit Black Qilin." All of them stared at the 3 appraisers on stage in a completely speechless manner. In contrast, all of the cultivators who were extremely rich were ecstatic to hear this. It appeared that they had made the right decision to wait for the final few auction items. Regardless of what the final 2 auction items were, just these scales of the true spirit black qilin was valuable enough for them to bid with all their might. However, most of them were planning to refine the true spirit water pill. In contrast, using the scales to refine a spirit treasure seemed like a bit of a waste. Furthermore, the only cultivators who were interested in refining a spirit treasure with the scales were virtually all cultivators who used water attribute cultivation arts. Han Li's heart also jolted significantly upon hearing about the true spirit water pill. This was a pill that defied the natural order, and could instantly effect a breakthrough for an early deity transformation cultivator. It was what he had been desperately searching for, and he almost instantaneously made the decision that he was going to secure these scales no matter what. Even if he had to take some risk to achieve that objective, it would be worth it. Thus, a decisive look appeared on Han Li's face. At this moment, the middle-aged woman among the 3 appraisers stepped forward. She swept a hand over her storage bracelet, and a translucent jade box that was around a foot in size appeared. There were runes shimmering over the surface of the box as well bursts of white light, and it was quite apparent that even this box was no ordinary object. The woman required no further introduction from the white-robed elderly man as she placed a finger onto the jade box. The lid of the box flew off of its own accord, following which 3 streaks of black light shot forth, rising high into the air. However, the middle-aged woman seemed to have anticipated this in advance, and she merely made a grabbing motion in a calm manner. A burst of invisible suction force emerged, trapping the 3 streaks of black light before violently tugging them downward. The 3 streaks of black light swirled before revealing themselves as a trio of fist-sized black scales, which were forced into the middle-aged woman's hand. The woman placed 2 of the scales back into the box, then sealed it with a restriction talisman, before displaying the final scale to everyone. As you all know, the Black Qilin is a water attribute true spirit from birth. Their scales are the best water attribute materials in this world, and they're most useful for fellow Daoists who are using water attribute cultivation arts. However, there are only 2 ways to verify the authenticity of such scales. The first of those methods is to assess the spiritual power within the scales. Even without further refinement, these scales contain astonishing water attribute spiritual power, comparable to that of top-grade water attribute treasures. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman injected her spiritual power into the scale before waving it through the air. All of a sudden, blue light flashed and a blue lotus flower of light blossomed on the surface of the scale. The lotus flower was translucent and dazzling, as glamorous as a diamond. The lotus flower then rotated on the spot and swelled drastically in size at the middle-aged woman's behest, expanding to around the size of a human head within the blue spiritual light. Its petals swayed and countless specks of blue light shot forth in all directions. In the blink of an eye, extremely rich water attribute spiritual qi had spread throughout the entire hall. Situated within one of the stone cabins, Han Li's eyes flashed as he raised a hand and made a grabbing motion. One of the specks of blue light fell into his palm and immediately disappeared. Han Li closed his eyes and experienced a cool sensation quickly coursing through his entire body from his palm. When he opened his eyes again, his expression was filled with contentment. This was indeed extremely pure water attribute spiritual power, and only the scales of the Black Qilin would be able to emanate such power. Not just Han Li, but all of the other cultivators were also convinced after experiencing the pure spiritual power imbued within the blue specks of light. At this moment, the middle-aged woman flicked her wrist, and the blue lotus flower on the scale disappeared. The specks of blue light hovering throughout the entire hall also instantly vanished. She continued, "Among the heavenly true spirits, the hardness of Qilin scales is not inferior to that of even the most powerful true spirits such as true dragons. Even though the scales will have lost most of their hardness after detaching from the Qilin's body, it would still be impossible to destroy them with normal attacks." As her voice trailed off, the woman tossed the scale into the air. A ball of black light immediately hovered in the air in a completely stationary manner. Right at this moment, golden light flashed from the middle-aged woman's hands, and 2 axes appeared, each of which was around a foot in size. Both axes were shimmering with golden light and giving off a menacing aura. The woman adopted a serious expression as her axes flew into the air as streaks of golden light, then came crashing down toward that scale. Following a resounding clang, black light flashed from the surface of the scale and it was sent flying by the twin axes, but it was completely unscathed. However, the demonstration didn't end there. The middle-aged woman began to chant something, and a pillar of azure flames erupted into the air, completely engulfing the scale. 3-colored azure tribulation flames. Several cries of surprise rang out from within the hall, and many cultivators were clearly very envious toward the flames that the woman had just unleashed. However, after the woman withdrew her flames, the scale that was hovering in midair was still completely unscathed. After that, she unleashed a series of other attacks, all of different attributes, yet they were completely ineffective against this scale. The final Devil Dao treasure the woman unleashed released a ball of blood mist, but it was unable to corrode the scale in the slightest, and thus concluded her demonstration. She raised a hand to draw the Qilin scale back to her before placing it into the jade box again, and sealing it with a talisman. She then took a few steps backward with the box in her hands, and refrained from saying anything else. At this moment, the white-robed elderly man took the stage again with a wide smile, and said in a brief and concise manner, "The 3 true spirit black Qilan scales have a base price of 15 million spirit stones. Each incremental jump has to be at least 1 million spirit stones, and the bidding may now begin. 17,000,000, 18,000,000, 20,000,000. The price of the scales quickly climbed up by 1 million to 2 million at a time. Many of the cultivators who attending this type of auction for the first time were completely stunned by this, and immediately relinquished any thoughts of participating in the bidding. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but there was also a hint of surprise shimmering in his eyes. He didn't think that in the dying stages of the auction, there would still be so many cultivators with so much money left to spend. However, he wasn't in a hurry to place a bid. He merely looked at the astronomical number that was only continuing to increase and pursed his slightly dry lips. In the face of 3 true spirit scales, tens of millions of spirit stones were nothing but mere numbers. Everyone wanted to make a breakthrough with immediate effect. After all, it was extremely difficult for deity transformation cultivators to progress, and the majority of deity transformation cultivators were stuck at the early deity transformation stage until the day they died. The scales essentially provided a lifeline, and everyone immediately burst into a frenzy to try and secure the scales for themselves. However, no matter how desperately one wanted to secure the scales, they had to be conscious of their limits. After the price rose above 25 million spirit stones, there were almost no cultivators left who were still participating in the bidding. In fact, there were only 3 such cultivators left. One of them was the same one who had just secured the true toad spirit blood, and his voice was still as lazy as ever. Among the other 2 voices, one was quite wizened and coarse, while the other was pleasant to the ears. It sounded as if the remaining 2 cultivators were an elderly man and a young female cultivator respectively. The bids rolled in at increments of 1 million spirit stones at a time, and the price was quickly approaching 30 million. When the owner of that lazy voice made an astronomical bid of 30 million, the other 2 cultivators immediately fell silent. It appeared that this price was already beyond what they were able to afford, so they could only give up. All of the cultivators looked up in the air above the auction platform. There, the number on the massive disc was slowly changing color. Once it became completely crimson in color, that would mean a final price had been settled. 31,000,000. All of a sudden an unfamiliar voice sounded. As soon as this bid was made, all of the cultivators in the hall faltered momentarily before immediately turning their attention to the stone cabin that Han Li was situated in. It appeared that even at such a jaw-dropping price, there were still people willing to make additional bids. Within the stone cabin, Han Li sat with a calm and collected expression. 32,000,000. The lazy voice carried a hint of surprise this time. 33,000,000. Han Li immediately placed another bid without any hesitation. 34,000,000. This time, the lazy voice only placed the bid after a momentary hesitation. 35,000,000. Many of the cultivators present were struggling to pick their jaws up off the ground. These were true spirit scales on offer here, but surely such a ridiculous price was too much. Even the spirit treasures that ranked at the bottom of the chaotic myriad spirit roll were only around this price. 35 million? Fellow Daoist Qi, I highly suspect that this fellow Daoist doesn't have that many spirit stones, and is only bidding to cause trouble for me. Shouldn't you be assessing whether he actually has that many spirit stones? The owner of the lazy voice suddenly said in a cold manner. I'll be sure to verify this in person at the conclusion of the auction. However, everything shall progress as normal before then. Please continue, fellow Daoists. The white-robed elderly man merely replied with a calm smile. He clearly didn't want to offend either of the bidders before learning their identities. If that's the case, then I won't be placing any further bids. I want to see if this fellow Daoist truly can offer something worth 35 million spirit stones as a bond. The owner of the lazy voice seemed to have grown quite frustrated, and he really did refrain from participating in any further bidding. Thus, the number on the massive disc turned crimson, and the white-robed elderly man announced Han Li to be the new owner of the 3 true spirit scales. After that, the white-robed elderly man and the woman carrying the jade box began to fly toward the stone cabin that Han Li was situated in. Soon they reached the cabin before stopping. The elderly man flipped his hand over to produce an azure badge. He waved the badge gently toward the stone cabin before entering the cabin with the female appraiser behind him. After entering the room, the elderly man appraised Han Li for a brief moment before offering a smile and cupping his fist in a salute. Your treasure has been delivered, fellow Daoist. It's time for you to issue the spirit stones. If you have something you can offer as a bond, fellow Daoist, he here will appraise its value and offer discounts accordingly. If you'd like, I can also invite the other two appraisers here as well. The white-robed elderly man was speaking in quite a polite manner. I trust your discerning eyes, Brother Qi, fellow Daoist he. Have a look at this. Han Li glanced at the jade box being carried by the woman before rustling his sleeve. A small brocade box that had been prepared well in advance emerged from within. The white-robed elderly man had seen countless treasures in his time, and he merely accepted the box with a calm expression before opening the lid. A burst of fragrant aroma immediately wafted throughout the entire cabin. The elderly man's calm facade completely crumbled at the sight of the contents of the box. A myriad-year spirit herb. The elderly drew a sharp breath before finally tearing his gaze away from the item in the box. He then turned to Han Li with a rather peculiar look in his eyes. The woman's heart also jolted upon hearing the words, myriad-year spirit herb. She strode over to the elderly man and also peered into the brocade box. Lying within the box, enshrouded in a ball of white light, was a pristine white spirit herb that was several inches in length. There were runes around it that were flashing like projections. Myriad-year spirit runes. That does indeed appear to be a myriad-year spirit herb, but further appraisal will be required to verify its authenticity, the woman said in a slow voice after staring at the spirit herb for a long while. That's your area of expertise, fellow Daoist he, so I'll have to trouble you to appraise this treasure. The white-robed elderly man was being quite respectful toward the woman. The woman nodded before accepting the brocade box that was being handed over to her. She then flipped over her other hand and a thin green jade ruler appeared. The ruler was around a foot in length, and there were over 20 peculiar spiral patterns carved onto its surface. The woman's eyes flashed as she slowly extended the ruler toward the spirit herb in the box. Before the green ruler had even come into contact with the spirit herb, white spiritual light erupted amid a low ringing sound. At the same time, the peculiar spiral patterns on the jade ruler lit up one after the other, emanating piercing green light. After the 11th and final pattern lit up, the woman's calm expression was finally beginning to crack a little. She carefully examined the spirit herb in the box once again before concluding in a firm voice, "This is indeed a myriad-year spirit herb, and it's a snow WRM herb that's around 11,000 years old. Snow WRM herbs are quite rare, so they're much more valuable than normal myriad-year spirit medicines. I value this at around 7 million spirit stones." 7 million. That's around what I was expecting. Do you have any objections, fellow Daoist? The white-robed elderly man nodded before turning to Han Li. I'm fine with that price. I also have some more that you can take. They should be enough to pay for the auction item. Azure light flashed from Han Li's wrist, and 4 jade boxes appeared, all of which he tossed toward the white-robed elderly man in a calm manner. The elderly man waved an arm to catch all of the jade boxes before opening them one by one. He was trying his best to maintain a calm facade on this occasion, but the twitching of his eyelids still betrayed his emotional turmoil. Are these all myriad-year spirit herbs? He asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Why do you ask? Do you not accept such spirit medicines? Han Li asked with a smile. Of course we do, fellow Daoist. The white-robed elderly man chuckled in response, but the shock in his eyes was quite apparent. The female appraiser was also starting to become rather skeptical. She appraised the spirit herbs in the jade boxes one by one, following which an incredulous look appeared on her face. Individual myriad-year spirit herbs naturally weren't as precious as true spirit scales. However, they had much more practical applications as they could be used as ingredients to refine a wide range of pills. As such, their demand always far exceeded supply for these treasures. Furthermore, they were also extremely valuable, so they were basically the next best currency used on the market, second only to spirit stones. Perhaps shops would reject other items, but there wasn't a single shop that would reject myriad-year spirit herbs. Seeing as fellow Daoist he has verified the authenticity of these spirit herbs, then these 3 true spirit scales belong to you now, fellow Daoist. A hint of curiosity flashed through the white-robed elderly man's eyes as he put on a wide smile and handed over the brocade box to Han Li. Thank you. Han Li made a grabbing motion and the brocade box was drawn toward him. He briefly inspected the contents of the box before nodding with a pleased expression. The white-robed elderly man was very curious about Han Li had come across so many myriad-year spirit herbs, but he didn't articulate those questions. He merely stowed away the spirit herbs before departing from the stone cabin and returning to the auction platform. Even though the elderly man and the female appraiser had spent quite a while in Han Li's cabin, this amount of time was naturally negligible to the cultivators outside, who would often meditate for months at a time. However, all of them immediately turned their attention toward the duo as soon as they emerged. Everyone wanted to know whether the transaction had been a success. Rest assured, fellow Daoists, the transaction was a success. We'll now be moving on to the next auction item. This is a spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, so it's even more valuable than true spirit scales. This is the Divine Spirit Treasures, Sea-Raising Halberd. Its base price is 20 million spirit stones. The white-robed elderly man didn't disclose any information about Han Li, immediately moving on to announcing the next auction item instead. The elderly man among the trio of appraisers stepped forward right on cue, producing a shimmering blue short halberd from his spirit bracelet. The cultivators in the hall were naturally extremely interested in this treasure as well. After the elderly man displayed some of the halberd's incredible abilities, an intense bout of bidding immediately commenced. At this moment, Han Li's attention was focused entirely on the black scale in his hand, seemingly completely disinterested in the divine spirit treasure being offered outside. In the end, the short halberd was purchased by an unfamiliar cultivator for the same price of 35 million spirit stones. It was finally time for the last auction item to be revealed. The next auction item is a cultivation art that was once used by a late body integration senior who possesses a resounding reputation. Perhaps not many of you will know this senior's name, but I'm sure all of you have heard of the great Zhou God-vanquishing needle. This ability has been showcased in brilliant fashion on many occasions during wars with foreign races. Different editions of this cultivation art have been released, and there are even beings from the demon race who have cultivated this secret technique. The edition of the cultivation art on offer is the very first edition that was created by the 5-spirit true lord himself in ancient times, so I trust that I won't need to elaborate on its immense value. Most importantly, using this cultivation art will allow one to temporarily convert their own magic power into another attribute. However, there are very strict prerequisites that one must satisfy before they can use this cultivation art. Firstly, only those above the nascent soul stage will be able to consider this cultivation art. Secondly, the cultivator must possess a 5-elemental spiritual root. Of course, there are also some other conditions that must be satisfied, but those hurdles are not insurmountable, so I won't rattle them off one by one. We can guarantee that the cultivation art is complete, and the highest bidder will be able to verify that for themselves. Another thing that I have to remind everyone of is that even though this cultivation art is extremely powerful, among those who have used it, only the 5-spirit Trudlord has reached the body integration stage. We're not sure whether the others have simply failed to use the cultivation art properly or encountered other unforeseen troubles. In any case, most of them didn't progress beyond the deity transformation stage. However, what we do know is that this cultivation art is capable of taking one to greater heights, as evidenced by the might of the 5-spirit true lord. That's enough talking from me. This cultivation art is known as the Yin-Yang Extreme Mantra. Any fellow Daoists who are interested can begin placing bids now. The starting price is 20 million spirit stones, and the minimum incremental jump is 1 million spirit stones once again. After a fluent introduction from the white-robed elderly man, the middle-aged scholar stepped forward with a smile. He produced a wooden box from his storage bracelet, within which was contained a shimmering golden jade slip. That was quite clearly the cultivation art in question. The great Zhou God-vanquishing needle was truly a vastly renowned ability, and many of the cultivators present were extremely excited to see such a legendary auction item. As for the prerequisites involved, none of the cultivators present paid them much heed. After all, Only cultivators of the deity transformation stage and above could participate in this auction, so the cultivation base restriction wasn't an issue. As for possessing a 5-elemental spiritual root, that was a prerequisite required to reach the spatial tempering stage, so everyone was striving toward that goal already anyway. Of course, only the heavens knew how many of them would succeed in that quest. However, the white-robed elderly man had made it very clear that this cultivation art was extremely difficult to master, and that very few people were even able to reach the spatial tempering stage while using it, so that discouraged a lot of people from participating in the bidding. Han Li was one of those people. The Yin-Yang Extreme Mantra was clearly an extremely powerful cultivation art, but the fact that it was so difficult to master immediately made Han Li lose interest in it. In terms of power, his simultaneous cultivation art for both magic power cultivation and body refinement definitely wouldn't be inferior to the auction item. Furthermore, 20 million spirit stones as a base price was far too hefty for him to consider purchasing it for novelty purposes. However, there was no lack of cultivators present who thought themselves to possess exceptional aptitude, and they remained quite interested in this cultivation art. The price of 20 million spirit stones naturally did deter some people from participating in the bidding, but after just 2 rounds, a cold voice suddenly sounded. 40 million. Everyone's eyes immediately widened upon hearing this. The bidder was none other than the man who had been bidding against Han Li for the true spirit scales. Not only did his lofty bid leave all of the deity transformation cultivators completely dumbfounded, even the spatial tempering cultivators who were interested in the cultivation art fell completely silent. Everyone was wondering just who this person was to possess such incredible wealth. Such a vast quantity of spirit stones was most likely equivalent to the net worth of the average spatial tempering cultivator. Han Li was also feeling rather curious, but this matter didn't have anything to do with him, so he didn't think too much about it. Seeing as the cultivation art had been sold, the auction naturally drew to a conclusion. In the instant that the auction concluded, all of the restrictions on the stone cabins were activated. Han Li was teleported out of his cabin amid a flash of white light, and he appeared in a certain corridor outside the auction hall. Spiritual light flashed in quick succession all along the entire corridor as other cultivators were also teleported there one after the other. However, everyone was enshrouded in shimmering silver light, so no one could identify anyone else. Han Li didn't pay any heed to the cultivators around him as he strode directly toward the gate of the profound Zenith Hall. The auction was already over, yet he wasn't planning to return to the stone tower. Instead, he was preparing to depart from Deep Heaven City and return to his own cave abode. There was half a year until he would be deployed on his next bout of patrol duty, and during that time he had to refine some spirit medicines. As a starting point, he had to refine a batch of clear jade pills. With a steady supply of those pills, he wouldn't have to worry about his cultivation for the near future. As for those 3 true spirit scales, he wasn't going to refine them in any rush. He was going to conduct some research on them first so they wouldn't go to waste. After exiting the profound Zenith Hall, Han Li flew over the tall city walls and traveled toward the barren land in the distance. At this moment, there were 2 people situated within a secret chamber that was enshrouded under many layers of restrictions in the profound Zenith Hall. One of them was a benevolent-looking old man in a set of white robes with his hands clasped behind his back, and a respectful look on his face. He was none other than the elderly man with the Qi surname. Seated in a casual manner on the stone chair before the elderly man was a handsome young man in a set of purple robes. There was a vibrant red mole near the corner of his lips that was particularly eye-catching. The elder man said in a respectful manner, "Don't worry, my lord, even though that person used a secret technique to obscure his features, your lowly servant's purple light spirit eyes was able to see through the disguise with ease." The one who secured the Yin-Yang Extreme Mantra was definitely a female cultivator. However, she looked nothing like the portraits of the women you gave to me. Instead, she was extremely hideous. This vastly renowned tool refinement master of Deep Heaven City was referring to himself as a lowly servant in the face of this young man. If other cultivators in the city were to witness this interaction, their jaws would most likely drop to the ground. A faint smile appeared on the young man's face upon hearing this. There's no need to be confused. Old Man Qi, a female cultivator capable of offering such a vast amount of spirit stones at once to purchase a cultivation art, has to be from either the Yi family or the Gu family. Like our Long family, Both of these families are obscure true spirit families descended from ancient times, and the true spirit bloodlines being passed down in those two families can only be inherited by women. We have control over the auction houses all over the 3 human regions, yet they have control over an astonishing number of top-grade spirit stone mines. It's just that neither of those families has many members and very few of them are active in the outside world, so it's always been a secret which true spirit bloodline they've inherited. Now, it looks like one of the families has most likely inherited the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline, which is one of the most powerful bloodlines in the spirit realm, just like our family's true dragon bloodline. It appears we've made the correct gamble this time. The members of those obscure true spirit families really will lurk in Deep Heaven City in disguise for a period of time to train themselves, the young man analyzed in a confident manner. You have a brilliant tactical mind, my lord. The Yin-Yang Extreme Mantra is of extreme importance to those with the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline. After all, only top-grade cultivation arts that make use of all 5 elemental powers can completely activate the bloodline of the Heavenly Phoenix. How is she supposed to know that this cultivation art is a massive trap that was set in ancient times? The white-robed elderly man chuckled. Hee, the wisdom of our ancestors is certainly not something we can match. If it weren't for the fact that the true dragon bloodline is far stronger in my body than in our forefathers, those old bastards from our family wouldn't have lent me their support. In order to avoid arousing suspicions from our target, we've even brought out our black Qilin scales and sea-raising halberd to be auctioned off. Our scouts also intentionally leaked this information to the members of the true spirit families beforehand. Otherwise, our plan wouldn't have progressed so smoothly. Thankfully, the treasures fetched good prices, and one of them even raked in 5 myriad-year spirit herbs, so we haven't incurred too severe of a loss. By the way, have you figured out the origins of the cultivator that purchased the true spirit scales? The young man asked. My lord, as you know, this lowly servant's purple light spirit eyes can only be unleashed a total of 3 times in my life. I wouldn't dare to use the final opportunity on someone else. I could only sense that he wasn't a spatial tempering cultivator, and that his cultivation base was only at the deity transformation stage. However, he most likely possesses more than just those 5 spirit herbs. Could it be that's from the Run family? The bloodline of the Run family isn't all that impressive, but they're truly frontrunners of the human race when it comes to nurturing spirit herbs, the elderly man mused with a serious expression. That's indeed a possibility. If that person really from the Run family, then so be it. The Run family is a true spirit family with their allegiance pledged to the heavenly spirit sovereign, so we can't afford to mess with them at the moment, the young man said with furrowed brows. Indeed, my lord. Even though our family doesn't fear the 3 emperors, it wouldn't be worth it to make one of them our enemy just for a few spirit herbs, the elderly man chimed in as he nodded emphatically. A thought suddenly occurred to the young man, and he turned to the elderly man with a benevolent expression as he said, using your purple light spirit eyes must have harmed your cultivation base, right? After I take care of matters here, I'll hold a blood sacrifice ceremony for you to give your cultivation base a boost. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. The elderly man hurriedly extended an overjoyed bow. The young man nodded with a pleased expression before falling into deep thought about something. Several days later, Han Li had reached the mountain ranges where his cave abode was situated. Over 500 kilometers away from his cave abode, there were 2 people locked in a tense showdown with one another. Brother Jean, why have you followed me all the way to this place? Have I done something to offend you? The man who had spoken was none other than the one who had fought Han Li for that plot of spirit land, and the one who was facing off against him was the fatso with the Jean surname whom he'd been interacting with outside the Heavenly Jade Pavilion. The 2 appeared to be on relatively good terms, but they seemed to be on the brink of breaking out into battle. Of course not, Brother Weng. I just so happened to be passing by this place as well, and I saw you stopping here, so I thought I'd come over to greet you, the fatso replied with an innocent expression. You just so happened to be passing by and you thought you'd greet me? Do you think I'm retarded? Who would come to a secluded place like this for no reason? And if you wanted to greet me, was it necessary to follow me for almost 10,000 kilometers while using a concealment technique to hide your presence? The man interrogated. Haha, I also found it to be strange that you would come to a place like this. Why have to come here instead of staying in your own cave abode to cultivate? If I recall correctly, this was the plot of spirit land that you were fighting for but lost in the end. The fatso's eyes narrowed with a sly look. do I have to explain myself to you now, Brother Jean? The man's expression darkened significantly. There's no need to be angry, Brother Wang. I'm just here to remind you of the fact that this plot of spirit land has an owner now. I was afraid that you'd do something reckless and stir up some trouble that you can't rectify. What are you trying to look for in this place? Why don't you tell me and I'll give you a hand? The fatso was intent on getting to the bottom of this. The man harumphed coldly and didn't say anything further, but a vicious light shimmered in his eyes. All of a sudden, green light flashed behind the fatso, and a thin green thread appeared out of thin air. The thread then instantly transformed into a massive green net that descended toward him. The entire process was completely soundless, and the fatso didn't seem to have noticed that something was amiss as he continued to appraise the man with a fake smile on his face. The man's expression remained completely unchanged, but he was ecstatic internally. He surreptitiously summoned a translucent blue flying dagger into his hand, which was obscured by his sleeve, preparing to kill the fatso with this dagger as soon as he was caught by the net. However, when the next was only several tens of feet away from the fatso's head, an astonishing turn of events suddenly unfolded. A dull thump erupted as brilliant spiritual light radiated from the fatso's hair. A vast expanse of golden light emerged before manifesting into a massive golden hand that caught the green net. Golden and green light intertwined with one another, creating a series of bizarre crackles and pops. It's you, old devil Jean? As expected, you really did come as well, old devil Ming. Two voices sounded almost in unison from within the green and golden light. It was just that one voice was rather surprised while the other was confident and assured. Immediately thereafter, both the massive golden hand and the green net shot back at once. The spiritual light receded to reveal a tiny green WM as well as a miniature humanoid figure that was only around half a foot tall. The small WM was none other than the avatar belonging to the master of the man with the Wang surname. In contrast, the miniature humanoid figure wore a set of golden Daoist robes with a miniature wooden sword strapped to its back. Its face had also been completely obscured by murky light, making it impossible to make out its actual appearance. However, one could sense that it seemed to be a rather elderly being. You're using a soul-splitting technique. You've even deployed this spiritual avatar that you're using to avoid your next heavenly tribulation? Aren't you afraid that something will go wrong and you won't be able to transcend your next tribulation? The green WM asked in a cold voice as it scrutinized the miniature humanoid figure. Hee, you won't need to worry about that, fellow Daoist Ming. Master Thousand Treasure was an extremely renowned powerful being during his time, and the treasures he carried with him were vastly renowned among both races. As long as I can obtain 2 or 3 of them, I won't have to worry about my next tribulation transcendence at all. Didn't you send an avatar here as well? The miniature humanoid figure chuckled. You know about Master Thousand Treasure as well? The green WM exclaimed. Meanwhile, the fatso and the man with the Wang surname were standing off to the side with respectful expressions on their faces, not daring to interject on this conversation. You no need to know how I came by this information. However, you can rest assured knowing that you and I are the only ones aware of this. There definitely isn't a third person with this knowledge. How about we join force and work together to secure the treasures? The miniature humanoid figure suggested. Secure the treasures together? If you had some concrete leads, why would you need to work together with us? Indeed, I am not sure of the exact details, but it's enough as long as you have such information, right, Brother Ming? The miniature humanoid figure replied. You're threatening me. The green WM's voice immediately cooled. I would dare to do no such thing. I'm simply proposing a collaboration, which means I intend to assist you in searching for the treasures. Once we find them, we'll split them evenly among us and it'll forge a closer bond between us. Isn't that a win-win situation? The humanoid figure hurriedly shook its head and waved its hands. There's someone coming. The green WM wanted to offer a furious retort, but its expression suddenly changed as it abruptly turned toward a certain direction. The miniature humanoid figure also glanced toward that direction, and its expression darkened as well. Looks like the owner of the plot of land is back. You have to make a decision about our collaboration, fellow Daoist. Otherwise, if things get out of hand and the old monsters of Deep Heaven City are alerted, our efforts could completely go to waste. According to the rules of Deep Heaven City, all treasures discovered on a plot of spirit land belong to the owner of that land, the miniature humanoid figure urged in a serious voice. The green WRM's expression changed several times before it sighed in a resigned manner and replied, "All right, I'll agree to the collaboration for now, but the treasures definitely can't be split evenly between us. As for the specific conditions, we'll discuss that elsewhere. We can't stay in this place any longer though. I heard from my disciple that even though the owner of this plot of land is only a deity transformation cultivator, he possesses quite a powerful spiritual sense. Let's take care not to be discovered by him." Haha, that's all I needed to hear. Sco. The miniature humanoid figure nodded in a content manner before grabbing the air, upon which a small purple umbrella appeared within its grasp. The umbrella was gently swished through the air, following which it transformed into a swath of purple light. The purple light enshrouded both itself and the fatso, upon which both of them disappeared on the spot. That's the purple maple umbrella. I didn't think that he would have brought such a powerful spirit treasure here. Looks like he really is well prepared. Let's get out of this place as well. The green WM faltered initially upon seeing the umbrella before opening its mouth in a rather gloomy manner to produce a small 5-colored flag. The flag rotated on the spot before manifesting a 5-colored cloud that swept toward the two of them, then burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Peace and quiet resumed as if nothing had ever happened here. Some time later, a streak of azure light shot forth from the distance, within which was a young man with a set of ordinary features. This man was none other than Han Li. When the streak of azure light flew into the air above a trough in the ground below, the streak of light circled around the surrounding area for a few laps before receding to reveal Han Li hovering in midair. He glanced around at his surroundings as a hint of bewilderment appeared on his face. He had just detected what seemed to be a hint of spiritual chi fluctuations here. Even though it was extremely feeble and disappeared in a flash, there was definitely no mistaking it. The miniature humanoid figure and the green WRM that were facing off earlier were both spatial tempering cultivators, but they were both avatars after all. After cultivating the great development technique, Han Li's spiritual sense was far more powerful than that of a deity transformation cultivator, and was only slightly inferior to that of an early spatial tempering powerful being. As such, even though they had acted very quickly, Han Li still detected that something was amiss. As such, he sped here at several times his original pace, but he was still too late. Han Li unleashed his spiritual sense to quickly inspect the area in a radius of several hundred kilometers around him, all to no avail. His expression instantly darkened as a result. After pausing in midair and contemplating to himself for a long while, Han Li suddenly gave a cold chuckle as he sped directly toward his cave abode as a streak of azure light. At this point, the green WRM and the golden humanoid figure were already thousands of kilometers away, so they naturally weren't aware of the fact that their presence had already been detected. They were currently situated on a secluded mountain, discussing the details of their collaboration. As soon as Han Li returned to his cave abode, he immediately activated the restrictions nearby before making his way into one of the tool refinement rooms. He spent 3 days and 3 nights in there, and when he re-emerged from the room he was carrying a strange octagonal formation plate that was shimmering with silver light, and countless precise jade beads of all types of different colors had been added to his storage bracelet. These jade beads were all very smooth and one or several silver runes had been carved into them, all of which were inscribed in the beveled silver text. This was a special type of treasures invented by Han Li known as the myriad dragon bead. He had developed such a treasure after using a type of talisman described on that half-page of the Golden Jade Tome as reference. These treasures weren't difficult to refine and they didn't possess any offensive or defensive abilities. However, they were extremely useful sensory devices, and each bead could conduct surveillance on an area with a radius of several tens of kilometers. If any spiritual chi fluctuations were to appear within the surveillance area, Han Li would be able to ascertain its rough location using his formation plate, even from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. Of course, such surveillance measures couldn't be set up simply by burying these beads casually into the ground. Not only did they have to be placed in a special spell formation, the location that the myriad dragon beads were buried at had to have the formation plate as its center. That way they would be able to resonate with one another, but a massive formation was required to facilitate this. As for how large the formation had to be, that was naturally dependent on how many myriad dragon beads Han Li was going to bury. Under normal circumstances, if one were to try and conduct surveillance over the entire plot of Spirit Land, Just the spirit stone expenditure required would be downright astronomical. Even with Han Li's enormous wealth, if a surveillance formation of this nature were to constantly be in action, it would only take several years before Han Li's entire supply of spirit stones was exhausted. Han Li had inspected some of the restrictions in Deep Heaven City that had made use of beveled silver text, and he discovered that even though some of those restrictions had similar abilities to his myriad dragon beads, they definitely weren't this petite and discreet. As such, even though these treasures were simple to refine, they were truly unique. Of course, the simplicity being mentioned here was on relative terms. If it weren't for the information on that half page of the Golden Jade Tome, there was no way that Han Li would have been able to refine such treasures. Back in the human world, Han Li had also been tempted to refine a set of these treasures, but unfortunately, one of the main materials required couldn't be found in the human world anymore, so he could only give up on that plan. Back when he was at the Setting Sun City's marketplace, he unintentionally discovered this material, and it wasn't very expensive, so he decided to purchase all of the materials required to refine these beads. Looking back now, that was a wise decision. Seeing as he already knew that there were people plotting something in his spirit land, he naturally couldn't just leave things as they were. Regardless of what measures he was going to take, his first priority was to conduct surveillance on these people. Han Li departed from his cave abode as a streal of azure light, then buried the countless myriad dragon beads from his storage bracelet deep into the ground according to a certain pattern, with his cave abode as the central point. At his current speed, it took him less than half a day to set up restrictions throughout almost 2/3 of the entire plot of Spirit Land. After that, Han Li returned to his cave abode and set up a strange formation within a certain hole, then placed the octagonal formation plate at the center of that formation. He then embedded several tens of high-grade spirit stones in the ground around the formation before casting several incantation seals to activate it. Following a burst of low ringing, bursts of white light began to appear over the entire formation, following which a layer of silver light suddenly surfaced over the octagonal formation plate. Upon that layer, specks of white light were flashing incessantly. Han Li nodded with a satisfied expression upon seeing this before making his way over to a secret chamber. He didn't know who had trespassed on his spirit land, but they most likely had something to do with the cultivator he had fought over the spirit land with. Prior to grasping any concrete leads, Han Li refrained from doing anything that could potentially be reckless, and decided to survey the situation from the shadows first. Now he was preparing to inspect that mysterious lightning patterns, as well as to refine the other beveled silver text talismans inscribed on that half page of the Golden Jade Tome. Of course, during this time he also had to refine some spirit medicine, including the clear jade pill. Han Li entered the secret chamber before closing the door. He strode over to the center of the chamber before sitting down with his legs crossed. He raised a hand and brushed it over his storage bracelet, following which azure light flashed and a jade slip, a golden handkerchief and a bead appeared. Han Li injected his spiritual sense into the jade slip first, then carefully inspected the lightning patterns. After that, he stroked the golden handkerchief and contemplated to himself momentarily before tossing it up into the air. After that, Han Li abruptly opened his mouth to blast forth a crimson fireball, which struck the golden handkerchief with unerring accuracy. Golden light flashed and the fireball was snuffed out, but the handkerchief remained completely unscathed. Han Li raised his eyebrows as he pointed a finger toward the handkerchief, launching a translucent ice spike toward it. The ice spike was also reduced to nothingness following a flash of spiritual light. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face. Could it be that this handkerchief was immune to the power of the 5 elements? With that in mind, Han Li flicked a finger to expel a burst of golden sword chi. On this occasion, the handkerchief was sliced in half with ease before transforming into countless thin golden threads that quickly disappeared. Han Li's brows furrowed as he nodded initially before shaking his head. He then turned his attention to the golden bead in his hand. The power of lightning imbued within this bead seemed to be extremely volatile. An hour later, an earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted within the secret chamber. The walls of the chamber suddenly shattered, even though they had been reinforced by many layers of restrictions. Arcs of golden lightning that were as thick as large bowls surged violently through the air as if they were countless golden snakes dancing amid brilliant golden light. Right at this moment, a crisp ringing sound erupted from the very center of the golden light. An inky black small mountain then appeared, and it began to radiate rings of murky gray light. As soon as the gray light swept through the air, all of the golden arcs of lightning disappeared, but a golden lightning double had taken shape within the divine essence-fused light. The lightning double was struggling desperately in an attempt to escape. At the foot of the small mountain, Han Li was seated in a cross-legged manner at the center of an area with a radius of around 10 feet. Aside from that area which remained completely unscathed, everywhere else in the secret chamber had been severely ravaged by the arcs of golden lightning. It was as if Han Li was perched on top of a stop pillar amid a gargantuan crater, creating an extremely peculiar sight to behold. Han Li glanced at the small mountain and the golden lightning double, then assessed his surroundings, and an elated expression appeared on his face. The power of the lightning bead has increased the might of the divine Devilbane lightning by more than tenfold. If it weren't for the fact that I was set up a barrier of divine essence-fused light to protect myself in advance, I would have been caught up in its power. If I can create a few more of these beads, I'll have no need for other treasures. This bead will be able to easily slay opponents of the same cultivation base. Han Li murmured to himself with an excited look in his eyes. However, on the subject of the power of lightning, he seemed to have more than just the divine Devilbane lightning. A thought suddenly occurred to Han Li as he opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure light. A tiny antiquated cauldron was hovering within the azure light, and it was none other than the Heaven Void Cauldron. Han Li immediately laid a hand over the top of his own head, following which a swath of murky gray light erupted forth, enveloping the golden lightning double that had been trapped by the small mountain before pulling it downward. The golden lightning double was completely powerless to resist and immediately came plummeting toward Han Li. Han Li then pointed a finger at the small cauldron that was hovering before him. A buzzing sound immediately rang out as the lid of the cauldron flew off of its own accord. The gray light then forcibly stuffed the lightning double into the cauldron before vanishing of its own accord. Han Li then waved a hand toward the small mountain up above and drew it back into his own body. As for the Heaven Void Cauldron, he wasn't in a hurry to withdraw it. Instead, he allowed it to hover above his head. Han Li inspected at the chaotic mess around, and his brows furrowed as he raised a hand to summon a massive ape puppet that was around 20 feet tall. He injected a wisp of his spiritual sense into the puppet and left it with an instruction to repair the secret chamber before making his way toward another secret chamber. The Heaven Void Cauldron hovered close behind him. After entering the new secret chamber, Han Li sat down once again before waving a hand toward the small cauldron. The Heaven Void Cauldron whisked directly toward him at his behest. Brilliant azure light radiated from the tiny cauldron and it swelled drastically to around 10 feet in size. Han Li flicked a finger toward the cauldron and a faint clang rang out. Bursts of thunderclaps suddenly erupted within the cauldron as a ball of silver light that was roughly comparable to the size of a human head began to unleash astonishing arcs of electricity. Meanwhile, the cauldron was rumbling incessantly, and it appeared that more balls of lightning were stored within it. This was none other than the golden and silver two-colored heavenly lightning that Han Li had forcibly extracted during his minor heavenly tribulation. This lightning was not inferior to the divine Devilbane lightning in power, and Han Li had a large quantity of it. As such, there would be sufficient materials for Han Li to experiment with refining more lightning beads. Han Li took a deep breath before flicking his 10 fingers toward the balls of lightning, upon which his enormous spiritual sense surged forth like a flood. The silver balls of lightning immediately transformed into countless silver threads of lightning amid a series of rumbling booms. Time passed by slowly, and after what seemed like the blink of an eye, Han Li had already spent half a month in seclusion within the secret chamber. On this day, the octagonal formation plate that had been set up earlier suddenly began to emit a ringing sound. At the same time, brilliant silver light began to radiate from it and a screen of silver light also appeared in midair. The doors of the secret chamber were immediately thrown open, following which a streak of azure light shot forth, appearing in the hall that the formation was situated in after just a few flashes. The light receded and Han Li was revealed, wearing a set of golden and silver two-colored robes. The robe appeared to be quite simplistic in design, but there were golden and silver runes shimmering over its surface, giving it an extremely vibrant appearance. Han Li flipped a hand over expressionlessly to produce a set of azure robes. He donned those robes, and the two-colored robes draped over his body was immediately completely obscured. He then strode forward into the formation and cast his gaze toward the silver screen of light. On one corner of the light screen, 4 specks of light of different colors suddenly appeared, all of which were slowly moving toward the center of the silver screen. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, but he continued to scrutinize the silver screen. However, his expression darkened significantly as he witnessed the 4 specks of light drawing closer and closer to his cave abode. 2 hours later, the 4 specks of light suddenly stopped around 1,000 kilometers away from his cave abode. They then split up and began to travel through the surrounding area in a rather meaningless and indecisive manner. Han Li stroked his chin upon seeing this before suddenly rustling his sleeve. A dozen or so fist-sized gold-devouring beetles shot forth from within, whizzing around the hall before disappearing out the door. Meanwhile, Han Li cast a few more glances at the light screen before exiting the hall and re-entering the secret chamber. He took off his azure robes to reveal that 2-colored robe again. He gently stroked the hem of the robe with his finger, upon which a smile appeared on his face. This lightning robe had been refined after Han Li had used up almost all of the heavenly lightning in the Heaven Void Cauldron. This robe was imbued with over 10 types of lightning pattern runes, and if they were to all be activated at once, they could unleash extraordinary power. This was enough for it to qualify as a new trump card of Han Li's. As for that lightning bead, he refined a dozen or so of those as well, and if they were all unleashed at once, even a spatial tempering cultivator would most likely have to flee the scene. With that in mind, Han Li had grown a lot more powerful within a short span of time. After pausing to consider the situation for a while, Han Li donned his azure robes again before sweeping his hand over his storage bracelet to summon a palm-sized white jade badge. It was none other than the half-page of the Golden Jade Tome. The half-page contained the refinement methods for the High Zenith Invisibility Talisman that Han Li had once used, the 9 Palaces Heavenly Talisman that had inspired the creation of the myriad dragon beads, and a puppet talisman known as the Armor Origin Talisman. There was also a 4th and final talisman known as the Heavenly Halberd Talisman, and it was the only one on the half-page that possessed defensive properties. Following his experimentation with the High Zenith Invisibility Talisman, Han Li had already roughly mastered the refinement method. Even though the success rate was extremely low, as long as he was willing to splurge on materials, he would still be able to successfully refine it. The 9 Palaces Heavenly Talismans was an immortal talisman used to trap enemies. Even though he had only gleaned half of its refinement method, that had still been enough for him to invent the myriad dragon bead. As for the final 2 types of talismans, Han Li was completely clueless about them. However, as Han Li was searching for ready-made shadow puppet talismans in the marketplace of Deep Heaven City, he coincidentally discovered a key point about the Armor Origin Talisman. With his extensive knowledge in the field of puppetry, it was quite likely that he would be able to make some progress given more thorough research in the future. As for the final Heavenly Halberd Talisman, that was a metal attribute offensive talisman. According to the information on the half-page of the Golden Jade Tome, activating the talisman would allow one to manifest a heavenly halberd from the true immortal realm, which possessed the power to split the earth and part oceans. However, this talisman was extremely profound and Han Li was simply unable to comprehend it at his current deity transformation stage cultivation base. Han Li stroked the jade badge as he contemplated the situation. There were countless high-grade cultivators in Deep Heaven City, many of which were more powerful than him. As such, it is naturally best to create as many trump cards for himself in order to ensure his survival. Unfortunately, he was unable to refine 3 of the 4 aforementioned talismans. However, even with just the High Zenith Invisibility Talisman, he could already conceal himself even from spatial tempering cultivators. If he could refine a couple of those, then they would definitely prove to be very useful. As for the other talismans, Han Li wasn't in a hurry to refine them. He would simply have to conduct further research on them in the future. With that in mind, Han Li flicked his wrist and brilliant azure light erupted from his storage bracelet. The azure light swept down toward the ground before receding to reveal a series of brocade and jade boxes of different sizes, as well as some vials and gourds. Han Li made a grabbing motion toward the ground, upon which a brocade box immediately flew toward him. He removed the lid of the box to reveal a section of red hide from an unknown beast. However, the spiritual light shimmering over its surface suggested that it belonged to no ordinary demon beast. Han Li immediately tossed the small section of beast hide into the air before opening his mouth. A spluttering sound rang out, following which a ball of azure spiritual light completely enveloped the beast hide. Han Li made a hand seal, and the color of the spiritual light instant changed drastically, transforming into furious crimson flames. A peculiar scene unfolded. Not only was the beast hide not burned to a crisp by the crimson flames, the spiritual light emanating from it became even more dazzling instead, while its surface gradually became translucent. At this moment, Han Li pointed a finger at several other jade vials. Those vials immediately opened of their own accord, and powder of different colors emerged from within before disappearing into the flames in a flash. A series of crackles and pops rang out as the powders transformed into spiritual light of different colors that injected themselves into the beast hide. The surface of the transparent beast hide was immediately illuminated with exuberant light. Han Li continued to make hand seals, but his eyes were already closed. Aside from the crackles and pops erupting from the crimson flames, no other sound could be heard within the secret chambers. 2 months passed by in a flash. During this time, a resounding boom would erupt within the secret chamber every few days. Only after a dozen or so of these cycles did the secret chamber fall completely silent. Another half a month later, the doors of the secret chamber were opened. Han Li emerged from within with furrowed brows before immediately rushing toward the hall. There was still faint spiritual light shimmering there, and the silver screen of light as well as the 4 specks of light on it had become quite blurry and indistinct. Han Li immediately replaced the high-grade spirit stones around the formation with new ones before activating it again. Piercing silver light abruptly radiated from the octagonal formation plate, and everything on the silver light screen became clearly visible again. Han Li cast his gaze toward the specks of light with a dark expression. The 4 specks of light that had split up earlier had gathered together once again, and they were only around 200 kilometers away from his cave. There were 2 reasons behind Han Li's decision to emerge from the secret chamber. Firstly, he had finally managed to successfully refine a high-zenith invisibility talisman, and secondly, one of the gold-devouring beetles he'd deployed to keep an eye on these people had disappeared. Han Li didn't know whether it had been trapped or killed. Prior to this, Han Li's second nascent soul, which had been responsible for refining spirit medicines in the cave abode, had informed Han Li that these specks of light had been at that very same location for several days already. Could it be that they had already found what they were looking for? With that in mind, Han Li suddenly sat down in front of the light screen with his legs crossed, appraising the screen in silence. 3 days passed, yet those specks of light still showed no signs of moving. Finally, on the morning of the 4th day, Han Li heaved a faint sigh and rose to his feet. It appeared that he would have to make a trip there no matter what. Regardless of what intentions these people had, if they were to stir up some trouble in his plot of Spiritland, he would potentially have to suffer the consequences. After all, a distance of several hundred kilometers could be covered in virtually the blink of an eye for cultivators like them. These people were lurking so close to him. How was he supposed to focus on cultivation with that knowledge? As such, it was best for him to inspect the scene in person. Of course, if they had discovered something of value, then he wouldn't mind trying to take it from them. Han Li had faced spatial tempering cultivators in the past, and he was confident in his ability to escape from them even if he couldn't win in a battle. In particular, he had just refined his lightning robes, lightning beads, and a high-zenith invisibility talisman, so he was feeling even more assured. Meanwhile, those 4 people were completely oblivious to the fact that they were under surveillance from the myriad dragon beads, and there was no way that there would be any body integration cultivators among them. With that in mind, Han Li rose into the air as a streak of azure light and departed from his cave abode. After exiting the cave abode, Han Li began to chant something, following which he slowly turned completely transparent. This concealment technique wasn't as effective as the high-zenith invisibility talisman, but it was also very difficult for anyone to see through it unless they were to carefully inspect Han Li with their spiritual sense. Hence, it was more than enough to ensure that he avoided detection. In the next instant, Han Li flew toward the location stipulated on the light screen. It was only several hundred kilometers away, and at Han Li's current speed, it wouldn't take him long to get there at all. However, he intentionally slowed down in order to ensure stealth as his top priority. Even so, he still got there after only a short journey. As the target drew closer, Han Li silently descended toward the ground. The spiritual light around him then turned yellow as he continued to advance by burrowing into the ground and using his earth movement technique. In the process, Han Li was making hand seals to obscure his aura to perfection. After descending into the ground for close to 10 kilometers, Han Li suddenly stopped, and his eyes narrowed as he said something in a soundless manner. Specks of golden light abruptly flashed within the soil around him as several gold-devouring beetles emerged before disappearing up his sleeve. The wisps of spiritual sense that had been infused into the bodies of the beetles were withdrawn, following which a peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face. So they really are looking for something, but I didn't think that what they're looking for would be in that place. Seeing as these people were able to detect my gold-devouring beetles and kill one of them, there has to be at least one spatial tempering stage being among them, Han Li murmured to himself as he lowered his head in deep thought. All of a sudden, he swept his hand over his storage bracelet and spiritual light flashed as a purple talisman appeared in his grasp. The talisman was shimmering with bright light. There were countless silver runes flashing all over it. This was none other than the High Zenith Invisibility Talisman he'd recently refined. Due to the improvements in materials and refinement methods used, this talisman was far more powerful than the last one. Han Li wasn't confident in his ability to approach any further without being detected by spatial tempering cultivators. As such, even he was rather reluctant to use this talisman, he still decided to do so anyway. He had to ensure that he would continue to remain undetected. The talisman was quite valuable, but it naturally couldn't compare with his life. Furthermore, due to the fact that the High Zenith Invisibility Talisman had been perfected on this occasion, it was no longer a disposable tool. Instead, it could be reused until the power imbued within it ran out. The purple talisman exploded and several shimmering beveled silver text runes appeared before dancing around Han Li. Han Li cast a few incantation seals with a serious expression on his face. The runes around him then transformed into clouds of silver mist that enshrouded him in the blink of an eye. The silver mist dissipated moments later, and Han Li had completely disappeared. As soon as he vanished on the spot, Han Li sensed the difference between this High Zenith Invisibility Talisman and the last one. At this moment he could even draw upon all of his treasures as well as a vast amount of his spiritual power. Of course he was capable of using those resources, but if he were to unleash a treasure or a technique that was too powerful, then the invisibility effect of the talisman would be dispelled. Even so, Han Li was already very pleased. At the very least, he would be able to seize the initiative and launch the first wave of attacks should he choose to do so. As such, he immediately continued on toward his destination. After flying for several more kilometers, Han Li's body began to slowly drift upward. When Han Li appeared soundlessly on the surface of the ground again, he looked around to find that he was situated halfway up a bleak and barren rocky mountain. It was quite strange that such a barren land could exist here, considering this plot of land was sitting atop a spirit vein. Back when Han Li was surveying the entirety of his plot of spirit land, he had identified this as a rather strange place and searched through the nearby area. However, he didn't discover anything at the time and he was in a hurry to construct his cave abode. So he quickly departed, concluding that this mountain merely had sparse spiritual qi due to some natural causes. Even though such occurrences were extremely rare for plots of land sitting atop spirit veins, there were still some precedents. However, Han Li was naturally still rather skeptical about this place and was planning to return for a closer examination when he had some free time. Now, these 4 people had lingered nearby for several days already, so there was definitely something amiss about this mountain. Han Li furrowed his brows as he digested the information transferred back to him by the several wisps of spiritual sense. He then swayed and drifted up toward the mountain's summit. His current body was as light as air and virtually insubstantial, and he soon reached the mountain summit before hovering in the air in a completely still manner. He cast his gaze downward to find that it was still just a rocky mountain down below. It seemed to be completely identical to how it was the last time he'd been here. Han Li raised an eyebrow as he swept his spiritual sense downward, but didn't discover anything through doing that either. Following a brief period of contemplation, he suddenly made a hand seal and injected his magic power into his eyes in the frenzy. All of a sudden, piercing blue light flashed deep within Han Li's pupils as he activated his bright side spirit eyes to their maximal extent. All things that were normally invisible to the naked eye were revealed to Han Li. This time he managed to quickly discover something. There were 8 faint pillars of light rising up from the ground around the mountain, creating a strange rectangular formation that enshrouded the entire mountain summit. Han Li didn't know what kind of peculiar treasures had manifested their pillars of light, But not only was the formation created completely invisible and colorless, it wasn't even giving off any spiritual chi fluctuations. It was no wonder that he was unable to discover the formation even with his formidable spiritual sense. It appeared that this temporary restriction had to have been set up by those 4 people. If it weren't for the fact that Han Li had been constantly monitoring their locations, it actually would have been very unlikely that he would have tracked them down here and seen through this restriction. However, although this restriction was extremely obscure, its main ability was concealment and it didn't really pose much of an obstacle. With Han Li's current mastery of formation spells, he was quickly able to make an assessment of this formation before making a hand seal and descending into the formation in a fearless manner. An incredible scene ensued. After coming into contact with Han Li's insubstantial body, the invisible formation displayed no reaction whatsoever. He was able to easily pass through the restriction, then completely disappear into the mountain summit. It was quite clear that Han Li's current body after using the invisibility talisman was able to simply disregard normal restrictions. Han Li burrowed into the earth for over 200 feet, following which a blue ball of light appeared beneath him. It was only a head-sized ball of light, but there seemed to be a vortex swirling within it. Han Li was quite intrigued to see this and he slowly approached it to get a better look. Much to Han Li's surprise, as soon as he began to draw closer, the vortex within the blue ball of light seemed to have detected his presence. It immediately blasted forth a burst of brilliant 7-colored light, following which Han Li was swept into the vortex in flash. Han Li was caught completely off guard and given quite a shock. After a brief struggle, he discovered that he was unable to escape the enormous power that had appeared around him. Before he had a chance to try and unleash any treasures or powerful techniques, his surroundings blurred, and he appeared in a completely unfamiliar place as if through instantaneous teleportation. At the same time, his insubstantial body regained substance, revealing himself to the naked eye once again. At the same time, purple light flashed on his chest as a purple talisman appeared out of thin air. Han Li immediately grabbed the talisman before bringing his hands together and following a flash of spiritual light, the high zenith invisibility talisman disappeared. There was no point in reactivating it as there were 2 people standing nearby, and they'd already discovered him. These 2 were also given a fright by Han Li's sudden and unannounced arrival. After catching sight of Han Li's facial features, one of them yelled, "How did you find this place?" That man was none other than the cultivator with the Wang surname. His companion was the fatso with the Jin surname, and he also wore a bewildered look on his face. In reality, if it weren't for the fact that the high zenith invisibility talisman had made Han Li's body insubstantial, even with his complete mastery of the Vajra arts, being swept up in that 7-colored light would have caused him to throw up a few mouthfuls of blood essence. Of course, that was all unbeknownst to him. This 7-colored light appeared to be rather similar to Buddhist spiritual light, but it actually had far different origins. If a normal cultivator were to be swept up in it, not only would they be completely unable to use their magic power, they would be crushed into mincemeat by the immense pressure. In order to nullify this restriction and forcibly enter this place, the 2 men and their masters had worked tirelessly for 3 days and 3 nights. Only were they able to force their way into this space using their magic power and treasures. Han Li was quite relieved to see these 2. Seeing as there were no spatial tempering cultivators present, he'd be able to take care of these 2 with ease. Even though his concealment technique had abruptly been broken, he merely laughed it off and said, "I was wondering who had set up the restriction outside. Turns out it was you 2. Do you have any business here, fellow Daoists? If I recall correctly, one of the laws of Deep Heaven City states that outsiders are prohibited from trespassing on the spirit land of others. If you need to visit the plot of spirit land for some reason, you have to notify the owner in advance and receive approval. Otherwise, if this were to be reported to the heavenly guards, the trespassers will be punished by torture using the poisonous whip." Han Li's voice gradually grew colder as he spoke. Even though both of these intruders were deity transformation cultivators, they still winced slightly at the mention of the poisonous whip. However, the fatso quickly put on a smile and said, "Please don't misunderstand, fellow Daoist Han. Brother Wang and I just so happened to be passing through this place, and we were resting on the summit of this mountain when we somehow activated this restriction and were teleported here. We're also quite confused by this situation as well." "Oh, do you think I'll believe that, Brother Jean?" By the way, if I'm not mistaken, there are 2 more fellow Daoists here, right? Han Li clasped his hands behind his back with a fake smile on his face. At this point, he had already assessed his surroundings with his spiritual sense. Through doing so, he discovered that he was situated in a mysterious space. This space was over 1,000 feet tall and around half a kilometer in radius, so it wasn't very large at all. However, there was 7-colored light hovering in the sky above and swirling throughout their surroundings. What was even more surprising was that high up in the air within this space, there were 7 massive balls of light that resembled suns. However, the white light they were radiating had a cooling effect instead. There was a 7-colored door of light situated at the center of each of the balls of light. Within was a series of completely murky and indistinct scenes. Both of the intruders were already shocked to hear Han Li's words, and their expressions immediately darkened as they caught sight of Han Li glancing toward the 7 doors of light. How many of us were in here? The fatso's voice immediately turned extremely cold. Are you trying to pick a fight? I forgot to tell you this, but before coming here I already left behind a few voice transmission talismans and set up some restrictions. If something were to happen to me down here, those voice transmission talismans would be sent out to Senior Zhou Wugui as well a few friends that I recently made. Trespassing on one's spirit land without any good reason nor permission, then attacking the owner of the spirit land, also for no justifiable reason. I'm sure the enforcement squads would be interested to hear this. Those 2 crimes lumped together would probably earn you more than just punishment by whipping. Besides, do you 2 really think you have what it takes to kill me even if you join forces? Han Li asked with a disdainful. You know Heavenly Guard Zhao? The man with the Wang surname was rather skeptical to hear this. His fatso companion also faltered upon hearing this. Senior Zhao was the one who led me to Deep Heaven City in person. Do you think I know him or not? Han Li replied in a calm manner. Han Li's calm and collected expression immediately made the 2 intruders feel less confident. Seeing as you already know that there are more of us here, then I'll tell you what you want to know. Aside from the 2 of us, our masters are also here and they've entered the deeper restrictions. What are you going to do? You're just a deity transformation cultivator. Are you going to try and stop them? The laws of Deep Heaven City only apply under certain circumstances. Do you think anyone will risk offending 2 spatial tempering cultivators just to avenge a dead deity transformation cultivator? Even if you know Senior Zhou Wugui, you're probably just an acquaintance of his. The man with the Wang surname scoffed after a brief silence. Oh really? How about we make a bet then, fellow Daoist Wang? However, prior to coming here, I anticipated that you'd be the one behind all this, so I intentionally mentioned your name in my voice transmission talismans. But then again, with your powerful cultivation base, I'm sure you won't fear the enforcement squad's soul search techniques, right? Han Li chucked. If these people really weren't afraid of the heavenly guards of Deep Heaven City, then why would they go to so much effort to sneak into his spirit land without being detected? As soon as Han Li said this, the man with the Wang surname became extremely tense. The fatso was also a little dumbfounded. If the man with the Wen surname were to be captured and have his soul searched, the fatso would definitely be detained as well as an accomplice. If this incident were to be revealed to the heavenly guards and the panel of elders, they would be in severe trouble. I've always heard that fellow Daoist Han's abilities are quite extraordinary. You possess a bright future ahead of you. Surely you wouldn't want to risk your life to apprehend us here. In all honesty, Brother Wang and I aren't the masterminds behind all this. If you have conditions, how about you raise them when our seniors return? The fatso asked in a sly manner. Are you banking on the fact that I wouldn't dare to stay here? All right then, I wanted to meet your seniors anyway, so I'll be happy to wait here for them, Han Li said with a calm smile. His body swayed and he appeared in a corner in the blink of an eye before sitting down with his legs crossed. He really did appear to be intent on waiting for the 2 spatial tempering cultivators. The 2 intruders were naturally quite surprised to see this. The 2 of them communicate silently through voice transmission before also sitting down in another corner with their legs crossed. Their thought process was quite simple. They weren't confident in their ability to kill Han Li, and Han Li himself didn't seem to have any intention of entering the 7-colored doors of light. As such, they would simply have to play the waiting game and leave all of the troublesome matters for their seniors to take care of. As such, the entire space became extremely quiet. All 3 were meditating with their eyes closed or appraising the doors of light. Unbeknownst to the 2 intruders, Han Li was actually feeling quite nervous. The voice transmission talismans and restrictions he'd mentioned earlier naturally didn't exist. His original plan was that if these people could obtain the treasures in here, he'd be able to sneak up on them and take those treasures using his high zenith invisibility talisman. If there were some cultivators that were too powerful for him to deal with, then he'd simply have to survey them from the shadows. However, what was completely unexpected to him was that the strange seven-colored light had forced him into this space and even broken the concealment effect of his talisman. As such, he had no choice but to directly face these cultivators. Thankfully, he had thought of several strategies that would make these people wary of him, and he was currently using one of them to intimidate these two intruders. Of course, that wasn't because Han Li was fearful of these two. The man with the Wang surname and the Fatso were at the mid-deity transformation stage and late deity transformation stage respectively, but with his current set of abilities and treasures, there was at least an 80% chance that he'd be able to kill them on the spot. Killing these two would be quite simple, but the consequences would be rather troublesome to deal with, as he'd be forging a vendetta with the two spatial tempering cultivators who had entered the doors of light. Even though he didn't want to spare these trespassers, he also didn't want to make a pair of such powerful enemies. Furthermore, even if he could kill these two intruders with ease, there was a chance that he wouldn't be able to escape from this mysterious place in a short time. In that case, once the spatial tempering cultivators emerged, he would be the next one to be killed. As such, it was better for him to try and find a way out first. Once he could formulate a path for retreat, he'd have a lot more options. With that in mind, Han Li sprang into action. Even though his eyes were closed, he had split his powerful spiritual sense up into countless tendrils that shot forth in all directions. Han Li was spreading his spiritual sense without any attempt to mask what he was doing, so the two intruders had naturally sensed his actions. However, neither of them said anything to stop him. Instead, they were sneering internally. As soon as a wisp of Han Li's spiritual sense came into contact with the seven-colored light on one of the walls, it was immediately sucked in and disappeared. Furthermore, a burst of powerful suction force erupted, threatening to suck away the rest of Han Li's spiritual sense directly out of his body. Han Li was stunned by this turn of events and hurriedly activated his great development technique to dispel this suction force. However, Han Li also opened his eyes as a result, and he was staring at the light swirling on the wall with a hint of bewilderment on his face. He naturally also noticed the gloating smiles on the faces of the intruders. It appeared that these two were aware of the peculiar nature of the seven-colored light in here, and they intentionally refrained from informing him of this information. Han Li was a little angry, but his expression remained unchanged as he continued to try and formulate a plan. It was a pity that the spatial spirit treasure that he'd refined, the Crimson Soul Flag, was destroyed by the spatial storms within the spatial node. Otherwise, it would most likely have been quite useful for breaking through this spatial barrier. Of course, aside from his Crimson Soul Flag, his Law Destruction Eye was also quite effective in tearing through space. However, this place was quite mysterious, and it was yet to be seen whether his Law Destruction Eye would be able to break through the barrier here in a short time or even at all. Countless thoughts were flashing through Han Li's mind, and he quickly decided on another course of action. Seeing as his spiritual sense couldn't infiltrate the walls here, then he could use his bright side spirit eyes to try and identify some avenues for escape. Thus, he immediately poured his spiritual power into his eyes, and brilliant blue light appeared deep within his pupils. A day and a night passed by. Han Li had already closed his eyes again and seemed to have gone into deep meditation. His prior detection hadn't allowed him to discover a good way to escape. Meanwhile, the seven doors of light in the air above remained completely silent and still. The two intruders were staring intently up at the sky with dark expressions. Of course, they were also casting the occasional wary glance in Han Li's direction. Your two seniors still haven't come out after such a long time. Could it be that they've encountered some difficulties in there? Han Li suddenly asked with his eyes closed. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Han, if something had happened to our masters, we would have been informed already. Are you getting impatient, brother Han? The man with the Wang surname asked. I'm glad to hear that your two seniors are fine. I have sufficient patience too. Before Han Li had a chance to finish his sentence, a ringing sound abruptly erupted from the seven balls of light in the air. Immediately thereafter, they began to emanate astonishing spiritual pressure as well as scintillating light. Not only were the two intruders given a massive surprise, Han Li also opened his eyes to assess this turn of events. However, this was only the beginning. As the ringing sound intensified, the 7 balls of light swelled drastically, expanding to the size of wagon wheels in the blink of an eye while flashing erratically. Rippling spatial fluctuations abruptly appeared around the 7 balls of light before flashing over the door of light at the very center. All of a sudden, it was as if an enormous burst of invisible power had begun compressing the door, making it twist and warp violently. The fatso immediately rose to his feet upon seeing this and exclaimed, "This is bad." His companion also wore a stunned expression. Han Li was also rather disgruntled by this turn of events. Not only were the balls of light in the sky becoming quite unstable and erratic, even the walls and ground were beginning to tremor gently while the 7-colored light was displaying signs of crumbling. These were clearly strong indications that this space was on the verge of collapse. Seeing as his life was under threat, Han Li immediately rose to his feet and laid a hand on his head, following which a burst of gray light began to emerge from the back of his head. He then flipped a hand over and golden light flashed as 3 shimmering golden beads were summoned. These were none other than the 3 lightning beads he'd refined not long ago. At this moment, the 2 intruders had also summoned several treasures. However, they had no confidence in their ability to escape from this mysterious place, and both of them wore horrified expressions. Han Li naturally wasn't going to pay any heed to whether they lived or died. He immediately decided to use his Law Destruction Eye in conjunction with his Divine Essence-fused light and these lightning beads to break through this space in order to facilitate an escape. However, right at this moment, a massive rumbling boom erupted from within the doors of light up above. Han Li was startled by this loud commotion and reflexively stopped what he was doing. 7-colored light flashed and a streak of green light as well as a streak of golden light shot forth from within the door in the very center. The 2 streaks of light flashed through the air before receding to reveal a tiny green WM and a miniature humanoid figure. The green WM was missing one of its horns as well as many of its scales. Meanwhile, the miniature humanoid figure's hair was quite disheveled, and it was missing a large chunk of its golden robes. Both of them appeared to be running for their lives. "We have to get out of here. This isn't the place where Master Thousand Treasure passed away. It's a place where a jade bone humanoid devil has been sealed. We've triggered a restriction set up any an ancient cultivator, and the devil has been freed. This space is also going to immediately collapse as a result, so... But who are you?" The miniature humanoid figure's urgent voice abruptly cut off as he caught sight of Han Li. The fatso was ecstatic to see their 2 seniors re-emerge, and his lips tremored as he informed the 2 of Han Li's identity through voice transmission. "Grandpa, he's that Han brat So he's the owner of this plot of spirit land." A hint of killing intent flashed through the eyes of the green WM upon hearing this. "What are you doing, Brother Ming? Our top priority is to run for our lives now, not be caught up by such trivial matters. It would be far too heavy a price to pay for both of us if our avatars were to fall here. Besides, don't forget that he's an ascended cultivator. I have no interest in forging a vendetta with those madmen." The miniature humanoid figure hurried urged. "Alright, let's get out of this place then. As long as we don't kill him in person, even if Zhao Wugue and the others come to find us, they won't be able to do anything. Once this space collapses, that Han brat can perish along with that jadebone humanoid devil. It's a pity that only my avatar is here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to fear this devil. Let's go." The green WM only hesitated momentarily before curbing its killing intent and making a wise decision. "We have to make haste. This space is going to hold up for much longer." The miniature humanoid figure was quite relieved that the green WM was open to seeing reason. After all, it would be a massive waste if this sole avatar were to perish here. As such, it immediately began to make hand seals while chanting something. The wooden sword strapped to its back tremored before abruptly rising into the air, transforming into a massive sword of light that was around 10 feet in length. The green WM also let loose a loud roar as it transformed into a massive green WM over 100 feet in length amid bursts of wind and lightning. There was a single twisted green horn on its head, and the purple lightning flashing over its body made for a formidable spectacle to behold. Han Li didn't know what these people had just discussed, but his heart jolted slightly at the sight of the powerful abilities unleashed by these 2 spatial tempering cultivators. At this point, the 7-colored light swirling along the surrounding walls had completely disappeared. the walls were beginning to tremor violently and had been warped to the extreme. The massive WRM's body shuddered as it whipped its tail and opened its mouth to blast forth a pillar of azure light. An arc of purple lightning that was around the same thickness as a large bowl also erupted from its remaining horn. The two then combined as one before hurtling directly toward a nearby wall. At the same time, the miniature humanoid figure laid a hand on the top of its head, and a pillar of golden light immediately erupted into the air, disappearing into the giant sword above its head. A ringing sound erupted from the sword, and not only did it further expand to around twice its size in the blink of an eye, it also began to emanate piercing golden light that was scintillating as the sun. Meanwhile, the miniature humanoid figure shrank even further after unleashing that pillar of light. However, it completely disregarded the changes taking place to its own body as it made a hand seal. The massive sword flew forth as a streak of golden light in hot pursuit behind the azure pillar of light. Both attacks were targeting the same spot on the wall. A resounding boom erupted as azure and golden light exploded and intertwined with one another, forming a gargantuan ball of light that was several tens of feet in size with countless bolts of purple lightning shimmering over its surface. The ball of light was able to slowly sink into the wall at the behest of the two spatial tempering cultivators, and it appeared to be unstoppable as it threatened to forcibly tear open the spatial barrier. Both the WIRM and the miniature humanoid figure were ecstatic to see this. The WIRM called out to the man with the Wang surname, and its body regressed to its former size as it swept up the man as a streak of green light before hurtling directly toward the massive ball of light. The man with the Wang surname took a cold glance at Han Li as he was being swept away. At this moment, Han Li was looking on with a blank expression, yet was doing nothing to save himself. The WIRM shot a glance at him as if he were appraising a dead man before letting loose a long roar and disappearing into the ball of light. It wasn't afraid of Han Li also attempting to escape through the same avenue. This ball of light contained the true essential power of both itself and the miniature humanoid figure, so no one could pass through it unless they were accompanied by one of them. The miniature humanoid figure also swept forth as a swath of golden light, sweeping up the fatso before also hurtling toward the ball of light. Right at this moment, a dull thunderclap suddenly erupted nearby, following which a winged humanoid figure appeared amid a burst of spatial fluctuations. The humanoid figure then rustled his sleeve, and a swath of gray light surged toward the golden light. The miniature humanoid figure felt a burst of suction force appear out of thin air. It was taken by surprise as another humanoid figure adhered himself to its body. "Seeing as you have a way out of here, I'm sure you won't mind taking me with you, right, Senior?" The owner of the voice was none other than Han Li. The miniature humanoid figure faltered slightly before turning its gaze toward the direction where Han Li had already been situated. There he discovered another Han Li standing on the spot. The Han Li replica smiled at it before disappearing, transforming into a green talisman that disappeared in the blink of an eye. This was none other than the spirit form talisman that Han Li had been nurturing this entire time. Han Li had begun hatching a plot as soon as the two spatial tempering cultivators sprang into action to tear through the spatial barrier here. He manifested his spirit from talisman into his own form in order to act as a decoy while he snuck closer to the ball of light surreptitiously using his thunderstorm wings. Due to the fact that the spirit form talisman had been nurtured for several centuries and that it possessed certain properties of a tribulation avatar, the spatial tempering cultivators weren't able to identify that something was amiss about it, such was their hurry. Thus, Han Li took advantage of this opportunity, using his divine essence-fused light to adhere himself to the miniature humanoid figure like a plaster. "Do you want to die?" The miniature humanoid figure quickly recovered from its surprise and immediately realized what Han Li was trying to do. Thus, it faltered in midair before blasting forth countless streaks of golden light, all of which swept toward Han Li with devastating force. However, much to its surprise, the golden light was only able to make the gray light around Han Li's body tremor violently, but was unable to puncture through it nor dispel it. "Hee, if your true body were here, then I naturally wouldn't be able to withstand your immense power. However, if you're just an avatar, then you won't be able to escape my divine essence-fused light in a short time. Do you really want to be stalled here by me, Senior?" Han Li chuckled from within the gray light. "You're threatening me." The miniature humanoid figure erupted into a thunderous rage, yet just as it was about to unleash another attack, a shrill shriek suddenly rang out from the air above. Upon hearing this ghastly cry, Han Li's body temperature rose drastically as all of his blood surged toward the surface of his skin. However, Han Li had already completely mastered the Vajra arts, so his skin possessed no less fortitude than a top-grade treasure. As such, he was able to alleviate his discomfort by activating this cultivation art. However, the miniature humanoid figure's expression changed drastically upon hearing this shriek. Even though the fatso was being protected by the golden light that it was radiating, his face still immediately turned bright red upon hearing this cry, and his body began to sway unsteadily. It's using the blood-weeping technique. The miniature humanoid figure hurriedly swiped a hand through the air, upon which a pillar of golden light erupted forth and injected itself into the fatso's body. Immediately thereafter, the fatso shuddered and his face returned to a more normal pallor. At this moment, a massive bone claw suddenly extended out of one of the twisted doors of light, trying to force it open again. The claw was as pristine white as jade and was emanating astonishing spiritual pressure. The ghastly shriek from earlier also appeared to have erupted from within that door of light. Han Li set aside the astonishment in his heart as he asked in a remarkably calm manner, "Looks like that jade bone humanoid devil will emerge soon. If the senior that just escaped from this place destroys this passageway in order to prevent the devil from escaping, then we really will perish here. Are you not concerned about that, senior?" The miniature humanoid figure's expression had already darkened significantly at the sight of the massive bone claw, and its expression soured even further upon hearing this. Old Devil Ming really was cruel and decisive enough to be capable of something like this. At this moment, another bone claw found its way out of the door of light. The two claws were clamped on either side of the door of light, and the sharp shriek suddenly cut off, only to be replaced by a thunderous roar. It appeared that it was going to emerge at any moment. "You made the right gamble this time, brat. I'll take you out of this place." The miniature humanoid figure immediately agreed without any further hesitation. Han Li was ecstatic to hear this. The divine essence-fused light around the miniature humanoid figure was eased slightly, following which brilliant golden light suddenly erupted, enveloping most of the gray light before plunging into the massive ball of light with Han Li in tow. Han Li merely used his divine essence-fused light to protect himself and allowed the miniature humanoid figure to do whatever it was that it had to do. After entering the ball of light, Han Li felt as if he had arrived in a world of scintillating light. Immediately thereafter, he was struck by a rush of dizziness, following which he abruptly appeared in the air above the mountain. There was a massive ball of light hovering mid-air nearby. However, only half of it was visible while the other half was presumably still within the peculiar space from which they had just escaped. The Green WM and its disciple were situated not far away from here, and both of them were stunned to see that Han Li had also managed to escape. Han Li immediately spread open his thunderstorm wings and disappeared as an arc of azure and white lightning in the blink of an eye. In the next instant he appeared several hundred feet away. For some reason, the miniature humanoid figure made no attempt to trap him and allowed him to easily open up some distance between them. The tiny green WM looked on with a cold expression, and a sinister light flashed through its eyes as it prepared to attack Han Li. However, right at this moment, a burst of harrowing spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted from within the massive semisphere of light. Immediately thereafter, the sound of a raging tsunami rang out as a section of the sky suddenly became crumpled like a paper ball. Crap. It's a spatial storm. Everyone present on the scene, including Han Li, were all thrown into a blind panic. None of them had time to address any other matters as they unleashed their respective movement techniques, transforming into streaks of light that all fled in different directions. Even though teleportation techniques were generally more effective, escaping into space within a spatial storm was nothing short of suicide. Thankfully, all of the beings present possessed powerful cultivation bases, and even though they were only using normal movement techniques, they still managed to cover a distance of several thousand feet after just a few flashes. A muffled thump erupted as countless thin black cracks began to appear on the crumpled patch of sky. These cracks then quickly elongated, making the entire space within a distance of over 1,000 feet riddled with cracks in the blink of an eye. The tsunami-like rumbling and roaring then intensified as these black cracks shattered, following which bursts of liquid-like white light began to ooze forth from within in a frenzy. A peculiar scene ensued. As soon as the white light appeared in this space, gale-force winds were swept up, drawing in everything in the nearby area. These winds were like all-engulfing monsters. Anything that was caught up in these gusts of wind were either instantly shredded or disappeared in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, thunderous ghastly cries were erupting from within the gusts of wind. At this point, Han Li was already situated on the summit of a small mountain close to 10 kilometers away, assessing the situation from afar in an expressionless manner. This spatial storm was clearly far inferior in power to the ones he'd encountered within the spatial node. Even so, Han Li definitely didn't want to be swept up in it. Back when he was in the spatial node, it really was all thanks to the Ice Phoenix's spatial abilities that they were able to traverse through the spatial storms. Even so, most of his treasures had been destroyed and he'd almost perished in there. Now this spatial storm was only intensifying in ferocity, and it appeared that it wasn't going to be subsiding anytime soon. After further contemplating the situation for a while longer, Han Li suddenly flew toward his cave abode as a flash of azure light, leaving behind everyone else. The green W naturally sensed what Han Li was doing, and its brows furrowed as it suddenly asked its disciple a few questions. After hearing the answers to those questions, the green WRM's expression darkened even further. Right at this moment, a swath of golden light skirted around from another direction, appearing beside the green WM after just a few flashes. The golden light then receded to reveal the fatso, as well as the miniature humanoid figure, who was hovering above his head in a calm manner. "Brother Ming, are you really going to let that brat go? If he reports what we were doing here to the heavenly guards, it could prove to be slightly troublesome to us," the miniature humanoid figure asked. "It's just as you say, the situation in that case would only be a little troublesome for us, so why would I go to so much effort just to rid myself of a minor inconvenience? Searching for treasures on the spirit land of others isn't a big deal anyway, and we were only keeping this a secret beforehand due to the resounding reputation of Master Thousand Treasure. Besides, we haven't even found any treasures, so what we did here matters even less. Unless there's a conflict of interest involved, I have no intention of making those ascended cultivators my enemy. Furthermore, I heard from my disciple that this brat is familiar with Zhao Wugui. Heavenly Guard Zhao himself isn't much to fear, but his master is Lei Luo the Enlightened from the panel of elders. If you don't want to let this brat escape, I'd be willing to lend you a hand though," the green WM said in a cold voice. "I have no vendetta against that brat, so why would I do that? Seeing as there are no treasures here, I'll be taking my leave now. I'll be sure to visit you in person when I have some spare time," the miniature humanoid figure replied with a sly chuckle. He then cupped his fist in a parting salute before transforming into a streak of golden light, sweeping up the fatso and disappearing into the distance without so much as a second glance at the spatial storm. That old bastard was clearly swindled by that brat and was forced to take him. Now he's trying to coax me into killing that Han brat so he can use me as a weapon. Does he think I'm a naive child? Let's go, my disciple. Seeing as a spatial storm has appeared here, the attention of Deep Heaven City's enforcement squad would definitely be drawn to this place. Even though they won't be able to get here so quickly from Deep Heaven City, it's not entirely impossible that there could just so happen to be heavenly guards nearby. It'll be quite troublesome if we were to bump into them. Not only did we not secure the treasures we're looking for this time, this avatar of mine has sustained some substantial damage. What a stroke of ill fortune. The green WM harumphed coldly after the streak of golden light disappeared into the distance. The WRM's body then elongated before flying toward another direction as a streak of green light. His disciple hurriedly followed suit as a streak of blue light. After those two streaks of light also disappeared into the distance, there were no sounds to be heard in the surrounding area aside from the rumbling erupting from the spatial storm. At this moment, Han Li was situated within the hall of his cave abode, inspecting the silver screen of light before him with his arms crossed. After verifying that the two spatial tempering cultivators had indeed left his spirit land, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Now there was only a massive yellow speck of light flashing erratically and incessantly on the silver screen. That speck of light as naturally none other than the spatial storm detected by the myriad dragon beads. Han Li's situation was different from those of old Devil Ming and the others. Those people could just leave without a second thought, but he had to stay and monitor this spatial storm in case it destroyed his plot of spirit land. Thankfully, he had accumulated extensive experience in such areas from his journey through the spatial node, so he knew that spatial storms of this nature generally wouldn't rage on for too long. As expected, after about 2 hours the speck of yellow light on the light screen gradually began to dim. After another 15 minutes, it had completely disappeared. Han Li heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this. He then cast a final glance at the screen of light, yet just as he was about to deactivate this formation spell that expended a vast number of spirit stones, he suddenly caught sight of something and his expression changed drastically. At the spot where the yellow speck of light had disappeared, a gray speck of light had replaced it. This speck of light was far smaller than the yellow one and appeared to be extremely feeble, as if it could fizzle out at any moment. However, as soon as the gray speck of light appeared, it immediately began to move toward a certain direction. Han Li was astonished to see this and he couldn't just sit still and watch any longer. Could it be that a wisp of that devil's soul escaped from the spatial storm? Even though he wasn't sure just what this jade bone humanoid devil was, the fact that even spatial tempering cultivators were scrambling to get away from it was a clear indication of just how fearsome it was. If it were still situated somewhere nearby, then there would be no end to his troubles. From the speck of gray light on the silver screen, Han Li could tell that the thing that had escaped possessed extremely feeble spiritual pressure, which indicated that it was severely injured. As such, it shouldn't be very difficult to kill. With that in mind, Han Li had arrived at a decision. He rose to his feet and left his cave abode as a streak of azure light, heading directly toward the location where the spatial storm had disappeared. Moments later he had arrived in the air above where the spatial storm once was. As expected, the spatial storm had indeed disappeared. The small mountain had also disappeared along with it, leaving a massive crater over 1,000 feet in radius in its place. Han Li skirted around the crater for a couple of laps but didn't detect anything amiss. His brows furrowed as he stopped and hovered in midair before closing his eyes. He released his powerful spiritual sense, which was not inferior to that of a spatial tempering cultivator, to encompass the surrounding area in a radius of over 500 kilometers, carefully searching through every single inch of land. After just a short while, Han Li abruptly opened his eyes as a peculiar look appeared on his face. After a brief moment of contemplation, he let loose a long cry, upon which brilliant azure light erupted from his body. He then shot forth toward a certain direction as a streak of azure light. The azure streak of light only traveled for close to 200 kilometers before stopping in the air above a lush forest. The light receded to reveal Han Li standing in midair with his hands clasped behind his back. Blue light then flashed through his eyes as he cast his gaze downward. All of a sudden, he harumphed coldly before grabbing the air down below with one hand. An azure hand of light appeared beneath him, grabbing down toward a certain spot in the forest. The hand emitted bursts of ringing sounds, and even though it was only around 10 feet in size, it encompassed an area of over 100 feet down below, creating quite an intimidating sight to behold. A streak of gray light suddenly shot forth from the forest beneath the azure hand before fleeing toward another direction. Han Li seemed to have anticipated this, and he quickly raised his other hand to flick his 5 fingers toward the gray light. 5 red threads immediately flashed forth from his fingertips before disappearing into space. In the next instant, the red threads reappeared before rapidly binding themselves around the ball of green light. The gray light immediately began to swell and shrink erratically as if it were trying to break free. However, Han Li had already made a hand seal as scorching crimson flames erupted from the 5 fiery threads, completely engulfing the gray light. Anguished cries erupted from within the gray light, and it seemed to be very feeble as it was completely eradicated by the crimson flames, revealing a pristine white object. Han Li raised his eyebrows as he waved a hand downward expressionlessly. The flames on the surface of the object immediately receded, and it was forcibly drawn into Han Li's grasp. Han Li focused his gaze on the object to find that it was a white bony hand with golden runes faintly shimmering over its surface. He could tell from a single glance that this was one of the jade bone humanoid devil's hands, but it was only at the size of a normal hand now. Han Li carefully inspected the bone hand with his spiritual sense and his bright sight spirit eyes, and the discoveries he made were quite astounding to him. His spiritual sense revealed to him that this object was a treasure, and quite a powerful one at that. Meanwhile, his spirit eyes informed him that this was indeed the skeleton of a human hand. This was a peculiar treasure that had been refined using human bones. The gray light that was adhered to the surface of the treasure was a hint of spiritual nature, but it had been easily eradicated by Han Li's fire spirit threads. As such, this treasure was now nothing more than an inanimate object. Most importantly, there was a white jade badge around an inch in size hidden within the thumb of this skeletal hand. There was silver light shimmering on the badge, and there were also many glimmering silver runes carved on its surface, all of which were in the beveled silver text. Han Li was able to quickly ascertain that this was one of the 72 outer pages of the Golden Jade Tome. Furthermore, it was a complete page, rather than a half page like the one already in Han Li's possession. Upon rough assessment, Han Li was able to decipher that this page seemed to include information regarding tool refinement. Even though Han Li appeared to be quite calm and collected, he was ecstatic that he had stumbled across such a treasure. However, now wasn't the time to carefully inspect the page of the Golden Jade Tome. Spiritual light flashed several times in quick succession within Han Li's hands as he plastered a few restriction talismans onto the skeletal hand. He then carefully placed it into a jade box before immediately departing from the scene, returning directly to his cave abode. Unbeknownst to Han Li, he had made an extremely wise decision in departing from that area so quickly. Not only after he had snuck back into his cave abode, a formation suddenly appeared out of thin air above the spot where the spatial storm had once raged. Brilliant white light flashed as a shimmering golden ark emerged. The ark was carrying 2 golden armored heavenly guards, one with bushy brows and a cloth crown on his head, while the other was quite slender with a pair of thin delicate brows. They were, respectively, a middle-aged man and a beautiful female cultivator. This is definitely the location that showed up on the all-encompassing disk. From the looks of the residual spatial fluctuations, the spatial storm appeared to have been quite a small-scale one and could have just been the result of a rare natural phenomenon. It did indeed appear to be a rather small and relatively harmless spatial storm, and it seemed to have only lasted a short time. Otherwise, it would have done more than just raise that small mountain to the ground. The male cultivator nodded in response while examining everything in the surrounding area with his spiritual sense. The female cultivator frowned and said, "However, the space here was very stable before. It previously showed no signs of eruption. How can a spatial storm suddenly appear? Who is the cultivator reading in the nearby area?" The man twirled his beard and calmly answered, "What is so strange? Small-scale spatial fluctuations were always hard to predict. The Gold Court boat may be wondrous, but they can't predict them all. As for the master of the area, the land was recently acquired by a deity transformation cultivator. He should be a dark azure guard." The woman held a sparkling spell plate in her hand and fiddled with it a moment. Then with a frown she suggested, "The foreign spirit plate didn't acquire the aura of any foreign tribes. It seems there aren't any hiding here. Should we call the nearby Dark Azure Guard and interrogate him? He might have something to do with the spatial storm." The cultivator shook his head and spoke with a solemn expression. "Why is there any need to go through the trouble? So long as a foreign being isn't here, it has nothing to do with us, even if the spatial storm is suspicious. Don't forget that we have many other tasks to attend to. The Yin-Yang plate anticipates a large-scale spatial storm occurring in another area." After some hesitation, the woman giggled and agreed, "Brother Ma's words are reasonable. I was too attached to this matter. Let's go." The man nodded in satisfaction and flew back to the Gold Court boat in a yellow streak. The woman looked around her and soon boarded the boat. A short moment later, the Gold Court boat blurred and vanished. A teleportation formation of light briefly appeared underneath it before scattering. Unbeknownst to Han Li in his cave residence, 2 spatial tempering heaven guards had examined the storm in a short amount of time. They even hurriedly left without interrogating him. For the sake of carefulness, he immediately sealed his cave residence once it returned and temporarily halted monitoring on all of his myriad dragon beads to avoid any expert from seeing through them. Afterwards, he headed straight to his secluded chambers and began to research his newly acquired bone hand. Although the bone hand was peculiar as if it had been refined in a method he hadn't seen before, Han Li didn't pay much attention to that regard. Instead, he bluntly spat out a golden sword that was several inches long. The small sword trembled and fine golden lightning quickly coiled around the bone hand. The hand's thumb was then silently split into 2. The inch-long jade badge appeared from it and it trembled before flying off of its own accord. Han Li already anticipated this and easily grabbed at the air, activating an invisible restriction and firmly trapping it in his grasp. With the pure white jade badge in his hand, he began to examine it with flickering blue eyes. There were silver rune characters on the jade badge that reminded him of when he first made contact with the path of tool refinement. It contained knowledge that undermined most of what he understood about tool refinement, and it greatly captured his interest. However, the silver runes greatly differed from ordinary ancient script. Were it not for his diligent study of the half-page, he wouldn't have been able to understand anything about the true spirit runes. As a result, Han Li promptly entered the seclusion room with the outer page of the Jade Book and spent 3 days studying it before obtaining a general understanding of it. In addition to an elaborate introduction to tool refinement techniques, its primary contents detailed a technique by the name of the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantra. This technique used the person's meridians, flesh and bones as a base, refining them into different magic treasures of inconceivable abilities. Were it not for the tool refinement techniques he read from the half-page, he would have believed what he read to be nonsense. Additionally, the passage on tool refinement preceding the passage gave him flashes of new insights, leading him to gain more confidence in this technique. Besides, from the bone hand he managed to acquire, it was clear that it was a product of this technique. How else was a bone hand able to escape a spatial storm of its own accord? According to what the Jade Book said, those cultivating this ability would be able to forge their bodies into treasure entirely at once, or could slowly cultivate the ability bit by bit. But regardless of the method, the final product will have one's body completely refined into a Buddhist impervious Vajra body. After that secret technique was completed, regardless of one's own cultivation, their limbs would possess world-shaking abilities and their bodies would approach near immortality. Although the Jade Book described the completion of this technique in a few simple words, Han Li was able to perceive deeper information it contained and felt his breath turn cold. Even if the text was exaggerated, the abilities were as fearsome as one could imagine. Naturally, this method to cultivate one's body into treasures also required nearly inconceivable requirements. To start cultivating this technique, one needed a body like Han Li's, which went through the completed cultivation of the Vajra arts. If he wanted to continue cultivating this technique further and acquire the abilities that were described, he would need to strengthen his body even further. If he attempted to continue cultivation while his body couldn't endure, his body would crumble. After all, refining one's body into treasures was a freakish matter bordering on heresy. As he stroked the jade pendant, he spent a long while deep in thought. Han Li sighed and muttered, "It seems I won't have to look for any other techniques. I'll need to choose a dual cultivation technique." With the appearance of the 100 Meridian Refinement Mantras, it would push his body to its limits. Originally hesitant on choosing a cultivation technique, he finally resolved himself and planned on using the set of revised human and demon techniques for dual body magic cultivation. He stuck a restriction talisman on the jade page and placed it away in his storage pouch. He then took out a faint red jade slip. When Han Li acquired Manhuzi's heaven-bearing devil arts, he duplicated entirely on that jade slip. After leaving it alone for such a long time, he nearly forgot about it. Since this technique is split into 3 portions and are all unique, I may as well call them the Provenance True Devil Arts. As Han Li swept his spiritual sense past the jade slip, he softly muttered to himself and struck the jade slip on his forehead, and he shut his eyes, earnestly comprehending the technique. The last time he was at Deep Heaven City's stone pagoda, he already attempted to cultivate this devil arc slowly, but without the aid of medicine pills he didn't acquire many results. As a result, in the following months, Han Li spent a majority of his time in his secluded room. He did take some time to tend to his spirit medicines and began to refine clear jade pills. The pill was indeed for deity transformation stage. After using an astonishing amount of spirit medicines and a good number of attempts, he was only able to produce 3 bottles. Han Li didn't mind this result by much. He would gain more skill by refining it more. With enough time, his success rate will increase. The amount of medicine he refined would be enough for him to cultivate. Of course, while he cultivated the heaven-bearing devil arts, he would also find some time to comprehend the 100 Meridians Refinement Mantra. As such, his rest period was concluded in the blink of an eye. During this time, no one else had come to bother him. It appeared that without any benefit, those spatial tempering eccentrics had no reason to waste their time on him. Han Li was satisfied with this result. With the half-year rest period almost finished, An azure streak shot out from the gorgeous miasma and it circled in the air before heading back to Deep Heaven City. He needed to take part of the 3-month patrol assignment before he could return to his cave residence and continue cultivation. 3 months later, Hanli returned without incident. He immediately returned to his cave residence and began seclusion once more. With half a year of cultivation, he emerged once more. Time slowly passed by in this manner, and eventually 60 years proceeded in a blur. This amount of time didn't amount to much for a cultivator, but this time, there was a hidden undercurrent flowing through the spirit realm. The higher echelons of various clans frequently gathered together in discussion. These clans were normally well-informed and could predict when something disastrous was about to occur, but they still remained apprehensive as they began to put safeguards in place. As the frontmost area for the human and demon races, Deep Heaven City was able to sense any strange changes. At the very least, the cultivators patrolling on the outside could sense this vast chance as well. One day, floating above a swamp, a squad of cultivators were slowly flying forward. An old man with a short beard wore azure armor flew among them, leading the group of 10 black-armored cultivators. Be the old man or the black-armored guards, they all wore heavy expressions. With the foreign spirit plate in hand, they continued to look around them as if they feared something could attack them at any time. The squad didn't see anything after carefully flying for 2 hours, but then one of the guards' plates began to drone. Despite its soft sound, everyone immediately looked at it with shock. A large man with a fierce expression looked at the white light shining on his companion's foreign spirit plate and couldn't help but shout, "We've discovered another foreign being. This happens too frequently. What tricks are they up to? Do their spies not fear death to come onto our border? 2 of our members already died in the last battle." A middle-aged woman shorted and coldly said, "We're still better off. I heard that half a year ago the 4th squad encountered a being from the Cave Hollow tribe. As a result, most of them died, including their captain." The azure-armored old man frowned and commanded, "Since the foreign tribe plate has already sounded alarmed, we'll need to investigate or else we'll be punished when we return. Most foreign beings aren't very powerful. So long as we're careful, we should be able to take care of it smoothly." Since their deity transformation captain spoke, the rest of the squad kept silent, even if they were unwilling. Soon after, the old man uttered a series of commands and the squad immediately split into several small groups before heading in the direction pointed by the foreign spirit plate. The squad of cultivators changed direction and flew off tens of kilometers. They came across an unremarkable pile of stone and a purple miasma that seemed to surround the swamp. The old man looked at the foreign spirit plate in his hand and nodded. Then he waved his hand and commanded, "It appears to be there. We can't let it escape." Suddenly, the black-armored guards splat out treasures to defend themselves and released their spiritual sense below. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the cultivators' expression faintly changed. "They're a close distance away, but our spiritual sense still can't find them. It seems that we'll only be able to personally search for them." The old man took a deep breath and called out to the middle-aged man with narrow eyes, "Fellow Daoist Qin. Don't worry, squad leader. I know what to do." The middle-aged man quickly replied. Soon after, he slapped the storage bracelet on his wrist and took out a pile of jet-black balls. He raised his hand and scattered the balls underneath and began to chant. A series of cracks sounded and the surface of the balls sparked with blue lightning. Their bodies morphed in the blink of an eye and they turned into fist-sized sparking bees. They were black and buzzed from their vibrating wings. The others remained motionless in the air. Only the middle-aged man sat in midair with his hands forming an incantation. He formed an incantation gesture and over 100 iron bees. It appeared the patrolling cultivators took in the lessons of their predecessors and didn't rashly drop to the ground where they would tangle with the foreign tribe in a messy situation. Otherwise, with the strange unblockable tricks of foreign beings, they could find themselves dead in mutual destruction. It would be better to control a few puppets to investigate. Not only after the iron bees were released, the foreign spirit plates trembled and let out an exceptionally high-pitched shriek. A few of their plates even burst with blinding light, much to their shock. The large fierce man looked at the spell plate in his hand and shouted, "Not good, the foreign being is near us. It's already entered our 100-meter perimeter." The others looked at their spell plates and were thrown into an uproar as they looked around them with wide eyes. Within 300 meters of them, above and below, they found nothing. It was completely empty. Everyone quickly dispel its concealment. It will be over if it approaches us. The old man shouted loudly, leaving a faint ringing in his subordinates' ears. He then flipped his hand and produced a copper mirror. The old man flung the copper mirror over his head and suddenly, it took the form of a bright moon. Light flashed from its surface and a bowl-sized azure beam shot out. It twirled around the moon before scattering in every direction. The others began to unleash their own treasures to break the foreign being's concealment, but the light found nothing. However, the piercing shriek from the foreign spirit plates only grew sharper. It was clear that it was already close. At that moment, the cultivators revealed panic and the old man felt his face pale. This situation was without a doubt because the foreign being or beings were scouts of the foreign tribes that shouldn't be provoked. Not only did it not think to flee, but it thought to kill them instead. As if squeezing his voice out from his throat, the old man shouted, "Quickly lay out the elemental spirit light formation. Common protections won't protect us." Soon after, he paid no further attention to the mirror above his hand. He flipped his hand and summoned a red command token. He tossed it into the air and turned into a ball of flickering red light. The other black-armored guards suddenly realized something and they released various magic tools into the air. But at that moment the magic tools slowed down. Bang! 3 of the foreign spirit plates simultaneously erupted. Above the owners of the 3 plates, several faint blurs suddenly appeared. These silhouettes blurred as soon as they appeared and rushed towards the cultivators. Ah! The 3 black-armored cultivators finally discovered these gray silhouettes and couldn't help but shout. However, the magic treasure and spirit light protecting them didn't block the blurs from entering their body. Suddenly they let out screams of pain and they fell to the ground as they covered their heads. It was unknown if they survived. As soon as he saw the blurs, the old man's face vastly changed and he hastily shouted, "They are shadow puppets from the shadow tribe. Quickly release your lightning attribute treasures and techniques." Afterwards he opened his mouth and spat out a silver-white flying sword. Once the sword appeared, it covered the old man in silver-white lightning. Afterwards a gray shadow appeared right behind him, but thunder rang and a bolt of lightning shot out, flinging the shadow 10 meters away. The shadow tribe had an infamous reputation, and the cultivators immediately realized what was happening. However, only 2 of them were able to release their lightning attribute treasure. The rest of them felt their bodies turn cold and they couldn't help but curse. Lightning was an overbearing but rare element. Not many cultivators possessed such a treasure. The shadow tribe was also a bizarre race. Apart from lightning-attributed treasures and a few peculiar techniques, nothing affected them. And in their brief moment of hesitation, more gray shadows appeared beneath them. The black-armored guards glanced at each other in terror and they shouted, scattering in streaks in every direction in an attempt to throw off the shadows. However, the gray shadows seemed to truly become the cultivator's shadow. They turned into streaks of gray light and relentlessly pursued the cultivators. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators and the shadow puppets were 100 meters away. All that remained in the original location was the old man and the other 2 black-armored guards that possessed a lightning treasure. However, as time went on, an increasing number of gray shadows began to appear in front of them. There were now 8 of them that were drifting around them, but rolls of lightning continued to hold them at bay. However, these shadows didn't seem to know pain since they continued to approach. The old man took a deep breath and no longer concerned himself with the well-being of his subordinates. His wrist flashed with red light and suddenly produced a stack of talismans. "Evil creatures, you're courting death." The old man fiercely glared at them and approached one of the shadows. With a harsh expression, he released a talisman. It sharply crackled, releasing a dozen bolts of blue forking lightning at the gray image. Rolls of thunder rang and lightning erupted. The gray shadow let out whimpers as a net of lightning surrounded it and turned it to dust. The old man was overjoyed to see this. It seemed the hefty cost of these lightning talismans as well worth it. He flipped his hand to produce another stack of talismans and released it in an attack. But just as the forks of lightning was about to strike at another gray shadow, a cold snort sounded from all around them. Meanwhile, the gray shadow suddenly produced a large green hand from the front of its body and its fingers blurred. The green hand somehow caught all the lightning in its hand. After a series of muffled eruptions, the lightning disappeared without a trace. A green shadow. The old man's pupils shrunk. You all are courting death. A cold, emotionless voice sounded from the green hand. The hand trembled and twisted, turning into a green light silhouette. The silhouette was in the shape of a person, but their head seemed extremely large, about 2 or 3 times larger than an ordinary human. The green light flickered from the face to reveal a pair of bright scarlet eyes. It appeared to be a high-grade shadow tribe being as the old man expected. The old man's lips twitched and his face turned blue. Although lightning was effective on a majority of the shadow tribe, green shadows were at the same level as deity transformation stage cultivators and their bodies were somewhat resistant to lightning. When a deity transformation cultivator and a green shadow fought, most of the time the cultivator perished or lost. And from the number of shadow puppets the green shadow could control, he feared that the green shadow was the highest of its grade. The old man's heart completely dropped. At that moment he heard distant eruptions from a distance. It was clear that the black-armored cultivators sank into a desperate battle. The green shadow cared not for the old man's terror and wordlessly took a step forward. His body strangely warped until he was a few meters away from the old man and he raised his arm towards the overbearing lightning surrounding the old man's body. He planned on directly grabbed a hold of the old man's magic treasure. The old man's heart leapt. The green shadow was too fast. It was too late for him to dodge. He could only shout and pour the entirety of his magic power into his protective treasure. The silver lightning thundered in front of him and grew 3 times thicker. When the green shadow saw this, a trace of disdain appeared from his crimson eyes, and his palm continued forward. He reached out to grab the lightning. Thunder rolled and the thick lightning bolt ruptured in a wild display, eventually revealing a small sword. The small sword shifted its form continuously and wildly trembled, but the large green hand held firm. The old man's face became bloodlessly pale. The green shadow let out a bewildering cackle and his body blurred as if he was about to take action. But suddenly, thunder sounded above the old man and azure-white light flashed. A winged silhouette suddenly appeared. As soon as the winged figure appeared, he wordlessly pointed his hands downward. He flicked his fingers and 5 dense bolts of lightning lashed out. Another light flashed from his hand to produce a square embroidered cloth drifting downward. Its surface faintly glowed with strange talisman characters in a mysterious fashion. When the green shadow saw this, he was alarmed but not frightened. Instead, he shook his shoulder, summoning 2 gray shadows from his back. In a blur, they split off to confront the oncoming lightning and cloth. The green shadow then twisted his body, wanting to create some distance. An icy harumph sounded from the winged silhouette above him. An inconceivable event followed. As soon as the green shadow heard him, he violently trembled. Afterwards, his figure stopped and was left in a daze. A rolling thunder rang and the 5 bolts of golden lightning were the first to strike the shadow puppet. Upon contact, the gray shadow dissolved from the golden light like ice to the sun. A gray mist was all that was left behind. Simultaneously, the odd talisman characters on the embroidered cloth lit up and ruptured. Myriads of fine silver threads covered the gray shadow and immediately retracted it back into the cloth, holding the shadow puppet firmly in place. Thunder rang from the embroidered cloth, and countless arcs of lightning leaped out, attacking the immobile shadow puppet. At that moment, the winged silhouette flapped his wings and immediately disappeared with the flash of a silver line. A moment later, the silver line appeared above the green shadow. The winged silhouette then waved his hand in a casual motion. His palms sparkled with light and soon light lit up from his fingers, releasing 5 various-colored bone rings. The rings were as fine as jade with poised skulls meticulously carved from their surface. The eyes in the skulls stirred and the skull opened its mouth as if it were alive. The 5 skulls released different colored glacial flames, and they fused together to create a gorgeous barrier of rainbow flame. Just as he collected himself from being intimidated before, the green shadow saw flames light from in front of him as he was about to be engulfed in rainbow flames. He felt his entire body tensed and felt it become incredibly slow. In the next moment, the green shadow felt great terror. However, he was a high-grade existence in the Shadow Clan. He instantly let out a piercing shriek from his mouth, causing his green body to burst into countless green threads. They scattered in every direction to avoid being trapped by the rainbow flames. The winged silhouette seemed to have already anticipated this and suddenly swiped down with his other hand. Light lit up from it and the image of a small black mountain was faintly revealed from his hand. With a flip of his hand, rings of gray light suddenly rushed out from his palm. When the gray light flew out, the green threads seemed to have encountered their match. As the rings swept the green threads inside of them, they were instantly crushed and turned to green dust. At that moment, the green shadow's crimson eyes were filled with terror. However, his body felt immense pressure as if the land itself was weighing down on him. Against such a powerful ability, he couldn't muster himself to escape. Winds tore as differently colored light shot out from the winged silhouette's hands, placing a series of talismans on the green shadow. The green shadow blurred and the crimson light gradually faded from his eyes. An inconceivable event occurred. Under the restriction of the talismans, the green shadow began to shrink until he was only a fist-sized green ball that weakly pulsed with faint green light. The winged silhouette didn't find this odd in the slightest and withdrew his abilities. He simply reached his hand out in the air. The green ball immediately tore through the air and easily arrived in the person's head. At that moment, the winged silhouette turned to the dumbstruck azure-armored old man and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, I'm afraid I've arrived too late. Are you all right?" The old man eventually collected himself and withdrew the flying sword in front of him. He returned the smile and saluted the man. "Brother Han, what are you saying? Had you not saved my life, I fear I would have been in trouble. I've long heard of your exceptional abilities, and now I see those rumors are entirely true. Even a high-grade Shadow Tribe member isn't enough to be your match." The winged silhouette was actually a youth wearing a set of azure armor, Han Li. But at that moment, Han Li already progressed his cultivation to mid-deity transformation stage. Han Li chuckled in response and said, "Brother Yu is exaggerating. It's just that my techniques happen to be effective against the Shadow Tribe members. If it were another foreign race, my attacks wouldn't have been effective." Fellow Daoist Han is quite modest. Who could have known that your small squad would suffer no casualties during decades of patrol assignments? I heard in those years, you've killed quite a few foreign tribe spies. Considering all your merits, my praise hadn't been enough. The old man wryly laughed and shook his head. "Nonsense, so the other fellow Daoists must be all right?" Han Li chuckled and then he looked around. There should be any problems. Since that Shadow Tribe member has been restrained, the puppets he controlled should have dispersed. My subordinates had been earlier possessed, but since only a short time had passed, their vitality will only be a bit damaged in the worst case. So why did you come across this place? Where are your subordinates? When the old man saw that Han Li didn't want to continue that conversation, he tactfully changed the topic. Han Li took out a jade box from his storage bracelet and put the restrained green shadow in it. Then he calmly answered, It was only a matter of luck. I recently acquired a high-grade foreign spirit plate, so it gives me a broader range. I happened to be patrolling with my squad in a nearby area and the plate rang. As for my subordinates, I ordered them to stay in place before I took off. So it was like that. I've managed to escape calamity through luck alone." The old man sighed. At that moment, the two black-armored guards nearby approached Han Li and uttered deep thanks for his timely arrival. From a distance, the other cultivators were returning and arrived before Han Li, uttering a similar word of thanks. Han Li uttered a few pleasantries before saying farewell and flying off in an azure streak. After Han Li disappeared from sight, the large man with a fierce expression muttered, "I heard when Senior Han just arrived at Deep Heaven City, he was only at early deity transformation stage cultivation, but his abilities were on par with a mid-stage cultivator. And 10 years ago he entered mid-stage and his abilities became even more profound." The other black-armored guard said with admiration, "More than just that. I heard that in the decades he spent on his patrol assignment he killed 8 high-grade foreign beings. He can't be compared to an ordinary Dark Azure guard. Could it be that ascended cultivators are all such fearsome existences?" The middle-aged woman snorted and said, "Ascended cultivators are a grade stronger than those native to the spirit realm, but that Senior Han is an outlier even among ascended cultivators." The other cultivators were startled when they heard this. After Han Li faded from sight, the old man twirled his beard long in thought. After a short while he waved his hand and had his squad depart. Hundreds of kilometers away, an azure streak tore through the air and the light faded away to reveal Han Li. At that same moment, a dozen streaks of light flew up from the ground and stopped before Han Li to reveal black-armored cultivators. Squad leader. Senior Han. They all called out to him and stood at attention while floating in the air. After several decades had passed, the squad remained safe and sound, but this time they viewed Han Li with obvious respect. They no longer possessed an ounce of disobedience. This was to be expected. The other 3 squads that undertook patrol missions in similar areas would see an astonishing number of deaths. There were times that over half the small squads would need to be replaced. Although his own squad encountered many dangers, Han Li resolved each of them with ease, earning him the unopposed command of his squad. Of course, under Han Li's guidance, the squad acquired many rewards, much to their satisfaction. Han Li nodded and casually said, "Let's go." The foreign being was a green shadow and it has already been disposed of. A cultivator with a young appearance chuckled and said, "A green shadow? That is quite troublesome." The squad leader must have been able to restrain him easily with his divine essence-fused light. Let alone the green shadow, if a scarlet shadow appeared, the squad leader might have had a real fight. Han Li snorted and said, "A scarlet shadow is something that even spatial tempering cultivators find difficult to deal with. How could I possibly deal with one? Alright, let's hurry on our way. After we patrol this last area, we'll be able to rest for another year. Last time we encountered a high-grade cave hollow tribe being there. This time we encountered a high-grade shadow tribe being." Cultivator Ma's cheek twitched and he sullenly said, "That's right. Isn't this becoming too ordinary over the past 10 years? Even if we commonly discover foreign tribe scouts, it can't happen this often. There are even high-grade beings among them, each of them entering the swamp without any fear. I heard that the buried bone desert that the demons are managing on the other side are also encountering a large number of foreign tribe scouts. Large number of metamorphosed demons are also dying on their patrols. Could it be there are foreign tribes that plan on attacking Deep Heaven City?" When the others heard this, their expressions vastly changed and their smiles faded. Still as beautiful as before, Fairy Su frowned and said, "That can't be. It had only been 30,000 years the foreign tribes last attacked Deep Heaven City. Don't they usually launch an attack every 60,000 years? After a war, foreign tribes usually need 60 to 100,000 years to launch another attack. If something unforeseen has occurred and they want to quickly start another way at the cost of their strength, it would be possible. In the Great 100 Tribe War 500 years ago, foreign tribes alternated in 5 waves of attacks over a span of 100,000 years. It nearly wiped out all the strength of both humans and demons, leaving us on the verge of destruction. It took 100,000 years before we could flourish once more. Of course, some of these foreign tribes were exterminated during the war." The large green-eyed man felt his breath turn cold and he widely opened his eyes. "The Great 100 Tribe War? You must be joking. That war engulfed most of the spirit realm. How can you say something like that will happen? And didn't we end up on top after that?" Fellow Daoist Ma's words are quite frightening. If another war like that happens, it will be difficult for us to survive. During that war, mortals were fine, but 9 out of 10 cultivators suffered heavily from them. Fairy Su said with a chill. That's right, how can that?" When the others heard the words 100 Tribe War, their faces paled as if the Daoist priest said something fearsome, making it difficult to keep their calm. "That's enough. We've only encountered more foreign tribe scouts recently. How would that lead to another Grand 100 Tribe War? There is little chance of this happening. And even if it happens, it isn't something we have control over. Let's first complete the patrol assignment, that's more important. As for matters of war, let the panel of elders deal with it." With a calm expression, Han Li uttered his orders and took the lead. The others promptly stopped their conversation and flew after him. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the horizon. Several days later, Han Li and the others sat on top of a gold court boat and returned to a giant pagoda in Deep Heaven City. While the others remained in the hall to rest, Han Li left the squad base alone and climbed up to the top of the stone pagoda. After walking 10 stories up, he eventually arrived at a tightly guarded gate and entered an unremarkable large hall. The hall's walls flickered with various restrictions. They were great in number and appeared to be incredibly powerful. Inside the hall, apart from the stone table and a white-robed middle-aged man sitting at the side of the stone table, there was no one else. Just as Han Li entered it, the middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes and gave Han Li a calm glance. "So it was esteemed nephew Han. What did you gain during this patrol? Is it living or dead? Which tribe is it?" The middle-aged man appeared quite familiar with Han Li. Senior, I report that I have captured a shadow tribe scout alive. Not daring to be negligent, Han Li respectfully saluted the middle-aged man and took out a jade box and placed it on the table. The shadow tribe. Rarely is one captured alive. Let me take a look. The white-robed middle-aged man's expression stirred in excitement. Han Li formed an incantation gesture and slapped the table in front of him. The stone table suddenly glowed with white light and a 3-meter-wide spell formation appeared with the jade box right at its center. A layer of silver light appeared from it and the jade box was thoroughly restrained. The middle-aged man swept his sleeve towards the jade box without any regard of the formation and opened its lid, revealing a green ball of faint light within it. The middle-aged man examined the ball and rejoiced. A green shadow. This is a high-grade shadow tribe being that is difficult to come across, and it is even alive. Nephew, this will earn you great merit. Senior praises me too much. I hear that in half a month the Deep Heaven Hall will have an Elder Xing lecture about talismans. Is this true? That's right. This time at Deep Heaven Hall it will be Elder Xing lecturing. Although I don't know if you follow talisman refinement, Elder Xing's famous for his talisman techniques and lecture will most likely follow that route. Could it be that nephew Han is interested in it? The middle-aged man said with surprise. Han Li openly said, I've recently delved into studying talismans and have gained some insights. I was hoping for some guidance. The middle-aged man frowned and slowly said, if the Tao of talismans is studied deeply, it will have countless wondrous uses in battle, but this is only a supplementary technique. It doesn't have much use in cultivation. For nephew Han to be able to progress his cultivation to mid-stage after only shortly ascending to the spirit realm, you are a rare kind even among other ascended cultivators like us. Your exceptional talents are clear to see. But it would be best if you weren't distracted by other things, or you may suffer harm in your main cultivation. Many thanks for your kind intentions, Senior, I will take it to heart. But I do want to attend Elder Xing's lecture. I don't know if my accumulated merits would allow me to listen to him. Han Li showed no intention of backing down. Since you've made your decision, I won't say anything further. Adding your past merits to this one, you have more than enough to enter the Deep Heaven Hall. Every 10 years an elder lectures there and you seem to never miss a single one. It should be quite tough for you as well. Alright, I'll make a list of your accomplishments. Take it to the Merit Evaluation Pavilion and receive your lecture token. He took out a jade badge from his robes and inscribed something to it before handing it over to Han Li. Han Li took the jade badge with joy and saluted the middle-aged man. Then he bid goodbye and head into the hall. When the middle-aged man saw Han Li leave the hall, he shook his head and then nodded. Afterwards, the jade box on the table closed and he formed an incantation gesture before pointing at the table. The spell formation on the table glowed dazzlingly and white flashed from the box before it disappeared. Just as the middle-aged man was teleporting the green shadow to a restricted area, Han Li flew out the Deep Heaven City Market. Several hours later, Han Li dropped down to the profound Zenith Hall. Han Li handed the guards a bag of spirit stones and wore the given concealment pendant before heading inside. After walking through a long passage, Han Li emerged into the large hall. It was filled with humans and demons trading with one another. The total of figures covered in silver and black light numbered over 300. There were tens of vendors laid out all over the hall. Han Li swept his gaze around and his gaze stopped on a stone pillar at the center of the hall. There was a demon standing still. Han Li took a deep breath and walked over. Before Han Li arrived, he heard a chuckle and a sweet voice happily say, "You've finally come. After our last meeting, I thought you've secluded yourself in bitter cultivation. I thought it'd be decades before I'd see you again." Han Li smiled and replied through voice transmission. "I've only come this time to test my luck. I didn't think that fellow Daoist Yen would actually arrive here. It appeared that you also sensed that something had been wrong recently and also wanted to conclude our business." After a pause, the woman's voice turned ice cold. "There is something wrong? You must have heard about it. Take a look at the hall. There are several times more people than normal. Doesn't this mean something?" Han Li leisurely replied. He paid no mind to the woman's tone. "Could it be that you've heard something?" A glint shined from her eyes. "I don't know much, but there have been high-grade cultivators dispatching troops. As for the regions we're overseeing, more foreign tribe scouts have been appearing there. About 6 times as many. How are things on your side?" After some hesitation, the woman truthfully answered, "It's about the same. Those old fogies have started to show their faces in greater numbers, and there even are new faces in the city. Their cultivation is quite powerful. They should be new subordinates that arrived from the 7 demon lands." "I've got it. It seems there is something that's about to happen. How often do you experience attacks from foreign tribes?" Han Li asked. The woman sullenly answered, 3 times out of 10 on a patrol. "Why else has the city undergone such astonishing changes?" 30%, that is quite high. Han Li let out a long sigh and muttered to himself for a moment. The woman indifferently said, "That's right. After I finish this deal here, I won't be appearing here again. If fellow Daoist wishes to preserve his life, it'd be best for him to leave this city. Otherwise, when the foreign tribes attack, it will be difficult to escape calamity considering our cultivation." "Your words are quite simple, but as a cultivator of the city, how could I escape? And every year I also need." Han Li wryly laughed, and his words came to a sudden stop as if something came to mind. It is quite troublesome to leave the city as of current. Our races are different and I am powerless. Fortunately, even if a war breaks out, you have several years to think of a plan. Alright, that's enough information. Let's begin trading." Han Li raised no objection to the woman and merely asked, "How many spirit medicine seeds did you gather this time?" Last time, fellow Daoist Yen managed to find several. Although they were rare, they didn't have many uses. The woman sweetly laughed and said, "Don't worry, fellow Daoist. This time I was able to gather most of the ones you pointed out to me. To tell the truth, if it weren't for the fact that there will soon be a war, I wouldn't have paid such a large price for these seeds. I have other things that I have to worry about. More importantly, I hope you've brought enough myriad-year spirit herbs." Han Li strangely smiled and asked, "We've traded several times before. How would I be lacking in spirit medicine?" This time, however, the seeds are exceptionally rare. They are no less valuable than your myriad-year spirit herbs. It's only that spirit herbs of that age are hardly seen, or else I wouldn't be doing business with you." The woman sweetly giggled and flipped her hand to produce an emerald green wooden box. He tossed it over to him. There were simple flower patterns engraved on the box. The faint talisman characters flickering on the box clearly showed it was no common object. Han Li caught the box with a solemn expression. Without opening the box, he peered inside it with his bright-side spirit eyes. He also searched it with his immense spiritual sense. For a time, Han Li stood in place with the box in hand. The demon woman didn't view Han Li's actions as strange and didn't urge him to be faster. She simply stared at Han Li without a word. It was as if she was trying to make out Han Li's true appearance through the silver light. A short while later, the woman sighed and withdrew her gaze. There was no doubt she was curious about this person. His identity must be unordinary since he possessed so many myriad-year spirit herbs. If she were to guess, this person most likely belonged to one of the hidden true spirit noble clans. It was most likely he belonged to the Min clan, who were renowned for spirit medicine nurturing. However, her partner was extremely cautious. She attempted to approach the topic several times, but not only did she come up with nothing, she almost revealed her own identity in a moment of carelessness. This left the woman incredibly vexed for a long while after. Although he couldn't find her using the name she'd give her, it completely stifled her intent on finding his identity. She instead became vigilant in not releasing any more information about herself. But she couldn't help but be excited at the thought of acquiring the myriad-year spirit medicine. Although she came from a somewhat extraordinary background and possessed some status in her clan, she still wasn't able to acquire many spirit medicines, no matter how many spirit stones she offered. So long as business here succeeds, she would have enough spirit medicines to have someone refine them into various required medicine pills she needed to break through her bottleneck. Of course, she was also greatly interested in the spirit medicine seeds that Han Li was collecting, but so long as he paid her as agreed, she was disinclined to delve deep into the matter. When the demon woman started to feel her heart thump, Han Li finally finished examining the box and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad. It's most of the seeds that I told you to get. Here are your medicinal herbs. Take a good look at them." With that, he took out several jade boxes from his body and handed them over to her. The woman didn't dare to be careless and carefully inspected it as well. The woman put away the medicine herbs and giggled. "Yes, they really are medicine herbs, 10,000 years of age. This will be the last business we'll have for some time to come." If you truly manage to avoid calamity, perhaps there will be another opportunity to meet. Han Li swept his sights past the other vendors and pensively said, I hope that's the case. Now that we're done, I'll be taking a look around to see if there's anything good. There should be a few hidden treasures waiting to be found. You are quite shrewd. From what I've seen so far, there are many rare treasures. However, I have other things to attend to, so I'll be parting here. Please go ahead, Han Li calmly saluted her. The woman nimbly turned around and made her way to the exit on the demon side. After Han Li saw her leave, his lips twitched into a smile. Originally, the clear jade pills were only supposed to be effective for the early deity transformation stage. Now that he's done several trades with the woman, he collected enough medicines to create 2 types of medicine pills that would be useful to a mid-deity transformation cultivator. It appears he wouldn't have to worry about medicine pills for some time. With that important matter out of the way, he felt relief and slowly walked past a human vendor that was set up nearby. After walking around the hall, Han Li frowned. Although there were many vendors, the treasures they presented were far more previous than he had seen before. As of current, there aren't many treasures and materials that can easily catch his interest. What most interested him were secret techniques. They were rarely on sale and they weren't guaranteed to be interesting to him either. He shook his head and slowly departed from the hall. He took off to the air as soon as he left and went towards his residence in the stone pagoda. In half a month there would be the lecture at Deep Heaven Hall, something Han Li definitely wouldn't miss. And even without the lecture, he had other things to attend to that kept him in the city. When he returned to his residence in the stone pagoda, Han Li took the jade badge that had his merits recorded and he took it to another hall in exchange for a permission token. Then he returned to his squad's base and found a quiet place to rest. 3 days later he hurriedly left for some part of the city. Half a day later he appeared outside the city above a valley. The valley was lush and verdant. Apart from its natural beauty, there didn't seem to be anything else there. The azure streak circled in the air and suddenly dropped down onto the valley. The light faded and Han Li appeared 100 meters above a stone wall. He took a look around and found nothing out of the ordinary. Then with a wave of his sleeve, he released a golden talisman that vanished into the wall. Han Li quietly waited. A short moment later something suddenly changed. A layer of gray light appeared from the surface of the wall and a 6-meter-tall passage appeared before him. The passage was in the shape of a square and was made of gray stone that shined with a faint light. Han Li smiled and head downward. After walking over 150 meters he came across the white jade door covered in light. Without any hesitation he formed an incantation gesture and muttered an incantation. The light trembled and split open to form a passage that Han Li leisurely walked through. Behind the door there was a 100-meter-wide hall. Apart from 20-some stone chairs and a large stone desk at the center, there was nothing else. Furthermore, there were already 9 cultivators sitting on the chairs. There were men and women, all of them in different attire, but each of them with cultivation at deity transformation and above. When these cultivators saw Han Li enter, a few of them smiled and called out to him. Brother Han had also come. You've come quite early. I heard Brother Han managed to capture a green shadow alive. He is the pride of us ascended cultivators. Han Li smiled and saluted them. He then went to the corner of the hall and looked for a stone chair. The other cultivators that didn't call out to him remained calm or ignored him entirely. Han Li paid no attention to them either and simply closed his eyes. Not long after Han Li took a seat, more cultivators began to enter the hall and he uttered a greeting to his acquaintances. 4 hours later there were 16 cultivators in the hall. No further cultivators entered after a long while, but nobody had any private discussions. They were all quietly waiting in their seats. A long while later, a man's voice sounded out from the large hall. It appears that everyone that planned on coming has arrived, or they are occupied with a mission. Brother Zhao, let's start. Yes, just about everyone has arrived. Let's do as you say, Brother Wen. The voice sounded quite familiar. As his heart stirred, he opened his eyes. 2 middle-aged men walked into the hall. One of them was white-robed and had a smile. The other had a pale hairless face and was expressionless. It was Cultivator Wen who gave Han Li his merit bade not long before and Zhao Wugui who brought him to the city. When the 2 spatial tempering cultivators entered the hall, they began to stir. It was clear most of them recognized them. Zhao Wugui swept his sights past them and indifferently said, Originally, it should have been fellow Daoist Wen who would take charge over the meeting of newly ascended cultivators. Because an important matter occurred, will be taking over. I hope there are no objections. The cultivators felt their hearts tremble and they remained silent. When the white-robed middle-aged man saw this, he wore a pleasant expression. Originally, only fellow Daoist Zhao was supposed to take charge, but recent affairs have become somewhat peculiar, so there are a few important matters I must discuss with you all. That is why I am here. An old man with a red nose suddenly asked, "Does the peculiar matter Senior Wen mentioned have to do with a possible attack on the city by foreign tribes?" When the others heard his question, they felt their hearts trembled and they all stared at the two spatial tempering cultivators, waiting for an answer. Zhao Wugui coldly said, "We'll be talking about that matter later. In accordance to common practice, we'll first host the trade meeting and then share cultivation experiences at the end. If anyone has any difficulties in cultivation, we can offer some guidance. But like fellow Daoist fan, it will come at considerable cost. Finally, if you believe there is any interesting information, you may report it to us. If it is useful, we'll be rewarding you with spirit medicines such as earth-cleansing pills." When they heard Zhao Wugui, all the cultivators raised no objections. Zhao Wugui and Cultivator Wen took a glance at each other and promptly walked to the large stone table in the middle of the hall. The nearby cultivators promptly stood up and respectfully opened a few seats for them. The two nodded and they promptly took two of the seats. After the two spatial tempering cultivators sat down, they began the trade meeting without a hitch. Han Li used myriad year profound jade to trade for several rare talismans. As of current, his attainments in talismans were at a crucial point. Although these talismans didn't have any silver runes, they were still quite distinct. He may experience some insight from them under careful studying. With all trading finished, everyone began to speak a bit about their cultivation insights or their unique experiences with secret techniques. Although almost everyone spoke in simple or vague terms and a few spoke in detail, any crucial points were deliberately omitted. Those that were interested wouldn't urge them on but send them a voice transmission afterwards. The two would then conduct an exchange for their own techniques or insights. The two spatial tempering cultivators paid no mind to this. Having recently delved into the Tao of talismans, Han Li merely spoke of a few shallow areas of his understanding. However, it was clear there weren't many ascended cultivators in the hall that were interested in talismans. They didn't particularly pay much attention to him. But when Cultivator Wen and Zhao Wugui heard Han Li mention something related to silver rune talismans, a trace of astonishment briefly appeared on their faces. Although there were many high-grade cultivators that comprehended silver runes, it would be incredibly difficult to study talismans without direct instruction. After the group of cultivators finished speaking of their experiences, there were a few people that impatiently raised a few difficulties they experienced in their cultivation to Zhao Wugui and Cultivator Wen. However, Cultivator Wen only offered a few brief words in response and faintly smiled. As for Zhao Wugui, he gave them a few words in voice transmission. Whether they nodded or shook their head, the cultivators immediately sat back down and asked nothing else. These newly ascended cultivators more or less experienced difficulties in their cultivation. Apart from Han Li, all of them were unwilling to abandon the opportunity. Furthermore, Han Li was cultivating the dual body magic cultivation art, the Provenance True Devil arts. Although there were areas he didn't understand, no one had cultivated it before, so he was disinclined to ask questions about it. He simply sat at the side. 2 hours later, everyone finished speaking and they began to trade their information to them for medicine pills. With this, all one would expect from an ordinary meeting was finished. At that moment, Cultivator Wen sighed and he slowly stood up. "All right, since we've finished all minor affairs, we've brought a few orders from Elder Lei Luo. Listen well." The other cultivators felt their hearts tremble and their faces turned grave. Deep Heaven City had 5 human elders. Master Lei Luo and Monk Jinyu were 2 of them. The 2 were body integration cultivators of profound ability and were both ascended cultivators. However, Jinyu didn't bother with external affairs and spent most of his time in secluded cultivation. Master Lei Luo became the leader of the city's ascended cultivators as a result. He had an unrivaled prestige amongst ascended cultivators. However, Han Li had yet to see either in person ever since he's arrived at the city. He's seen the other 3 human elders during their lectures at the Deep Heaven Hall. Zhao Wugui's cold voice sounded through the hall. Elder Lei Luo gave a command not long before. He's finally acquired some concrete information. Within 10 years, Deep Heaven City will most likely be besieged by various foreign tribes. There is a slight possibility it will be an attack by 3 or more foreign tribes. Although the odds are next to nothing, there is a slight chance that there will be a repeat of the 100-tribe war. Although many in the hall already anticipated what Zhao Wugui had said, their hearts still sank upon hearing them. Most even turned pale when they heard the mention of the 100-tribe war. Although it had only been about 100 years since these cultivators ascended from a lower realm, they were still familiar with the legends of the ancient war. It was a threat that nearly resulted in the extinction of humans and demons. According to the last war, the fighting took 10,000 years to finish and was cruel beyond imagination. Sitting in the corner of the room and having spoken little this entire time, Han Li let out a long sigh and wryly smiled. It appeared these circumstances were far worse than he expected. He'd have to think of a plan to save himself. Otherwise, if a large war was about to erupt, a body integration stage cultivator would have difficulty surviving, let alone a trifling deity transformation cultivator. A barefoot man stood up with a salute and respectfully asked, "Why did Senior tell this information to low cultivation people like us? Wouldn't this secret information leak?" Zhao Wugui coldly said, "Fellow Daoists, you all cultivated in lower realms with sparse spiritual qi until you reached this stage. You prevailed against every difficulty to ascend to the spirit realm. Your wisdom is unordinary. So I will make it clear. In these coming years, all ascended cultivators holding positions as Dark Azure Guards will be placed in important positions. If a dangerous matter appears, the panel of elders will choose us to first deal with it. Although an ascended cultivator joins us every several years, most of the high-grade cultivators that died for Deep Heaven City were ascended cultivators like us. In truth, the number of ascended cultivators doesn't even amount to 1/10 of the total number of high-grade cultivators in the city. The cultivators native to the spirit realm hold safer positions. Over the past few years, you should have come to realize this. A few of you should have carried out orders for extremely dangerous missions. You might now know this, but your current status is a result of the solidarity of ascended cultivators and the painstaking effort of Elder Lei Luo. Before Monk Jin Yu and Elder Lei Luo entered the panel of elders, it is said that the treatment of ascended cultivators like us was even worse. A small half of ascended cultivators would often perish in the line of duty. All of the cultivators wore stiff expressions upon hearing this. All the cultivators felt these worst to be true. Over recent years, they personally witnessed how ascended cultivators were often assigned to extremely dangerous missions where death was likely. If this weren't the case, there would be more of their number in the hall. Han Li remained expressionless. Ever since he became a Dark Azure Guard, he was assigned to the Floating Dawn Swamp and other dangerous areas. And of the squads accompanying him, most of their leaders would also be ascended cultivators. He long felt suspicion over this. As a result, when Zhao Wugui sought him out to participate in this meeting, he readily agreed. As for the native cultivators, he was able to sense a trace of fear they felt towards ascended cultivators. Otherwise, when old eccentric Ming and the others failed to acquire the treasure from his spirit land, they wouldn't have left so easily. All the more reason to accept the invitation, when a pillar of support came to find him. Of course, after he joined these meetings, no other matters sought him out and no different missions were forced on his small squad. Naturally, this was also because the Floating Dawn Swamp was already a dangerous area. Cultivator Wen then said, "The reason why we're telling you this information is that Elder Lei Luo wishes to provide an opportunity to preserve the strength of ascended cultivators before he undergoes greater tribulation." A woman in azure palace robes and a headscarf felt a spark of joy and said, "Does Senior mean that Elder Lei Luo has a method for us to leave Deep Heaven City and avoid the war?" A cold light glinted from Zhao Wugui's eyes and he solemnly said, "The attack on the city is related to the survival of the human race as a whole. We may have some conflict with the other cultivators, but we cannot be negligent in our duty against the foreign tribes. If one dares to flee the city and abandon their duties against the foreign tribes, the enforcement squad won't come to find you. We will personally execute you." All cultivators in the hall were startled on the hall. The palace-robed woman was still brave. After some hesitation she asked, "Then what did Senior mean?" Cultivator Wen chuckled, "Fellow Daoists, don't misunderstand. Elder Lei Luo definitely won't evade his duties. But he also doesn't wish for all of us, the ascended cultivators, to die off either. As such, after some consideration, we've finally come up with a way to preserve our numbers. Although this method is quite dangerous, we've gathered you here to tell you about it. You may choose to participate in this plan. Discussion quickly spread through the hall and the cultivators couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Han Li frowned and narrowed his eyes. One of them slowly asked, "Before we make a choice, can Senior explain the plan?" Zhao Wugui coldly smiled. "It's quite simple. Recently, Elder Lei Luo issued comparatively longer-term assignments with heavy merits. These missions are extremely dangerous, so native cultivators won't likely accept them. But if you complete these assignments, you will acquire great merits and justifiably avoid the war. If the war doesn't happen, you can return to Deep Heaven City. If your cultivation isn't enough and war does break out, you'll be far from the war and preserve your life as one of our ascended cultivators." Let's get the ugly talk out of the way first. According to our plans, those on assignments will have a 50% chance of survival. Whether or not you will accept them will be entirely up to you. After all, there will only be two choices when the foreign tribes attack. You can carry out the assignment or most likely die in the war. If you try to avoid both and flee the city, you should know what will happen next. Chapter 1357. Spirit Insects Completion. When the cultivators heard the two spatial tempering stage cultivators speak, they all felt a chill run down their bodies and their faces all changed. A coin flip for death. This assignment was just too dangerous, but it was only a likely possibility for the foreign tribes to invade. And if it were only an attack by a single tribe, they were confident they would survive. When that came to mind, the assignment seemed far more dangerous. Of course, a decision regarding one's own life couldn't be considered simple. They needed to put much consideration over it. For a time, silence filled the hall. Cultivator Wen added, "Fellow Daoists, don't need to immediately make a decision. These assignments will continue to be issued for a year. Furthermore, so long as you take the assignment, we'll find someone to take over your original office in the guard. Don't worry if you're on regular assignments." Han Li raised his head and said, "Senior Wen, even if we finish that assignment, how will the matter of the earth cleansing pill be resolved? Even if we complete the mission, we'll perish to two-colored tribulation." Zhao Wugui replied, "So it is nephew Han. You don't need to worry about that. These dangerous missions were meant to be putting everything at stake. Naturally, we will give you all the earth cleansing pills you need, but they will be placed under a restriction. If you don't truly attend to your mission, these earth cleansing pills destroy themselves. So do not abandon your mission. You should understand the consequences." So it was like that. "Thanks for the explanation, Senior." Han Li nodded and calmly sat down. When several people in the room heard this, their faces remained unchanged, but they wryly smiled in their minds. The last of their hopes were annihilated. We've already mentioned this all to you. The first wave of missions will be issued in half a month. If you do plan on taking the assignment, it will be best to prepare. Although Elder Lei Luo chose those assignments for you all in particular, if there are other cultivators that take them, nothing can be done about it. The meeting is now over. Everyone return and think well about your choice." With that said, Cultivator Wen ended the meeting with a smile. He then stood up with Zhao Wugui and they took the first steps out of the hall. The other cultivators remained still for a moment before heading out as well. Most of them frowned as if heavy thoughts weighed on their minds. Han Li wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he remained in his seat as his mind wandered. A short moment later, there were sparsely few in the hall. "Is Brother Han tempted to take the assignment?" One person walked up and asked Han Li with a friendly face. Han Li's expression stirred and he looked at the person who approached him. He beamed and answered, "So it was Fairy Xian. I am somewhat tempted. The seniors arranged this choice, so it was a method of self-preservation. It is only a bit too dangerous." The woman in azure palace robes who approached Han Li was a mid-deity transformation cultivator. Han Li had seen her several times during the meeting and had spoken to her before. They could be considered acquaintances. Cultivator Xian sweetly smiled and said, "I heard on a patrol mission not long before, Brother Han captured a green shadow all by himself. It appears Brother Han's abilities are beyond a late deity transformation cultivator. If fellow Daoist takes this mission, you should be better off than most fellow Daoists. How about we join hands and take on the mission together?" Although an azure scarf covered her face, From her exposed skin and enchanting eyes, she was clearly a woman of outstanding beauty. Han Li felt some surprise at her proposal. After staring at her face, he slowly shook his head. You overpraise me. It hasn't been long since I've entered mid-stage. I can't be compared to you. As for taking on the assignment, I still haven't made a decision. It is still too soon. Han Li's words were polite, but they carried a tactful rejection. Cultivator Xian betrayed some disappointment from her eyes, but she didn't continue to pursue the topic. After chatting with him for a bit, she took her leave. Once Han Li watched her leave, he withdrew his gaze and sank into thought. Although the woman's cultivation wasn't weak and she cultivated the 3000 jade technique that was said to be formidable, he has always acted alone. He didn't want an outsider to know about the treasures he carried. Even if he took on the mission, he had no intention to team up with anyone. Furthermore, there was an important matter that kept him near the city. Even if the war started tomorrow, he wouldn't be able to immediately leave. The myriads of gold-devouring beetles that he fostered with rainbow skirt grass had finally fulfilled their requirements for maturation a year before. With the maturation technique he acquired from the endless sky saintess, they're finally done. In several months to a year, the insects will finish their transformation and will become completely mature. How could he depart during a crucial moment of their change? It could result in the failure of their advancement. As Han Li felt some anxiousness, he eventually took a breath and departed. He flew up in an azure streak and headed back to the city. A dozen days later, Deep Heaven Hall would have a lecture, something he wouldn't want to miss. As such, after he returned to the stone pagoda housing his squad, he immediately sealed himself inside a seclusion room and sat cross-legged on a mat. Han Li flipped his hand to produce a yellow bottle and tossed out a thumb-sized azure pill before swallowing it. A layer of faint azure light then lit off from his body. A glint flashed through Han Li's eyes and he reached out with his hand. He spread out his fingers and slowly shut his eyes. A light pop sounded. A spiritual light flashed from the top of Han Li's head and a 2-inch large nascent soul appeared from his head. The nascent soul stood on top of a small cauldron. Dozens of miniature golden swords were flying around him. It had an imposing appearance. The nascent soul lowered its head to look at the body beneath it and it closed its hand together. It blinked and its eyes separately turned black and white before wearing an innocent smile. It opened its mouth and spat out a silver fireball that struck the top of its palm. With a light bang, the silver flames enveloped the palm. A strange scene followed. Black light flashed from the seemingly ordinary palm and the 5 fingers released 5 bone rings. Every bone ring had a vividly detailed skull engraved on it. These skulls twisted their appearances inside the silver flames as if they were alive. They had had differing expressions ranging from happiness, pain to nothing at all. Regardless of their appearance, the rings' shapes continued to fluctuate inside the silver flames. What was even more outrageous was his palm was changing alongside the rings. Furthermore, its flesh had become more crystalline and white as if it were more jade than flesh. The nascent soul tilted its head and opened its mouth to release a fireball, striking the body's other palm. Silver light brightly flashed and the bewitching flame completely wrapped the hand. What was most incredible was that the palm changed under the effects of the silver flame. It turned pitch black and began to char from the heat. A small mountain design appeared from his palm and the back of his hand simultaneously. Gray slightly faintly pulsed from them. As this strange scene occurred from both these palms, the silver flames and the nascent soul blurred, disappearing back into the crown of Han Li's head. Meanwhile, an azure light lit up from Han Li's body and turned faintly golden. A golden phantom appeared from behind him. Although the silhouette was vague, it appeared to possess 3 heads and 6 arms. Han Li's naked wrist and cheek had squares of pure gold talisman characters that slowly roamed across his flesh. From a distance they looked like golden scales. With golden light radiating from Han Li's body, he looked nearly divine. A dozen days later, Han Li emerged from seclusion with a calm expression. After attending the lecture of Deep Heaven Hall for 3 entire days, Han Li walked out from the city and returned to his cave residence. In addition, a month after Han Li returned to his cave residence, Deep Heaven City's panel of elders suddenly released a set of extremely dangerous and rewarding missions. These missions were related to various foreign clans, but most of them required deity transformation-grade cultivation. This aroused commotion in the city. But because these missions were extremely dangerous, very few accepted them. During this time, several uninvited guests arrived in Han Li's spirit land and paid him a visit. Inside his cave residence, these people had a probing chat with him for half a day before quietly departing. This led Han Li with a wavering expression. After spending several days in deep thought in his seclusion room, he finally came to a decision. 4 months later, most of his gold-devouring beetles have reached complete maturation, resulting in 7,000 formidable spirit insects. Han Li promptly collected them and headed to a secret area in Deep Heaven City where the secret missions were being assigned and quietly vanished. Not long after, Han Li's small squad received an order and had their leader replaced with another deity transformation cultivator. It wasn't rare for cultivators like Han Li to mysteriously disappear. Since he was an ascended cultivator, he was likely to be unaffiliated or a secret disciple of a noble clan. The sole trait of these people was that they were all deity transformation stage cultivators. In addition, they were all particularly outstanding individuals. Book 9. Races of the Spirit Realm. In an endless crimson forest of twisted trees, there were 5 young men and women. They were in a hidden part of the forest and were 10 meters apart from one another. One of them was a man about 30 years old. He wore embroidered robes and had snow-white robes with eyes like lightning. There was a black-robed woman with a slender body, black brows and draped hair. Her face appeared hostile. The other youth appeared in his late 20s with a blood-red birthmark on his mouth and a handsome appearance. His face wore a faint smile. The second woman wore white robes and appeared to be 18. Her dainty face gave her an innocent appearance. The last of them was an azure-robed youth in his early 20s with an expressionless face. He was Han Li, who had recently left Deep Heaven City. The 5 appeared young, but their cultivation was at deity transformation stage and above. Apart from Han Li and the white-robed woman who had mid-stage cultivation, the other 3 possessed late deity transformation stage cultivation. However, the black-robed woman happened to be the woman surnamed Xiao from the Black Phoenix clan, who Han Li first met at the Beast Wave when his cultivation was lost. The woman coldly glared at Han Li. Although she said nothing, her eyes were filled with bewilderment. I truly didn't think that you humans would send out 3 cultivators with 2 of them at mid-stage. Could it be that your race plans on having this operation fail? The white-browed man coldly asked. Although his voice wasn't very loud, everyone could clearly hear it. When they heard the youth, the blood-marked youth's brow faintly stirred and his smile faded. Han Li simply blinked and fiddled with a white jade slip in his hand. As for the young white-robed woman, her black eyes were wandering, but a smile still stuck on her face. The 3 didn't reply. When the white-browed man saw the 3's reaction, he was enraged and thought to say something when the woman surnamed Xiao suddenly said, "This mission is related to Deep Heaven City and the safety of both our kind. If we do not sincerely cooperate, let alone the mission, we may even fail to reach the mission's destination. Don't forget, we'll have to spend a year traveling. Since your kind sent 3 fellow Daoists, you must be unordinary. Since we'll be spending some time with each other, let's exchange names. I am Xiao Hong and come from the Black Phoenix clan. This is fellow Daoist Li from the Profound Hawk clan." Xiao Hong spoke with a neutral tone. When the blood-marked youth heard this, he raised his brow and smiled. "I am Long Dong. It seems your extreme flames come from refining your life flames to an astonishing realm. You're a member of the Long clan." Xiao Hong's expression changed upon hearing him. "I didn't think that fairy would know of my clan." The blood-marked youth grinned and flashed his teeth. "I am called Xiang," the white-robed woman said with a chuckle. Her voice sounded like birdsong. "Han Li." Han Li shortly uttered his name and said nothing else. Xiao Hong looked at Han Li and her voice turned cold. "So it was you. It is no wonder you had those immortal vanquishing beads. You were originally a high-grade cultivator. So you're cultivating a dual-body magic art." When they heard this, the other 3 appeared alarmed. "I do cultivate such a technique. It has been many years since I've seen you. How is Dyer doing?" Han Li indifferently asked. Xiao Hong paused for a moment and indifferently replied, "It was sensible for Dyer to follow me at the time. She has cultivated at an immense speed and already possesses a golden core. It is only a matter of time before she overtakes both of us." "Is that so? I am glad she's fine." Han Li let out a faint sigh. The white-robed young woman, Xiang, glanced at the 2 and asked with a giggle, "What? Does Sister Xiao recognize Brother Han?" "Know him?" Hee hee, we can be considered old acquaintances. Xiao Hong coldly laughed. At that moment, the blood-marked youth glanced at the two and his sights briefly paused on Xiao Hong. He then immediately looked away. His eyes deeply revealed a trace of greed and no one seemed to notice. After some thought, Xiao Hong warned, although this isn't deep in the wilderness, it is already a sign of your strength that you were able to make it here. Our next step won't be as easy as the way here. If we do not unite together, I fear that it will be difficult to safely pass through the Black Leaves Forest. This path contains an immense amount of danger. When they heard the name of the rest, the other four war-changed expressions. The white-robed woman asked, "This mission is to scout the movements of the Tree Spirit clan? Will this mission be concluded once we recover the spies that are placed there and gather their information? That doesn't seem too difficult." The blood-marked youth sighed and muttered, "That's hard to say. It'll depend a lot on luck. If it goes smoothly, the mission will be simple, but if we encounter trouble and the tree spirits discover us, we'll all likely die. However, this mission is greatly related to our two races. There is certain to be some danger." The white-browed youth frowned and puzzlingly asked, "Since it is so important, why did they send deity transformation-grade cultivators? Wouldn't it be safer to send out spatial tempering cultivators?" The blood-marked youth didn't immediately reply. Instead, he looked at Xiao Hong with a mysterious smile. "Since he's asking questions, it seems your esteemed self should be in charge of him." The white-robed young woman calmly said, "Since Brother Long is aware of this, it seems you must be in charge of the human side." The blood mark on the Long Dong's mouth stirred and he vaguely answered, "That's right, I do know a few things." When the white-robed woman heard this, she curled her lips and turned to look at Han Li. Han Li remained expressionless as if he hadn't heard their conversation. This caused her to look at him with surprise. Xiao Hong turned to the white-browed youth and explained, "They've sent deity transformation cultivators like us because the Black Leaves Forest is already covered in the Heavenly Wood Dream Net. If anybody above deity transformation stage were to enter, it will immediately cause alarm." The white-brow youth nodded and suddenly looked at Han Li and Xie Yin with narrow eyes. "So it was like that, but even if fellow Daoist Long might do, the other two are mid-deity transformation cultivators. Aren't they lacking?" "Brother Li, please feel at ease. The panel of elders sent both young Lady Xie and fellow Daoist Han. They naturally hold you in high esteem as well. They definitely won't disappoint." Long Dong chuckled. The white-brow youth then sinister said, "Since you're vouching for them, let's leave that alone then. But if they become a burden, I will not save them." The white-browed man's open disdain finally caused the white-robed woman's face to sink. "Your cultivation only exceeds mine by a single grade, yet you speak like you're a spatial tempering cultivator." The white-browed youth replied with a cold laugh, "Once you've reached our stage, the difference is negligible." The white-robed woman felt anger. Just as she was thinking of a reply, Han Li interjected, "Since fellow Daoist Long and Fairy Shao know more about this mission, why not have them give us the details first? When I received this mission, I was only given general details. I didn't think I'd need to cooperate with others. If I had known that, I would have most likely not taken this mission," Han Li said with an indifferent expression. He truly felt somewhat unhappy. When he found there would be multiple people on this assignment, he knew it wouldn't be simple and he doubts about it. But since the mission was important and he was given vague details about, it would forfeit the privilege of accepting a different mission if he backed out and would need to stay in Deep Heaven City for 10 years. As such, with nothing else keeping him, he had no choice but to take the mission as he needed to leave the city within several years. As a result, he needed to gather at this location in a month's time. When he saw there were only Spirit Realm natives instead of other ascended cultivators, he could only wryly laugh. It appears this assignment's complexity and danger was far beyond what he anticipated. Didn't Zhao Wugui mention that this mission would only be chosen by ascended cultivators? Could it be he took the wrong mission? But before he set out, he was already given enough earth-cleansing pills and promised to finish his mission. This was the same as what Zhao Wugui had told him. Han Li felt bewildered when he thought of this. Long Dong smiled and said, "I'll tell Brother Han and Lady Xia about the mission details on the way. The mission is time-sensitive, so we should best set off." Brother Long's words are reasonable. We are short on time. Let's head out and then give relevant information on the way. Xiao Hong agreed. The other two raised no objections. Han Li paused and slowly nodded. "All right, there will be time to talk as we travel. The blood-marked youth amiably proposed. In that case, for the sake of carefulness, everyone should take my spirit cloud boat. We won't need to waste any magic power, only use a few spirit stones. The boat is also well hidden. We'll encounter less troubles on the way. A ball of faint white light floated out from the forest. It contained a longboat that stretched over 60 meters wide. The boat was divided into 2 stories and seemed to be crafted entirely from fine jade. The boat was engraved with simple cloud designs. Gold and silver talisman characters also floated from its surface, producing an unordinary aura. The jade boat shuddered. Suddenly, the silver and golden talisman characters exploded, turning into a white cloud that wrapped around the boat. The entire boat appeared like an unremarkable white cloud. The huge cloud soon circled in the air and silently rushed off. Although the cloud appeared to be gently flying through the air, it traveled at extreme speed, tearing through 300 meters in an instant. Its speed was comparable to an ordinary deity transformation cultivator. As Xiaohong stood on top of the boat, she looked around and praised, "Not bad." Although a spirit boat suitable for travel can't be considered rare, one this fast is a top-grade good. As expected for the Long clan and owner of a human auction house. Long Dong politely said, "He Fairy Xiao praises me too greatly. Your clan is one of the 7 great demon clans. You must have seen every kind of treasure. My spirit cloud boat's speed can't be more than acceptable in your eyes. However, the boat does have quite a space. There are at least a dozen rooms. Apart from one person needing to keep watch on the outside, everyone else can rest in a room. If it goes smoothly, we'll arrive in half a year. With some cultivation, it'll pass by quickly." Xiaohong nodded. "That is good. We'll take 10 days turns keeping watch while the others can do as they wish on the boat. Everyone should select their rooms first." The others raised no objections and found a satisfactory room on the boat. Since it was their place to rest and meditate, they placed down other restrictions in the room to protect them from prying eyes. Then after a short discussion, the watch rotation was decided. As it so happened, Hanli was the last position in the rotation. That gave him 40 days before he had to keep watch. With all of that arranged, Hanli didn't chat more with the others and headed into his room instead. The others had done the same apart from Long Dong, who held the first watch. With Long Dong alone on board, his lips twitched and he made his way to the front of the boat. He flipped his hand and produced a green mat. He then sat down on it cross-legged. The blood-marked youth quietly muttered, "Half a year. I look forward to the day that arrives." Then he slowly closed his eyes and wore an odd smile on his face. In a room 10 meters wide, Xiaohong and the white-browed youth took a seat across from each other. "What? You're saying that young girl Xie Ying possesses heavenly phoenix blood and is a disciple of the true spirit noble clan?" The youth said with an astonished face. Xiaohong solemnly said, "Why is fellow Daoist Li so surprised? Your dark falcon clan is also a rare species of bird. You must have felt something. As for our black phoenix clan, although we are a side branch of the phoenix clan, the purity of our heavenly phoenix blood is far greater than what that girl possesses. But there is no doubt about the presence of phoenix blood in her body." The white-browed sighed and wore an odd expression. "So it was like that. When I first saw that girl, I felt ill at ease, like there was a slight sensation of fear, so I was somewhat at a loss when we entered the forest. So why did Fairy Xiao tell me this? It's just that if the girl has other true spirit blood on her, it would have been fine. But she has the heavenly phoenix blood of the myriad bird king. Brother Li should understand what this means." Xiaohong sweetly smiled, but her eyes were ice cold. The white-browed youth grew silent for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. "Of course I understand. But don't forget how important the elders told us to treat this mission. If we let personal matters get in the way of the clan's mission, then our lives are forfeit, regardless if we manage to acquire heavenly phoenix blood." Xiaohong chuckled. "When did I say I wanted to attack her before the mission was over? We'll have to first make sure that the mission is completed. Then we'll strike." "Strike after the mission is over? Oh, if it doesn't affect the mission, that'll be possible. But will the other 2 help her? Even if we take back the true phoenix blood, how will we divide it? The blood can't be evenly divided." The white-browed youth blinked and he shook his head. Xiaohong gritted her teeth and said, "The heavenly phoenix blood is useful to us both, but its effects are more pronounced on those from the black phoenix clan. How about this? If Brother Li helped me acquire the spirit blood, I am willing to reward him with 3 black flame pills. As for the other 2, I have a plan to deal with them. Furthermore, the Black Leaves Forest wasn't a safe area to begin with. They might not safely return. 3 black flame pills? You aren't joking? The white-browed youth said with delight. Xiao Hong wryly smiled and said, I have some status in the Black Phoenix clan. Although the pills are considered priceless after many years, I've managed to accumulate enough ingredients for 3. I planned on using them to enter spatial tempering stage. After a moment of thought, the youth frowned and said, so it was like that. I'll lend you a hand after the mission is over. However, the blood won't be easy to take. Especially true blood from the true spirit noble clans. It will be difficult to acquire after they fused it into their human bodies. Don't worry, the Black Phoenix clan have a particular method of extracting true blood. It had been well researched. I have an 80% chance at the very least. When the white-browed youth heard this, he nodded. Since you are so confident, then fine. In the other room, the young white-robed woman Xie clasped her hands with an incantation gesture. She was sitting cross-legged on the bed. There was a meter-wide azure halo slowly floating behind her head. Upon closer inspection, the halo was perfectly round with foot-tall white flames flickered from its edges. There was also a hollow silhouette meditating at its center. From its appearance through its radiance, it appeared similar to the woman, but was several times smaller. Its eyes were shut and its hand was held in an incantation gesture. At an unknown time, the young woman's mouth began to stir and an indistinct smile appeared on her face. At nearly the same time, the image in the halo wore a similar expression. As Han Li paced in the secluded room, he wore an expressionless face and his eyes flickered as if he were lost in thought. In the corner of the room there were 2 small objects on the jade table. There was a kitten-sized leopard with its 4 legs lazily stretched out on the table next to the items. Sitting on the small leopard's head was a monkey only several inches tall. Black light lit up from its fur and it looked at Han Li with intelligent eyes. Han Li suddenly stopped pacing and he flipped his hand to produce a white jade slip and a small bottle. The bottle was simply decorated and had 3 ancient characters engraved on it. Under closer inspection, the words Red Earth Cleansing Pill. Han Li stroked the bottle with a finger and then sighed. In a flash of light, the bottle disappeared. All that remained was a jade slip. The jade slip was something that was given to him by several mysterious cultivators before he left Deep Heaven City. Han Li fiddled with the jade slip for a while before placing it against his forehead. The jade slip contained a huge map, but it seemed to be mostly incomplete. The map's lacking areas were shining with faint golden light. Although he looked through it continuously, Han Li couldn't help but continue as if he was trying to find something inside it. Countless kilometers away from Deep Heaven City, there was a hidden underground room where a monk and a Daoist sat across from each other next to a stone table. The Daoist appeared over 40 years old. He had big eyes, thick eyebrows and faintly golden skin. The monk appeared old and had a white beard that was a half-foot long. Wrinkles littered his face and his eyes were thin lines as if he couldn't open them. It is about time for them to meet together and head on their way. The old man said weakly. Yes, but there is something that eludes me. Why did Brother Jinyu suddenly changed from his original plan after he left seclusion? Why did you send those juniors to a foreign land? Those people were supposed to be the most outstanding of the newly ascended cultivators. You should clearly understand that the mission to receive intelligence from the foreign land may seem simple, but it is truly dangerous. The demon clans would send equivalent people, but in truth they seem to have other plans. The Daoist priest spoke with a puzzled face. The various races have become restless. You should know this. The old monk said. When the Daoist priest heard the old monk, his heart trembled and he wore a solemn expression. Of course. But there is a newly appeared profound heavenly treasure that is listed on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. Furthermore, it is a profound heavenly treasure that ranks in the top 3. The profound heavenly execution sword. The old monk muttered, that's right. Originally it should have been tens of thousands more years before another attack. There is even a possibility of another 100 race war erupting as a result of this. The Daoist priest spoke with confusion. Why is Brother Jinyu speaking in circles? This information is obvious. How is this related to what we were talking about? Aren't the various races fearful of being drawn into this war? The old man slowly said, Fear being drawn in? Hee now that this matter has appeared, what race can't? In accordance to the appearance of past profound heavenly treasures, it will provoke a storm of blood before it can be formed. The race that will acquire this treasure in the end can consecrate it to attract a true spirit-grade existence to protect their clan and turn it into the strongest tribe in the spirit realm. These true spirit-grade existences are superior to immortals from the true immortal realm. Of course, before a powerful true spirit appears, the tribe in question will have to protect it. Otherwise, it will only be seized away by others. If the race that acquires this treasure is weak, they may even offer the treasures to a stronger tribe in a request for protection or abandon it in a wild area to prevent the extermination of their own clan. The Daoist priest didn't understand the monk, but he didn't interrupt him. The monk paused and then continued, "It is reasonable to say that with our strength, it is difficult to predict which tribe will receive the profound heavenly treasure. However, the demons have a body integration cultivator that has some prophetic abilities. Because they are aware they have no chance of surviving their next tribulation, they activated their potential and used their life's magic power to divine the whereabouts of the next treasure. As a result, it was shown the profound heavenly execution sword will appear in the northwest portion of what is known to humans as the Fengyuan continent. Although the Fengyuan continent is the smallest of the three, it has far more races than the other continents. The so-called northwest corner consists of humans, demons, spirit tribe, wood tribe, night fiend tribe, shadow tribe, and 6 other races. In other words, the newly appeared profound heavenly treasure can appear in human lands. As of current, only humans and demons are aware of this situation, but it won't be hidden for long. After all, there are certain to be spies from the other races in our ranks. There are no walls where air doesn't pass through. If the other foreign races were to discover this, you should realize what will happen." When the monk finished, he wore a wry smile. "What? It was like that? In that case, if we aren't careful, it is possible that we will be exterminated." The Daoist priest's face turned pale. The monk sighed. According to ancient legends, when a great number of powerful beings are exterminated in an area, a mysterious blood offering technique can be employed, forcibly calling down a profound heavenly treasure. Those powerful tribes don't care about exterminating humans or demons. They are only using us as a blood offering. In the last 100 race war, the 4th-ranked heaven-form shield caused turmoil for myriads of years. They swept in most of the tribes on the continents and exterminated the weaker ones in a massacre. So regardless of which tribe acquires the treasure, we will have to launch a war to evade our fate as a blood offering and have other tribes take that place. So it was like that. So you had the newly ascended cultivators leave the city to a foreign land. The Daoist priest suddenly realized something. The monk solemnly said, "Profound heavenly treasures are heaven-defying treasures able to reverse the realm's laws. But they might not all come from the spirit realm and could be brought up from a lower realm. Although the possibility of this is extremely slim, there have been suspicious ascended cultivators in the last 100 years. They've all been released from Deep Heaven City on the most dangerous missions to the foreign tribes. Regardless of whether they succeed in their mission, they will eventually discover in a short time that they will not be able to return to Deep Heaven City. Of course, there are also a few suspicious cultivators from natives that were also moved out from Deep Heaven City or were forcefully exiled to the wilderness for whatever reason. Apart from these people, there are also a few with astonishing potential and aptitude that were also sent to the wilderness. This way, if they truly carry the profound heavenly execution sword, we are effectively moving them away from the source of calamity. If we happen to be defeated in the war, these people will be able to continue the lineage of humans and demons and have them flourish once more. There is no need to go through so much trouble. If we investigate whether or not these people truly possessed a profound heavenly treasure, we can." The Daoist priest trailed. The monk explained, "We can search through the entirety of their spiritual sense with mind-controlling techniques. But what advantage is there if we find out that the profound heavenly execution sword is on our hands? It is only a source of trouble. Are you able to guarantee that no one from the panel of elders is actually a foreign being taking their form? If this is leaked, not only will our human clan become a target in a short time, even the demon clan may break their alliance with us for self-preservation. Humans will truly be exterminated in that case. We aren't some powerful race. We can't hold the treasure until a true spirit-grade existence comes knocking on our door. Even if we present the treasure to a stronger tribe for protection, I reckon the shadow race and the others won't let this chance pass them by. Instead of feigning ignorance, it'd be best we deal with the coming war. If we don't have the certainty of which race possesses the profound heavenly treasure, it will most likely be the Tree Tribe and the Shadow Tribe that attacks us. With the humans and demons manning Deep Heaven City, we will most be able to block them. The Spirit Tribe and the Night Fiend Tribe will join in the war with fierce vigor after finding out this information. At worst, great injuries will befall the various tribes and we'll fulfill the blood offering requirement to call upon the profound heavenly treasure. Regardless of who the treasure originally belongs to, so long as the treasure is summoned, we will have survived this calamity. But to prevent those powerful tribes from finding us, we must first achieve victory. I reckon that this battle will be different from the 100-year-long city sieges. I reckon that this war will have an outcome in several years that is far more wretched. The other tribes controlling them most likely think the same. Otherwise, the other tribes would have looked carefully for the profound heavenly execution sword. They are all preparing for the war, the old monk finally finished. After the Daoist priest heard this, he remained in place for a long while. Then he unhappily asked, "When did you find this information? Last time I wasn't told about this. Could it be that the panel of elders have hidden this from me?" It's quite simple. We only did this after we found out there was something wrong with your identity. I don't know if I should continue to address you as Lei Luo or as Elder Purple Shadow. What Purple Shadow? What does Grandmaster Jinyu mean? The Daoist priest asked with a frown. It's about time. Let's start. The old monk ignored the Daoist priest and swept his gaze to an exquisite incense burner in the corner of the room. The stick of incense was burned halfway. It's about time? Don't tell me the incense. A purple light flashed from the Daoist priest's eyes and his face vastly changed. At nearly the same time, a purple shadow shot out from the Daoist priest's body and pounced at the old monk. The monk remained still in his seat and he swept his sleeve. A bang sounded and golden light flashed. Series of Buddhist texts floated in the air. The purple shadow struck the wall as if receiving a strike of immense force. Soon after, his body violently trembled and turned into a ball, incapable of any further action. At that moment, the wall flashed with azure light and an azure jade bowl suddenly appeared. It flipped out and spat out an azure mist, instantly taking in the purple shadow into it. Not bad, the four-spirit incense is worthy of its reputation in restraining the Shadow Tribe. It even restrains a purple shadow. White light flashed from the wall to reveal a middle-aged scholar. He wore white robes and had a relaxed expression. "Brother Tianyuan, many thanks for your spirit incense. It would have been difficult to deal with this evil creature otherwise." The monk looked at the scholar and stood up, saluting him. "Grandmaster Jinyu praises me too greatly. It just happened to cultivate a new ability that allowed me to take notice that Lei Luo was possessed. It is a pity that a genius of Lei Luo's talents had met his end." The scholar glanced at the Daoist priest's body and sighed. The life from the possessed body soon faded and its flesh became shriveled. The monk softly chanted with a trace of anguish on his face. Soon after, he flicked his finger and a golden flame shot from his finger. Suddenly, the body turned to nothing in the golden flames. According to common convention, although the purple shadow is of equivalent strength to a body integration cultivator, with Lei Luo's abilities, it shouldn't have been easy for him to be possessed. It seemed my old friend was plotted against when he last journeyed into the wilderness 100 years ago. The purple shadow was extremely devious and kept his cover for many years when he returned to the city. Were it not for the Holy Sovereign's keen senses, I fear that we would still be tricked. The evil creature thought to gather together all the ascended cultivators and send them to their doom under the guise of protection. The middle-aged man that appeared was the renowned master of Heavenly Origin City, Holy Sovereign Tianyuan. The sovereign gracefully smiled and said, "However, over the past years my old friends favor the native cultivators a bit too much. It is no wonder ascended cultivators have become resentful." The monk's face turned sullen. "I've always remained in secluded cultivation these past years and neglected these matters. Now that a great enemy has appeared, I can't deal with these small affairs. It is known how much information leaked after fellow Daoist Lei Luo's body was possessed. Deep Heaven City's defenses and restrictions must be changed. This is indeed an important matter that will require an extensive discussion between the members of the panel of elders. This purple shadow knows quite a bit. You can interrogate it in further depth, Master Jin Yu. The middle-aged scholar nodded before tossing the jade bowl in his hand through the air. Thank you, Holy Sovereign. It's just a pity that the people who were deployed to the territories of the different races have most likely all fallen already. The elderly monk caught the jade bowl with a wistful look on his face. Theirs was a necessary sacrifice in order to prevent the enemy from catching wind of what we were doing. The Shadow Tribe will most likely attack them along the way, and we can only hope that they'll be lucky enough to escape alive. However, was what you said earlier true, Master Jin Yu? Is it really the case that the cultivators who ascended in the past century could possess that profound heavenly spirit/sword? The Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign asked. Of course not. I was only lying just then because I didn't want to waste any more time. Once a profound heavenly artifact takes shape in one world, it can be taken to another world prior to its attainment of sentient will. However, if this treasure is taken away from its world of origin prior to attaining sentient will, it will lose the chance to do so in the future. Profound heavenly artifacts with no sentient will aren't very useful, and there's no way that they'd appear on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, the elderly monk replied with a faint smile. I see. As expected, you really are the leading expert in profound heavenly treasures, Master Jin Yu. The middle-aged scholar gave a faint smile, and it was impossible to tell whether they actually believed the old monk or not. Han Li as naturally unaware of the fact that so many changes would be taking place to the mission that he was on. At present, he and the other 4 people were skirting around the white clouds, engaging in a ruthless killing spree of the strange birds and ancient beasts there. Each and every one of these strange birds was around 10 feet in size and possessed 4 wings. Their bodies were like enlarged versions of bat bodies, yet they possessed the heads of mountain goats. Their pairs of horns were curved backward, and when they opened their mouths, the sharp fangs within presented quite an intimidating sight to behold. There were several hundred birds of this nature in the surrounding area, and as they flapped their wings, gusts of gray winds would be swept up. They could also blast arcs of lightning that were as thick as large bowls from their mouths, and their individual powers were not inferior to that of the average core formation cultivator. Furthermore, these birds all had pairs of black metal talons, so they were dangerous even in close-quarters combat. If a single normal deity transformation cultivator were to encounter such a large flock of these strange birds, they would perhaps avoid them to spare some trouble. However, in Han Li's party of 5, there were direct lineal descendants of true spirit families, metamorphosis stage demonic cultivators from the 7 major demon subspecies, as well as an absolute freak in Han Li. As such, they were able to easily protect their spirit cloud arc while engaging in a completely one-sided slaughter of these ferocious birds. The young man with the red mole was making hand seals, manipulating 2 streaks of white light that were over 100 feet in length to completely enshroud an area of over 1,000 feet ahead of him. The true form of these streaks of white light had to be some type of wickedly sharp weapon, as they were able to cleave through winds, lightning, and birds with no exceptions. Meanwhile, the young woman in the black dress was situated within a ball of furious black flames. She didn't appear to be unleashing any abilities and was only hovering peacefully in midair, but all of the winds and lightning that struck her disappeared without being able to put so much as a single scratch on her. Any of the birds who dared to attack her were also immediately reduced to ashes as soon as they came into contact with even a tiny wisp of those black flames. Even though these birds were extremely ferocious in nature, none of them dared to approach Han Li's party after having a dozen or so of their brethren destroyed in quick succession. In contrast, the young man with the white eyebrows was fighting in a unique style of his own. He wasn't relying on any treasures, choosing instead to plunge headfirst into the flock of strange birds. A pair of black glistening wings had appeared on his back, and his arms had also become extremely thick and bulky, clearly having transformed into a semi-demonic form already. As his body flashed through the air, one could only see a half-bird half-humanoid shadow crashing through the throngs of birds. All of the birds that were unfortunate enough to stand in his path were split into several pieces, sending a rain of blood falling from the sky. As for Han Li, his performance was the most mundane of the lot. He merely released all of his azure bamboo cloudswarm sword, transforming them into 72 streaks of golden light that revolved around his body, each of which was several feet in length. Not only did they manage to ward off all of the oncoming attacks, they also slew any birds that dared to approach him. However, The one who was seemingly the most relaxed and carefree among their party was the white-robed young woman by the name of Yi Ying. She was holding a green jade lute in her lap, and her slim fingers were gliding over its strings, sending halos of yellow light radiating through the air around her. Any oncoming birds that were struck by these halos would be completely encased in layers of peculiar grayish-white substance. They would then be completely immobilized as a result and plummet from the sky before shattering into countless pieces on the ground below. This lute possessed the extremely rare ability to turn enemies into stone. Even though none of the 5 unleashed their most powerful abilities or treasures, they were still able to make short work of this flock of strange birds within 5 minutes. They then withdrew their abilities and disappeared into the giant cloud formed by the spirit arc before landing on the bow of the arc. I wonder what these birds are supposed to be. I'm quite surprised that they were able to see through my arc's disguise, Long Dong sighed. I've never seen this type of strange bird either, but the primordial world is an extremely vast place, so it's no surprise that there are many species of ancient beasts that we're unfamiliar with. I'm more surprised by the fact that it took so long for something to see through the arc's disguise, Xiao Hong said in a calm manner. This also indicates that we've traveled really deep into the primordial world already, so we can expect more of these scenarios during the rest of our journey. There was a large number of those strange birds, but they were still quite easy to deal with. If we encounter some more powerful ancient beasts, then we might have to abandon this arc when necessary, the white-browed young man said with furrowed brows. Of course, if we really do encounter legendary beings like hundred-eyed giants that we can't contend with, then we'll naturally have to prioritize our own survival. Brother Han, you're on duty next. Thanks in advance for your hard work, Long Dong said to Han Li with a smile. Han Li nodded with a calm expression and didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the white-robed young woman turned to the woman in the black dress with a smile and asked, Big Sister Xiao, the ability you just unleashed is the vast renowned black scorching flames of the Black Phoenix race, right? The legends certainly ring true in this case. Those flames are indeed extremely formidable. Xiao Hong faltered slightly upon hearing this before her brows furrowed with a hint of peculiar expression as she replied, Those were indeed black scorching flames, but they're hardly worthy of a mention. However, your lute reminds me of a legendary treasure. It's said that tens of thousands of years ago, a body integration stage senior of the heavenly spirit region refined a divine spirit treasure known as the Lute of Wisdom. It's since staked a place for itself on the chaotic myriad spirit roll and is capable of turning enemies into stone, melting metals and sealing objects in ice. Is the treasure you're using somehow related to this spirit treasure, fellow Daoist Yi? I didn't think that Big Sister Xiao would be so familiar with the treasures from our human race. Even though the treasure I'm using isn't that Lute of Wisdom, it's a replica ancient treasure that is only capable of turning enemies into stone. Of course, even that ability is far less potent than what's capable of being unleashed by the true spirit treasure, Ying replied with a dainty smile. I see. Even so, this treasure is comparable with the average spirit treasure. After all, the ability to turn enemies into stone is extremely rare and difficult to defend against, Xiao Hong continued. Listening to the barbed conversation between the two young women, a hint of a smile appeared on Long Dong's face. A thought suddenly seemed to have occurred to him as he turned to Han Li and said, Fellow Daoist Han, your flying swords appear to be quite interesting. There are 72 of them and they look like they're part of a complete set. That reminds me of a senior from many years ago who was also an ascended cultivator. Even though he was only at the late spatial tempering stage at the time, he managed to set up a formation with 72 swords to match a body integration cultivator in battle, thereby forging quite a reputation for himself. However, the swords wielded by that senior were all azure in color as opposed to gold. Do your flying swords also possess a similar sword formation ability, fellow Daoist Han? Long Dong seemed to be quite interested in the azure bamboo cloud swarm swords Han Li had just unleashed. Han Li's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this question, but his expression remained unchanged as he replied, Oh? I wasn't aware of that. May I ask that senior's name and what kind of sword formation he was using? I only refined so many flying swords so I can have more weapons to combat my enemies with. I have no idea about matters such as sword formations. Oh, I've heard about the person that fellow Daoist Long is referring to. He's a senior by the name of Qin Yuanzi, and he was indeed quite a legendary figure back in the day. I don't know what kind of sword formation he was using, but I heard that he'd invented the formation himself. Unfortunately, It's said that this senior was never heard from again after entering the primordial world many years ago. Otherwise, with his brilliant aptitude, that senior could have very likely reached the body integration stage. The white-robed woman interjected with a smile. Long Dong showed no signs of anger at being interrupted, and he merely gave a faint smile. However, Han Li was silent for a long while after hearing this. It appeared that this Qing Yuanzi was the one who had invented the Azure Essence sword art. He was rather surprised to learn about this legendary figure from these two. It was just a pity that he had already chosen the path of simultaneous cultivation. Otherwise, he could attempt to obtain this Qing Yuanzi's inheritance and continue to cultivate his Azure Essence sword art. With that in mind, Han Li extended a polite salute toward the others before rising into the air as a streak of azure light, flying to the highest point of the Jade Arc, where he took a seat with his legs crossed. Han Li was clearly unwilling to continue engaging in further conversation, and the other 4 members of the party also bade farewell to one another soon thereafter. Some returned to their silent cultivation chambers while others traveled to other parts of the Jade Arc for different purposes. Even though Han Li's eyes were closed, he naturally wouldn't truly go into a deep meditative state. Instead, he was considering some of the cultivation arts that he had yet to fully grasp in his mind over and over again. At the same time, he was releasing a portion of his spiritual sense to constantly monitor the surrounding area in case more ancient beasts suddenly attacked the ark. During the following 7 to 8 days, the spirit arc continued onward under the cover of the giant cloud. Even though a few other types of flying beasts were encountered along the way, all of them simply flew by without attacking. These beasts clearly didn't possess the ability to see through the spirit arc's disguise like those 4-winged birds did. Thus Han Li reached the 9th day of his shift. At noon that day, he had just fitted a new batch of spirit stones onto the ark and was about to return to his former spot to take a seat again when his footsteps suddenly faltered. He suddenly turned his head and cast his gaze up ahead with a surprised look on his face. How could this be? How could something like this appear here? Han Li's expression darkened significantly as he let loose a long cry. Even though it wasn't very loud, it was enough to alert the other 4 members of the party. Moments later, a few streaks of light shot forth from various locations on the ark before flying over to Han Li. What happened? Why have you summoned us, Brother Han? Have we encountered some danger? What's this? Could it be? Xiao Hong and Long Dong spoke out in quick succession, except Xiao Hong's words were filled with confusion, yet Long Dong seemed to have immediately detected something as a surprised look appeared on his face. The white-browed young man and Yi Ying also cast their spiritual sense outward at the same time. What's that? Could it be a true spirit-level being? The young man exclaimed. Yi Ying didn't say anything, but the shock in her eyes was quite apparent. In contrast, Han Li had already calmed down at this point. His spiritual sense was lingering in the air several hundred kilometers above them, where a gargantuan black shadow was hovering, obscuring virtually the entire sky in the process. Black clouds were tumbling incessantly near the black shadow and lightning flashed amid rumbling thunderclaps. Countless gusts of gray winds were being swept up like massive pillars that connected heaven and earth. In the clouds apart, small sections of a gray-scaled body were visible from time to time, but no one could tell what this creature was due to its sheer enormity. However, from a distance one could tell that the black shadow was circular in shape. It seemed to be extremely similar to a legendary true spirit-level being. As such, it was no wonder that all of the people on the ark were so unsettled by it. Just as everyone was reeling from shock, a strange cry not unlike the moo of a cow erupted from the distance. The rumbling thunderclaps then intensified as if there were countless bolts of lightning exploding nearby. Even from such a long distance away, the thunderclaps were still quite clearly audible to everyone. Upon hearing this cry, Yi Ying's expression eased as she heaved a sigh of relief and explained, "That's not a true spirit. It's an ancient beast, a lightning turtle. This thing is one of the largest types of ancient beasts in the primordial world, but it sustains itself by absorbing the lightning in its surroundings with its body and won't attack other living beings unless it's been provoked. However, if you get on its bad side, it's an extremely fearsome being. At the very least, one would have to be at the body integration stage to stand a chance against it in direct combat." Lightning turtle? Is that the legendary ancient beast that's said to be born amid heavenly lightning? I heard that as long as there's a sufficient supply of lightning, these things will continue to expand indefinitely with no upper limit to the size they can reach. They're an extraordinary species, and I've heard that the transport spirit turtle of the Xianwu region, which is capable of carrying and transporting an entire city, could be a lightning turtle. Even though the one above us is quite massive already, it's still incomparable to that legendary transport spirit. Xiaohong clucked her tongue in wonder. I'm not sure if the transport spirit is truly a lightning turtle or not, but if that really is the case, then this lightning turtle is most likely less than a 10,000th of the size of the transport spirit. Even so, it can still kill us if we were to provoke it, so it's best to avoid this thing, Long Dong said with a smile. That's indeed true. We're actually quite lucky to be able to witness such a creature. Lightning turtles usually burrow deep under the ground and very rarely emerge above the ground, so it's certainly not something you see every day. They usually only emerge from the ground too. Wait, this is bad. If this turtle has appeared here, then it must be the case that a fearsome lightning torrent is about to appear here. Brother Long, pilot your ark away from this area as quickly as possible. A thought suddenly occurred to Xiaohong, and her features immediately turned deathly pale. Lightning torrent? Everyone's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. Long Dong's expression darkened significantly as his body swayed and he abruptly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant he appeared on the bow of the ark over 100 feet away before flipping over a hand to produce a badge-like treasure. He rubbed his hands together with the badge in between them, and the white clouds around the ark suddenly disappeared. The entire ark then faltered before abruptly hurtling toward a certain direction, moving almost twice as fast as its original speed as it shot forth through the air as a streak of white light. However, the spirit ark had only traveled for a few dozens of kilometers when a layer of shimmering blue light suddenly appeared in the air above the gargantuan black shadow. The blue light then coursed through the air in all directions at an astonishing speed, as if it had been spurred on by some kind of external stimulus. In the short span of a few breaths, a blue line had appeared in the sky amid a loud rumbling boom. The blue line was imbued with boundless electrical power as it arced through the air directly toward their party of 5. Long Dong drew a sharp breath upon seeing the insane speed at which the blue line was moving, and he hurriedly yelled, "I'd heard that whenever a lightning turtle appears, a lightning torrent must follow soon after. Looks like that's indeed true. Everyone, come and lend me your assistance." Even without his sudden outburst, everyone was already feeling extremely tense at the sight of the rapidly approaching blue line. As such, all 4 of them immediately made hand seals as piercing spiritual light of different colors emanated from their bodies. 5 bursts of spiritual power were injected into the spirit ark in a frenzy. After joining forces to act as a collective power source, the ark underfoot began to emit a low buzzing sound before shuddering violently, following which the surrounding scenery completely blurred. Traveling at such an extreme speed, the spirit ark had transformed into a barely traceable blur, and it quickly sped from one side of the sky to the other. However, even at such a phenomenal speed, the blue line behind the ark was still able to keep up and give chase in hot pursuit. Everyone was quite astonished to see this, and only then did they realize that the tales of how fearsome lightning torrents really weren't exaggerations. Thankfully, the 5 of them were able to join forces to spur on the spirit ark to its maximal speed. If a normal deity transformation cultivator whose forte didn't lie in speed were to take their place, there would be no way that they'd be able to escape. Of course, Han Li and the others weren't ordinary deity transformation cultivators. All of them possessed some secret techniques to be used in dire situations, which would grant them speed that was not inferior to the speed of this spirit ark by much. However, using such secret techniques would naturally bring about debilitating after effects, and no one wished to incur such a risk in this perilous primordial world. As such, everyone worked together on this occasion, spurring on the spirit ark for tens of thousands of kilometers, all the way until the blue light behind them was nowhere to be seen and the thunderclaps couldn't be heard anymore either. Only then did everyone heave a collective sigh of relief before withdrawing the spiritual power. The spirit ark immediately slowed down as a result. Long Dong's expression eased as he turned to Xiaohong with a smile and said, "That was close. Thank heavens Fairy Xiao reacted as quickly as she did. Otherwise, a slight further delay would have seen us being swept up into that lightning torrent. Even though we may not die in there, it would definitely be very difficult to emerge unscathed. I was merely lucky. Even though lightning turtles are quite renowned, not many people actually know about their habits and behavior patterns. There just so happens to be a senior from my race who once slew a lightning turtle on his own, so he knows a bit about them. Lightning turtles usually burrow deep within the ground and won't emerge for no good reason. They'll only reveal themselves when a lightning torrent is imminent so they can devour its power of lightning. It's said that mature lightning turtles will grow a pair of beads within their bodies, one of which is lightning-philic while the other is lightning-phobic. These beads are quite extraordinary, and even someone without a lightning spiritual root can easily manipulate the power of lightning using them. The lightning turtle that my senior slew hadn't reached full maturity yet, so he wasn't able to obtain those beads. However, the shells of these turtles contain astonishing lightning power and is an exceptional material for refining lightning attribute treasures. If an extremely powerful being had encountered this lightning turtle in our stead, they would be ecstatic rather than horrified, Xiao Hong said with a wry smile. The senior you're referring to has to be an elder of your race for him to be able to hunt and kill such a fearsome beast on his own. That would be nothing more than a delusional dream for deity transformation cultivators like us. We're already extremely lucky to have survived that ordeal. The white-browed young man still wore an expression of lingering fear as he spoke. Indeed. Lightning turtles' bodies are filled with treasures to be harvested, but it would be suicide to attempt to hunt one down without a body integration stage cultivation base at minimum. Let's continue onward. Hopefully the rest of our journey will be a bit smoother, Long Dong said in a slightly grave voice. They had encountered a beast that was more than powerful enough to kill them after less than 20 days in the primordial world, and their hearts were feeling quite heavy as a result. After that ordeal, everyone was in rather low spirits, so no one was interested in continuing the conservation. As such, after a few more obligatory exchanges, everyone returned to their respective silent cultivation chambers aside from Han Li, who remained standing on the spot. He didn't contribute so much as a single word to that conversation, but after everyone disappeared he cast his gaze toward the direction of the lightning torrent with a contemplative look on his face. After a short while he heaved a wistful sigh before returning to the highest point of the Jade Arc, where he took a seat again. Unbeknownst to Han Li and the others, not long after they had departed from the lightning torrent area, the black clouds around the lightning turtle dissipated to reveal its true form. Suffice to say the creature was as huge as a massive mountain. Its gargantuan shell was deep gray in color, yet was glistening with a metallic gleam and seemed to be extremely smooth. What was even more curious was that the turtle's four limbs were exposed, but its head and tail were nowhere to be seen. It appeared that they had been completely withdrawn into its shell. At this point the lightning torrent was already raging in full force, and the entire sky had been enshrouded under blue light. Bolts of blue lightning of different sizes were falling like rain from the scintillating sky up above. The smallest ones were only around a foot in length each, while the largest were as long as over 100 feet. All of them came crashing down in a frenzy, and explosive thunderclaps were the only sounds that could be heard. The lightning turtle's massive body was naturally able to withstand the countless bolts of lightning raining down from above. As soon as an arc of lightning came into contact with the turtle's body, the former would disappear like sand into an ocean. What was even more incredible was that the turtle was emanating bursts of white light, which drew the surrounding arcs of lightning toward it like a magnet. As such, a large proportion of the lightning within the lightning torrent was forcibly absorbed by this turtle into its body. The turtle swam slowly through the air, seemingly thoroughly enjoying itself within the lightning torrent. All of a sudden, the giant turtle's four limbs faltered before abruptly being withdrawn into its shell. Almost at the exact same moment, spatial fluctuations erupted nearby as a burst of colorful light shot forth out of thin air. The light then receded to reveal a massive skeletal bird that was radiating colorful light from its body. This skeletal bird was only just over 100 feet in size, but the aura it was emitting was not inferior in the slightest compared to that of the mighty lightning turtle. What was even more astonishing was that there were two humanoid figures standing atop its head. One of them was around 20 feet tall with black light flashing all over its body, while the other was more ordinary in size, but it was entirely enshrouded in a green cloud, making it impossible for anyone to glean its true features. Not bad, not bad. I didn't think we'd encounter such fantastic prey as soon as we got teleported here. I just so happened to be refining a 10-headed giant devil and am missing some materials. This lightning turtle will suffice, one of the humanoid figures murmured. Brother Tian Miao, you can't just claim this turtle for yourself. You'll only require some of its skeleton to refine your devil anyway. I can assist you in killing this turtle, but I want its 2 lightning beads, the other humanoid figure chuckled. Humph, that's a lopsided deal if I've ever heard one. The most valuable parts of a lightning turtle's body are its 2 lightning beads. Don't you think it's rather unfair for you to claim them like this? The humanoid figure within the green cloud seemed to be quite displeased with this arrangement. Lightning beads are indeed extraordinary items, but they're not very useful to you at all, yet I have a special purpose for them. How about I offer to exchange the arm bone of a Chilan true spirit for these 2 lightning beads? The tall and broad humanoid figure proposed. A special purpose? Oh, I almost forgot that Brother Xianwu's transport spirit is a lightning turtle. You're trying to extend its lifespan by feeding it lightning beads, right? Tian Miao asked. That's right, fellow Daoist. Extending the lifespan of the transport spirit will be immensely beneficial to the human race. It can count as half of a true spirit, and if a large-scale war really was to break out, it would be able to provide great assistance to us. You won't turn me down, will you, Brother Tian Miao? Xianwu asked. Seeing as you do indeed have a worthwhile purpose for these lightning beads, I naturally won't decline this arrangement. However, we have to make haste so we don't delay the issue we've actually come here to address. We're not here on an expedition to source materials. Don't forget that we've been assigned an important mission. We have to get rid of all of those settlements established by beings of foreign races near Deep Heaven City. Tian Miao reluctantly agreed after a period of contemplation. Don't worry, we'll have more than enough time. Our combined powers in conjunction with this puppet you refined from the remains of that primordial rainbow phoenix will be able to take care of this lightning turtle in no time. Xianwu laughed heartily before rising up into the air with his fists clenched and charging straight into the lightning torrent. Moments later, an earth-shattering boom erupted from within the lightning torrent, followed by a beastly roar that was just as devastating. Meanwhile, Tian Miao shook his head with a faint sigh as he stood atop his rainbow phoenix puppet, seemingly feeling rather exasperated by his companion's short temper. However, he still immediately made a hand seal, upon which the skeletal phoenix beneath his feet swelled drastically to over 1,000 feet in size in the blink of an eye. The skeletal phoenix then also plunged into the lightning torrent at Tian Miao's behest. A hint of horror and rage immediately crept into the voice of the lightning turtle as it let loose another ear-splitting roar. Meanwhile, Han Li and the others continued onward in their journey, completely oblivious to the events that were unfolding within the lightning torrent. As it turned out, Long Dong had been correct in stating that they would most likely be encountering more hazards throughout their journey. During the next month or so, the Spirit Ark continued to travel at a high speed while enshrouded in its illusionary cloud, but they were still afflicted by numerous dangerous situations. For example, on one occasion, the Ark was suddenly swept into a strange gust of crimson winds. In reality, these winds were swarms of countless crimson insects, each of which was only around the size of a grain of rice. If it weren't for the fact that all 5 of them combined their powers once again to quickly evacuate the Ark from that area, it would have most likely been completely devoured by those insects in the blink of an eye. Not long after that, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted up ahead as a 2-headed bird that was over 1,000 feet in length emerged out of thin air. This bird's body was entirely golden in color and radiating astonishing spiritual qi. It was clearly a fearsome being that was not inferior in power to that lightning turtle. Everyone's hearts leaped into their throats as they waited to see whether the bird had discovered their spirit ark. As it turned out, it did notice their ark, but it displayed a complete lack of interest in such an insignificant object. As such, it merely flapped its massive wings and flew away. Han Li and the others heaved a collective sigh of relief before glancing at one another with wry smiles on their faces. After witnessing the horrors of the primordial world, no one dared to actually cultivate in a deep meditative state anymore, even after retiring to their silent cultivation chambers. Everyone remained on high alert, and their wariness was certainly warranted. During the coming days they encountered several more crises, all of which were barely averted through everyone's collective efforts. However, their luck was always going to run out one day. On that day, the white-browed young man was on lookout duty while everyone else was recuperating in their silent cultivation chambers. All of a sudden, a long cautionary cry erupted from outside, and Han Li's expression immediately changed slightly as he rose to his feet. However, before he had a chance to do anything else, The entire ark suddenly tremored violently, and he was almost thrown off balance. Han Li's heart jolted with shock, following which violent tremors ran through the ark in quick succession. White light then began to swirl erratically around the walls around him, and those walls were gradually beginning to crack. Han Li's expression darkened as he swept a sleeve up toward the roof of his silent cultivation chamber, upon which a streak of golden light shot forth, puncturing a massive hole into the roof. Han Li's body swayed before he flew through the hole as a streak of azure light. After a few flashes, he had reached an altitude of over 200 feet above the ark. Only then did he begin to carefully inspect his surroundings. At this moment, several other streaks of light also quickly hurtled forth from within the ark. Long Dong and the others had also abandoned the ark in the face of this latest crisis. In the instant after everyone had left the ark, a resounding boom erupted and the entire spirit ark exploded amid the erratic white light, instantly sweeping up gusts of gale-force winds that surged toward the five of them. All of them were deity transformation cultivators, so they naturally weren't fearful of these winds. All of them managed to stabilize themselves before staring at the site of the explosion down below. Aside from the white-browed young man who was on lookout duty, no one knew what had caused this explosion. However, even as everyone swept their spiritual sense through the surrounding area, they were unable to discover anything. As such, all of them were rather bewildered. "Brother Li, who's attacking us?" Xiao Hong hurriedly asked. "Have a look for yourselves." The white-browed young man cast his gaze downward with a grim expression. Everyone faltered slightly upon hearing this before sweeping their spiritual sense down toward the ground. After ascertaining the situation down below, Han Li's brows furrowed while the two women let loose cries of surprise. There was a gargantuan set of mountain ranges down below that seemed to stretch into infinity and beyond. All of them just so happened to be situated above the col between two massive mountains, and in this rather obscure place, there was a vast area that had been cleared out amid a forest with huge trees of all types of colors. At the center of this area was a giant purple herb that was around 300 to 400 feet tall. Each and every one of the herb's leaves reached directly upward as if they were massive swords, and there were countless extremely sharp-looking thorns growing all around it. There was a pair of colossal creatures facing off against one another on either side of this giant herb. One of them was a giant lizard with a body that was around 500 to 600 feet long. Its entire body was green and riddled with coin-sized black spots while a pair of crimson horns sat on top of its head. Its opponent was a primordial giant that was around 300 feet tall. It possessed a set of sinister facial features and a head of yellow hair. It had an inky black wooden club hoisted up on its shoulder, and everyone drew a collective sharp breath at the sight of this giant. There were countless silvery white eyeballs of different sizes all over the giant's body and limbs, all of which were emanating an eerie light. Both the giant and the lizard were scrutinizing their opponent while appraising the giant herb between them. Han Li's heart stirred upon making this observation as he also swept his spiritual sense toward the herb, following which his expression changed drastically. Within the sword-like leaves of the herb, there rested a bunch of purple grape-like fruits, each of which was around the size of a human fist. The fruits were round and supple and seemed to be practically overflowing with translucent juices, emitting an alluring aroma. After sweeping his spiritual sense toward these fruits, Han Li discovered that each and every one of them contained an extremely lifelike dragon-shaped core. All of those dragon-shaped cores were glittering and translucent, creating quite a spectacular sight to behold. These miniature dragons didn't possess any signs of life, but they were emanating extremely pure spiritual qi. Even just by sweeping his spiritual sense through these fruits, Han Li was struck by an immense sense of comfort and relaxation. Zoisha dragon fruit. Ying blurted out the words that had just surfaced in Han Li's mind. Long Dong and the others also put on expressions of surprise and elation, having clearly also identified these fruits. These fruits are the main ingredient for refining the spirit medicine, the rising dragon pill, which can only be consumed by cultivators at or above the spatial tempering stage. The fruits only ripen once every 30,000 years, and even consumption on their own can save 160 years of arduous cultivation. Looks like this one has only ripened recently. It would be massively fortunate if we could secure this bunch of fruits, Xiao Hong murmured to herself with glowing eyes. Her expression was also mirrored on Yi Ying and Long Dong's faces. All of them were clearly extremely tempted to step in. Main ingredients for spatial tempering stage pills were extremely rare, and even most ordinary spatial tempering cultivators wouldn't be able to encounter them. Such prized ingredients couldn't be found in normal auctions either. They were mostly traded between high-grade cultivators for items of equal value. Otherwise, the true toad spirit blood required for refining a late deity transformation stage pill wouldn't have been so desperately sought after by those attending the auction. The pill could take one from the deity transformation stage to the spatial tempering stage, which appeared to be just a single step, but the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. If a cultivator among them were to secure the Zhou Xian dragon fruits here and take them to a spatial tempering cultivator, they would undoubtedly be ecstatic and be willing to exchange a large bunch of deity transformation stage pills in exchange for the fruit. Even though prized materials and ingredients are extremely abundant in the primordial world, spirit medicines that were effective for deity transformation cultivators and above were still considered to be quite rare, and a certain degree of luck was required to find them. Furthermore, if a spirit medicine were to appear or ripen, it would attract many powerful beings in a short time, so these fruits wouldn't be around for long. Han Li and his group hadn't even ventured into the primordial world in search of materials and ingredients, yet they've encountered a lightning turtle and these Zhou Xian dragon fruits within the short span of a few months. They were certainly immensely fortunate. There would often be high-grade cultivators who stayed in the primordial world for decades at a time, only to remain completely empty-handed. Have a look at the situation down below first, the white-browed young man harumphed coldly. That giant is a thousand-eyed giant. Its eyes are all silver-white, which suggests that it's yet to reach full maturity, but it's still a vastly fearsome being. That lizard may not look like much, but for a thousand-eyed giant to be so wary of it clearly indicates that it's also quite powerful in its own right. Both of these beings most likely possess at least early spatial tempering stage power, Han Li analyzed in a slow voice. During his days at Deep Heaven City, he'd purchased some tomes related to the primordial world in preparation for his upcoming trip. As such, he was immediately able to identify what this giant was and made a calm assessment based on this observation. After hearing Han Li's words, everyone else was alerted to the fact that securing these fruits would be an extremely daunting task. However, they simply couldn't bring themselves to leave such a rare and precious ingredient behind. Everyone glanced at one another, but no one was willing to take the plunge, and their expressions all darkened in unison. Right at this moment, a buzzing sound rang out from the distance, drawing everyone's attention toward that direction. There in the distant sky, 7 or 8 massive silkworm-like beings were flying rapidly toward them. They were all around 20 feet in length, and their bodies were radiating lights of all different colors. They did not appear to be here for a picnic. Han Li's brows furrowed, but after sweeping his spiritual sense toward them, his expression eased again. These giant creatures appeared to be quite fearsome, but their auras were rather weak, and they'd pose no threat to Han Li and the others. As such, no one regarded these creatures as a threat, and they were preparing to swat them away once they drew closer. However, the sequence of events that unfolded next gave them a massive fright. When these creatures were still over 1,000 feet away from them, they just so happened to be flying right above the massive lizard. The lizard abruptly opened its cavernous, blasting forth something from within. One of the giant silkworms abruptly disappeared on the spot, sending the entire swarm into a state of panic and disarray. The remaining silkworms circled around erratically in the air, letting loose sharp screeches of shock and rage. However, their actions proved to be completely ineffective as another giant silkworm disappeared without any premonition. Long Dong and the others were all quite startled to see this. Han Li narrowed his eyes as a wisp of blue light flashed through his pupils. In the instant that the next giant silkworm disappeared, he was finally able to glean what was happening with assistance from his bright sight spirit eyes. Those giant silkworms weren't actually vanishing into thin air. Instead, their abdomens were being punctured by a close-to-transparent tongue that shot forth from the lizard's mouth at an incredible speed, then dragged into the lizard's massive mouth as food thereafter. It was just that the speed at which its tongue was able to fly through the air was quite absurd, thereby giving everyone the illusion that those giant silkworms were disappearing on the spot. In the blink of an eye, all of the remaining silkworms were also swallowed by the giant lizard, following which the latter lay down on the ground in a completely stationary manner. A hint of astonishment appeared in Han Li's eyes as he cast his gaze toward the lizard. Long Dong had unleashed a certain secret technique, thereby allowing him to also catch sight of the massive lizard's tongue, and he took a deep breath with a grim expression as he said, "This might be a mutated ancient beast. Otherwise, it wouldn't possess such devastating offensive power. Looks like our spirit arc was also destroyed by this thing's tongue. But we're standing right here. Why hasn't it attacked us as opposed to those giant insects?" Ying cocked her head to the side with a hint of befuddlement on her face. "Who knows? Perhaps we're too small for the lizard to even bother to consider eating us. Alternatively, perhaps those giant insects just so happen to be its favorite food," Xiaohong speculated with a faint smile. Ying nodded in response, seemingly under the impression that Xiaohong's speculation was quite plausible. "Let's not waste any more time with idle chatter. None of us want to give up on these Zhou dragon fruits, right? Seeing as such a brilliant opportunity has been presented to us, I wouldn't even be willing to relinquish it even if I was here on my own." A hint of greed flashed through the eyes of the white-browed young man as he spoke. "There are 2 spatial tempering stage beings down below. You sure are brave, Brother Li," Ying giggled. If there was only 1 spatial tempering stage being around, then I may immediately leave on the spot. However, with 2 here we have some chances," the white-browed young man said in a cold voice. "Oh, are you saying?" Ying immediately caught on to what he was planning. "That's right. This mutated ancient beast is quite troublesome to deal with, but that thousand-eyed giant is nothing to be scoffed at either, even if it hasn't reached full maturity. In a battle between the 2 of them, both would most likely end up with severe injuries. Perhaps even one or both of them would die in the process. If we strike then we'll have decent chances," Long Dong chuckled as he rubbed his hands together. "How long will we have to wait before a battle breaks out? What if they don't do anything for months on end?" Xiaohong shook her head. "That is indeed something we need to consider. After all, we've been assigned with an important mission and we can't stay here for too long," Long Dong agreed with a slight nod. "No matter how urgent the situation is, we have at least this much time to waste. These are Zhou dragon fruits. They're definitely worth the delay." The white-browed young man seemed to be determined to get his hands on those fruits. Even if those 2 spatial tempering stage beings do battle one another and end up with severe injuries, if they struggle for their lives, their attacks will not be easy to handle. 1 or more of us may perish during that process. If you ask me, we should continue onward and not take any reckless detours. Long Dong was also very drawn to these Zhou dragon fruits, but they couldn't compare to the other major event that he was hiding in his heart, so he naturally didn't want to take any risks, which was why he was advocating for caution above all else. "I also think that it would not be a wise decision for us to try and secure these fruits. Don't forget that giants are pack-dwelling creatures. These spirit fruits have already ripened, yet this giant and this lizard are still caught in an impasse. Perhaps the giant is awaiting its brethren to arrive on the scene and provide it with assistance. The lizard hasn't taken the initiative to attack, so it must also be plotting something as well. If we keep waiting like this, we could get caught up in a massive battle that would endanger our lives," Xiaohong mused with furrowed brows. "I don't care what you say, I have to secure those spirit fruits." For some reason, Ying suddenly decided to stand firmly by the white-browed young man's side. Not only did Long Dong and Xiaohong falter upon seeing this, even the white-browed young man himself was quite surprised by this development. However, a predicament now arose. There were 2 people for and 2 people against, making Han Li's vote the decisive one. As such, all 4 of them cast their eyes toward Han Li. Han Li heaved an internal sigh and paid the 4 of them no heed as he mused. "It is indeed taking some risks for such precious spirit fruits, but it's just as Fairy Xiao has said, we can't spend too much time here. Even if the giant and the lizard refrain from making a move, other powerful beings could be attracted to this place by these spirit fruits. We have to strike within 3 days." The other 4 people all glanced at one another upon hearing this. "Surely it's not possible to create a suitable opportunity for us to strike within 3 days." Xiaohong shook her head. The white-browed young man and Yi Ying remained silent, but they were clearly also quite skeptical. If we leave things as they are right now, then it would indeed be quite unlikely that an opportunity would present itself within 3 days. However, if we employ some tactics, we might be able to create some chances for ourselves. For example, we can lure them away or enrage them, Han Li proposed with a faint smile. "So what you're saying is..." Long Dong was beginning to understand what Han Li was plotting. "That's right. If we can do that, then it's possible to create an opportunity for ourselves in a short time. The white-browed young man was ecstatic. Luring them away won't be easy, but enraging them and urging them to battle one another shouldn't be too difficult, Ying chuckled. If there's not much risk involved, then I'm willing to offer my assistance. Xiao Hong seemed to have changed her mind after hearing Han Li's proposal. Long Dong contemplated the situation for a long while before finally giving a reluctant nod. Seeing as all of you have made your decisions, it wouldn't be right for me to detach myself from this endeavor. However, the course of action we take has to be a feasible one. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Long, we all value our lives, so we won't do anything reckless, the white-browed young man chuckled. Do any of you have a plan? Long Dong asked. I can conceal myself and launch sneak attacks against both the lizard and the giant down below. That way they'll think that they've been attacked by the other, the white-browed young man immediately proposed. That's quite a simple plan, but we don't know how powerful the spiritual sense of those two beings are. If your concealment technique is seen through, you'll be in immense danger. I don't think that's a very safe course of action, Xiao Hong said with a shake of her head. In terms of concealment techniques, I have 2 limpidity talismans that can allow one to escape detection from mid-spatial tempering cultivators and below. I'd be willing to contribute them to this cause, Ying offered with a faint smile. Limpidity talismans? That's a type of beveled silver spirit talisman. They should definitely be effective against these 2 creatures, but just to be safe, I don't think it would be wise for us to attack them in person. I have 2 silver WRM puppets, each of which possesses nascent soul stage power. We can plaster the talismans onto them and get them to attack in our stead. That would make things a lot safer for us, Long Dong proposed with an ecstatic expression. That would be great. Even if the puppets fail to pit them against one another, we can split up into groups of 2 to lure the creatures away, then leave one of us who's proficient in both movement and concealment techniques to take advantage of that opportunity and secure the spirit fruits. Once the spirit fruits have been obtained, all of use will unleash secret techniques to get away from here. These 2 may possess spatial tempering stage power, but if we're intent on escaping, they won't be able to stop us. It's just that the one who's assigned the duty of securing the fruits must possess an extremely fast movement technique. Otherwise, the speed at which that mutated lizard can blast out its tongue will pose quite a major threat, Xiao Hong mused. Indeed, Fairy Xiao. The one to secure the fruits will be incurring a massive risk, the white-browed young man said with furrowed brows. That will indeed be a dangerous undertaking. Which of us would be willing to volunteer for such a task? Furthermore, we have to gather together once again after the fruits have been secured, so that fellow Daoist will have to do something to convince us that they'll rejoin the rest of the group, Ying said in a slow and methodical voice. Peculiar expressions appeared on everyone's faces upon hearing this. It was just as she had said. Regardless of which one of them secured the Zhou Xian dragon fruits in the end, they would most likely be attacked by both of the spatial tempering stage beings down below at once, thereby plunging them into great danger. On top of that, how could everyone else ensure that that individual wouldn't simply take the fruits and run away on their own? With these considerations in mind, no one knew how to proceed. If all of you think I'm up to the task, I'm willing to volunteer to be the one to secure the fruits, Han Li offered with a smile. Fellow Daoist Han, you're only at the mid-deity transformation stage. Isn't that too dangerous a task for you? Long Dong asked. Indeed, Brother Han, your cultivation base is slightly lacking. The white-browed young man also shook his head as he appraised Han Li. My cultivation base is indeed slightly below par, but I possess a top-grade teleportation treasure that's very close to a spirit treasure. Additionally, the cultivation arts I'm using are quite special, so I have confidence in my ability to ensure self-preservation, Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. Long Dong adopted a serious expression as he continued. Seeing as Brother Han is so confident, we can certainly assign this task to you. However, how are you going to convince us that you won't run away on your own after securing the spirit fruits? I'm afraid I don't have any good ideas in that respect. Of course, if any of you think you'd be more suited for the task, feel free to step forward and replace me. It doesn't really matter to me either way, Han Li said with a hint of a smile on his face. Everyone else faltered upon hearing this. Even though all of them wanted to secure the spirit fruits, no one wanted to be the one to incur the wrath of those 2 spatial tempering stage beings. If any mishaps were to occur, they could end up with severe wounds or even dead. If Brother Han is willing to let me place a restriction on your body, then I have no objections, Ying proposed in a straightforward manner. My thoughts exactly, Xiaohong chimed in. Long Dong and the white-browed young man glanced at one another, but neither of them said anything. Of course you can place restrictions on my body, but that's only if I'm also able to place the same restrictions on your bodies, Han Li retorted with a cold smile. In that case, if you were to encounter some kind of mishap, wouldn't we have to die with you? The white-browed young man harumphed coldly. That's the whole point, Han Li replied in a brusque manner. In reality, even if the other four were to agree to his condition, he most likely wouldn't be willing to accept such an arrangement. He was still quite traumatized by the aftermath of the restriction that the Ice Phoenix had placed on him, so he certainly wasn't going to let history repeat itself. Long Dong and the others glanced at one another with wry smiles upon hearing Han Li's words. How about this? We can trust you if you can leave behind your bonded treasure, then allow us to plant a tracking mark on you. That way we won't have to worry about you running away with the spirit fruits, Ying proposed as an alternative. Han Li finally nodded after a period of contemplation. I can accept that, but all of us have to be implanted with tracking marks so I can monitor everyone's locations as well. Perhaps I won't even need to take this risk if Brother Long's puppets can prove to be effective. Long Dong and the others all looked at one another before finally agreeing to Han Li's proposal. Planting tracking marks on everyone appeared to be the only feasible method here. Of course, as a mid-deity transformation cultivator, Han Li appeared to be the weakest in the group, so no one was actually afraid that he'd be able to take the treasures. All of this was merely being done as a precautionary measure. After ascertaining some of the finer details, everyone finally settled on a specific course of action. Han Li opened his mouth to expel 4 streaks of golden light, each of which was several inches in length. The streaks of light revolved around him before transforming into 4 shimmering golden swords that fell into the hands of his 4 companions. Long Dong and the others immediately unleashed secret techniques or plastered talismans onto these swords to restrict them, then stowed them away into their respective storage treasures. After that, 4 balls of light of different colors emerged from their fingertips before disappearing into Han Li's body in a flash. Han Li had used his spiritual sense in advance to carefully assess these balls of light, only allowing them to enter his body after ascertaining that they were indeed formed by pure spiritual power and weren't harboring any restrictions. Han Li also returned the favor thereafter, sending 4 balls of azure light disappearing into everyone else's bodies. As such, everyone was feeling a lot more reassured. After going over the plan one final time, all of them dispersed and flew away in different directions. The azure streak of light that Han Li had transformed into flew for over 500 kilometers before his body was revealed again. He hovered in midair as he briefly surveyed his surroundings. He then closed his eyes and slowly released his spiritual sense. After ascertaining that there wasn't anything amiss in the nearby area, he opened his eyes again before making a hand seal. A thunderclap immediately rang out behind him as a pair of azure and white wings surfaced on his back. He then flipped his hand over to produce a purple talisman. It was none other than his High Zenith Invisibility Talisman. He was trying to secure a treasure right under the noses of 2 spatial tempering stage beings, so he didn't dare to get complacent at all, which was why he decided to use this talisman right away. He plastered the talisman onto his own body, following which he disappeared on the spot amid a flash of purple light and silver runes. Having done all that, he rose into the air and set off to return to his former location. Even though he wasn't able to fly as quickly as he could before activating the talisman, he was still certainly not flying slowly, and it didn't take him long to return to his original spot. The giant lizard and the thousand-eyed giant were still caught in a tense confrontation down below. Everyone else had also disappeared as far as the naked eye was concerned. Han Li exhaled as he used his spiritual sense to detect the locations indicated by the tracking marks he'd left on his 4 companions. Everyone else returned as a result and hovered in midair in the nearby area. There were 2 in the air above the giant lizard while the other 2 were situated behind the thousand-eyed giant. They were also all using some special concealment techniques, and there would have been no way for Han Li to ascertain their locations with his spiritual sense if it weren't for the tracking marks that had been planted. As for the 2 silver WRM puppets that Long Dong had been referring to earlier, Han Li was completely unable to sense them. He didn't know whether this was due to the effect of the limpidity talismans or if they hadn't actually been released yet. Countless thoughts were whizzing through Han Li's mind, but his gaze remained fixed directly down below. Everything in the surrounding area was abnormally quiet, akin to the calm before the storm. This peculiar and rather strained atmosphere persisted for a long while, yet nothing changed at all. Han Li remained completely expressionless, but he was starting to get a little impatient. It seemed that the time they had agreed on was about to arrive soon as well. Right at this moment, the giant lizard seemed to have felt a sense of discomfort with one of its giant paws, causing it to raise it reflexively before immediately bringing it down again. However, right in the instant when it brought its paw down, silver light suddenly flashed from the soil beneath the paw, following which a silver thread shot forth, hurtling directly toward the thousand-eyed giant. This created the illusion that the lizard was using its paw to launch a sneak attack. The giant faltered upon seeing this before letting loose a thunderous roar of rage. Gale force winds were swept up around its body as it swept a palm through the air, violently vanquishing the oncoming silver thread. However, almost at the exact same moment, a blurry and indistinct object flashed through the air beneath the giant's hand. Immediately thereafter, a pillar of silver light that was as thick as a bowl shot forth out of thin air, traveling at an incredible speed and reaching the lizard's massive head in an instant. The lizard's green eyes flashed as a crimson pillar of light erupted from its twin horns. Following a resounding boom, the two pillars of light clashed, and both disappeared into nothingness. The lizard then immediately threw back its head and let loose an earth-shattering roar. It tensed its forelimbs and its massive body immediately rose up as it opened its cavernous mouth to reveal rows of intimidating fangs. A hint of violent ferocity flashed through the giant's eyes as it immediately tightened its grip around the black club resting on its shoulder. At the same time, brilliant light erupted from the eyeballs all over its body, and all of them began to blink in unison. The presence of so many blinking eyes on a single body created quite a harrowing sight to behold. However, Han Li was ecstatic to see this, and he waited with bated breath for the situation to unfold further. If these two spatial tempering stage beings really did engage in battle with one another, then their objective would be much easier to achieve. The lizard opened its mouth to blast forth a crimson shadow, following which a ball of silver light exploded within the soil beneath one of its huge paws. The crimson shadow shot forth and punctured the silver object that had just emerged from the soil, and the latter fell heavily to the ground. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he focused his gaze to discover that the silver object was none other than a silver Wuxia puppet. The puppet's core had been punctured by the giant lizard's fearsome tongue, reducing it to a pile of scrap metal. It appeared that the puppet's cover was still blown right in the instant that it was about to spring into action, and it had been destroyed by the giant lizard as a result. The thousand-eyed giant wasn't very intelligent, but it also realized that something was amiss upon seeing this. Immediately thereafter, all of its eyeballs turned toward a certain direction, following which countless threads shot forth from within. Another resounding boom erupted as the other silver Wuxia puppet, which was hiding beneath the giant's body, was punctured by 7 or 8 black threads at once. The black threads then separated in different directions to shred the puppet's body as if it were made from soft butter. Han Li drew a sharp breath upon seeing this. It appeared that the task he was undertaking was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. However, the Zhou Xian dragon fruit was vital for him to refine spatial tempering stage pills in the future, so he had to take the risk no matter dangerous the situation was. After all, as long as he could secure the seeds of these fruits, he'd be able to nurture an indefinite number of them. With that in mind, Han Li's heart settled once again. The giant let loose a few menacing harumphs in a show of intimidation before resting its club on its shoulder again. The giant lizard took a completely expressionless glance at the giant before lying back down onto the ground. The two colossal creatures returned to their former impasse. Meanwhile, Han Li stared intently at the two of them, not daring to allow his concentration to slip, even in the slightest. Seeing as the puppets had failed, they would have to resort to their backup plan, which consisted of Long Dong and the others luring the lizard and the giant away, thereby creating an opportunity for Han Li. Sure enough, after just the span of a few breaths, the pleasant sound of a lute being stroked rang out above the giant lizard's head. Yellow halos of light then surfaced in the air above, surging directly toward the top of the giant lizard's head. At the same time, white light flashed as two short golden halberds appeared. The halberds swayed before crashing down violently like a pair of powerful golden Ws. Almost at the exact same moment, two humanoid figures appeared in the air above at an altitude of several hundred feet. They were none other than Yi Ying and Long Dong. Yi Ying was gently stroking her spirit treasure replica lute while Long Dong was manipulating two treasures at once with a serious expression on his face. Despite the lizard's massive size, its movements were extremely agile. As soon as the attacks came crashing down toward it from the air above, it let loose a low roar before immediately rising to its paws. Red light flashed from the crimson horns on its head, following with a vast expanse of red light emanated forth, keeping both the yellow halos and twin halberds at bay. Immediately thereafter, green light flashed from the massive lizard's limbs. Countless strands of its bristly fur transformed into green streaks of light that hurtled into the air. At the same time, its huge tail swished through the air and it abruptly disappeared, leaving behind only a trail of afterimages in its wake. In the next instant, the massive lizard's tail, which was over 200 feet long, appeared beside Yi Ying and Long Dong in a flash before sweeping violently toward them. Even though the tail hadn't yet made contact with them, the fierce winds it had swept up were still threatening to blow them away. As expected of a mutated ancient beast, as soon as the lizard was attacked, it retaliated in an extremely ferocious manner. Yi Ying and Long Dong were aware that this giant lizard definitely wouldn't be easy to face in battle, but they were still given a massive fright by its fearsome combat prowess. Thankfully, neither of them had any intention of engaging the lizard in a direct confrontation. Yi Ying immediately raised a hand to hurl forth a golden talisman, which transformed into a ball of golden light that enveloped her body. Immediately thereafter, she disappeared on the spot before appearing over 300 feet away. Meanwhile, Long Dong let loose a long dragon's roar as a yellow suit of armor surfaced over his body. The entire suit of armor was constructed from metallic scales, encapsulating his head and limbs in a watertight sheath, and there was even a pair of massive bronze wings on his back. As he flapped those wings, a series of afterimages immediately appeared in the air around him. From a distance, it appeared that countless humanoid figures had emerged out of thin air up above, creating quite an astonishing sight to behold. Using their peculiar movement techniques, both of them were able to successfully evade the sweeping tail of the giant lizard. However, neither of them dared to pause for even a single instant in midair as the giant lizard had set off behind them in hot pursuit, stirring up gusts of gale-force winds in its wake. Even though most of the lizard's attention had been diverted by these two, it was still keeping an eye on its most significant enemy, the thousand-eyed giant. It was afraid that the giant would take this opportunity to take the spirit fruits for itself, but the sight that greeted the lizard was a very reassuring one. It turned out that as soon as these two cultivators had appeared to attack the lizard, two other cultivators had also appeared in the air behind the giant. One of them rubbed their hands together before raising them to conjure up a storm of black fireballs, while the other grabbed the air to manifest a massive inky black claw. The claw appeared directly above the giant's head before crashing down with ferocious force. A burst of rumbling erupted as the giant was caught completely off guard, having been struck on the head by the fireballs as well as the massive black claw in quick succession. Both Xiao Hong and the white-browed young man faltered slightly upon seeing this before erupting into elation. However, the sight that they were greeted by next immediately made their smiles congeal on their faces. Amid the sea of black flames, a roar of intense fury suddenly rang out. Immediately thereafter, all of the silvery white eyeballs on its body stirred, creating an immense suction force that instantly engulfed the black flames raging around it. As for the huge black claw that the white-browed young man had manifested, it didn't seem to have hurt the giant at all either. The thousand-eyed giant casually swatted the air above its head, and the massive claw was immediately vanquished without a trace. Its display of power was certainly not a welcome sight for the pair of cultivators. However, their attacks had clearly already enraged this massive monster, so there was no turning back. A vicious look appeared on the giant's face as it let loose another thunderous roar. After its eyeballs had engulfed all of the black flames, they immediately turned toward the two people in the air above. Amid a flash of brown light, countless strands of black threads shot forth, encompassing both of them within a dense net. Both Xiao Hong and the white-browed young man had witnessed the might of these threads of black light earlier, and their expressions changed in unison as they hurriedly took evasive measures. One of them summoned an object and hurled it down below, upon which it instantly transformed into an azure spike of light. They then immediately ducked into the spike before manipulating it to hurtle toward a certain direction. Meanwhile, the other transformed into a massive black falcon that was around 10 feet in size before immediately spreading its wings to teleport away. It was quite clear that these two demonic cultivators had no intention of engaging the giant in direct combat either. Thus, all four of Han Li's companions had sprung into action, diverting the attention of the lizard and the giant. They were barely evading the ferocious attacks of the two spatial tempering stage beings while launching their own retaliative attacks whenever the opportunity arose, thereby even further infuriating their assailants. However, even though the lizard and the giant were relentlessly attacking the four cultivators as if they were pesky flies, neither of them strayed far away from their original spot, ensuring that they didn't distance themselves from the spirit fruits. Otherwise, even if the four cultivators possessed extraordinary movement techniques, there was no way that they'd have lasted so long in the face of the relentless assault unleashed by these two fearsome spatial tempering stage creatures. As things currently were, as soon as any of the four cultivators encountered any danger, they could immediately teleport far away, thereby earning themselves an opportunity to catch their breath. As such, they were able to continue to pester the lizard and the giant. The result was that the two creatures were naturally cast into a thunderous rage. However, neither of them were able to stray away from the spirit fruits, thereby creating an impasse where neither side could do anything to the other. As the four cultivators continued to annoy the two creatures, more of their attention gradually became diverted away from the spirit fruits. Meanwhile, Han Li was silently drifting downward. With his current insubstantial body, even the two spatial tempering stage beings completely failed to notice him. This was also the biggest source of confidence Han Li had in undertaking this mission. Even so, Han Li was still proceeding with extreme caution, to the extent that he didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. He gradually drew closer to the spirit fruits, from a distance of over 1,000 feet away to around 700 to 800 feet, then to 300 to 400 feet, then to just over 100 feet. As he approached the spirit fruits, he naturally tensed up further and further. It would undoubtedly be the case that he wouldn't be able to continue to conceal himself in the instant that he plucked the spirit fruits. As such, the lizard and the giant would immediately discover him. He had to do everything he could to ensure self-preservation in such a scenario. Soon Han Li had reached a spot where the spirit fruits were right before him. Not only could he smell the faint aroma wafting from these fruits, he could even see their tiny worm cores with brilliant clarity. However, he didn't immediately rush in to grab the fruits. Instead, he swept his hand over his storage bracelet to summon a few items. He then pursed his lips and suddenly rubbed his hands together before raising them toward either side of his body, sending several shimmering silver balls hurtling toward the two massive creatures. Immediately thereafter, his hand shot forth like lightning, and the bunch of supple spirit fruits disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the same instant, his thunderstorm wings appeared on his back, and he immediately flapped them, upon which he disappeared into thin air amid a loud thunderclap. Two earth-shattering roars immediately erupted as a crimson pillar of light and several black threads shot forth at an incredible speed, instantly puncturing Han Li's body. However, the Han Li that had been struck was only an afterimage, and it immediately disappeared on the spot. Meanwhile, his true body had only barely managed to flee from the scene in time. A string of thunderous explosions erupted as several balls of silver lightning appeared on either side, each of which was around an acre in size. Countless arcs of electricity that were as thick as large bowls flashed violently within those silver balls, sweeping up violent winds and emitting incessant strings of thunderclaps that drowned out everything else. It was as if doomsday had arrived. These were none other than the lightning beads that Han Li had refined, and he had tossed out 4 of them at once. Having been refined using the lightning symbol techniques, each and every one of these beads were imbued with power akin to the full-force attack of a spatial tempering cultivator. Additionally, the nature of the power itself possessed the lightning attribute, which was why the beads were so devastatingly powerful. It appeared that he had made the right decision in using them. If it weren't for the fact that those treasures had delayed the lizard and the giant, he wouldn't have been able to get away even with his thunderstorm wings. After the spirit fruits were stolen, the massive lizard and the thousand-eyed giant were absolutely furious, but they were temporarily trapped by the power of the lightning beads. Long Dong and the others were also given a fright by the immense power of Han Li's lightning beads, but all of them then immediately unleashed movement techniques to flee the scene in elation. During the process they also unleashed concealment techniques to hide themselves from view. Thus, everything had disappeared from the nearby area aside from the two spatial tempering stage beings, which were still trapped within the explosions from the lightning beads. Han Li was flying as quickly as he could using his thunderstorm wings, disappearing into the distance after just a few flashes. In order to ensure safety, Han Li even threw up a mouthful of blood essence to unleash his blood shadow evasion technique, thereby further enhancing his speed. After expending an extensive amount of effort to break free from the explosions, the lizard and the giant let loose a string of thunderous enraged roar upon discovering that all 5 cultivators had disappeared, along with the bunch of Xianxia dragon fruits. Several hours later, a dull thunderclap rang out atop a mountain peak tens of thousands of kilometers away. Immediately thereafter, Han Li emerged amid an arc of azure and white lightning. He then took a glance behind him and a faint smile appeared on his face. The task that he had undertaken had been quite dangerous and he'd been forced to expend quite a bit of energy, but he had thankfully managed to secure the spirit fruits. As a safety precaution, Han Li released his spiritual sense to carefully scan through the surrounding area. After ascertaining that nothing was amiss there, he descended onto the mountain's summit. He flipped a hand over to produce a jade vial, and he poured out 2 crimson pills which he quickly consumed. Even though he had only used his blood shadow evasion technique for a short time, the primordial world was quite a perilous place, and it was best to constantly maintain prime condition when possible. After swallowing the pills, a stream of cool and refreshing energy immediately began to circulate through his meridians. Han Li's expression eased as he summoned a jade box, which was as translucent as ice. He carefully removed the lid of the box to reveal a bunch of exuberant fist-sized purple fruits. He appraised the spirit fruits with an unblinking gaze before gently picking up a spirit fruit between 2 fingers and carefully assessing it. After a while, Han Li exhaled and nodded to himself. These were indeed Xianxia dragon fruits. This type of spirit fruit was one of the few spatial tempering stage pill ingredients that produce seeds, thereby allowing it to be nurtured and reproduced. It was a type of spirit medicine that he'd had his eyes on for a long time, which was why he had been willing to take such a massive risk for it. Now that the spirit fruits had been secured, a smile finally appeared on Han Li's face. If he could find another ingredient known as the soaring cloud glue, then refine those 2 ingredients along with some other secondary medicines, he'd be able to produce soaring dragon pills, which were extremely alluring even to spatial tempering cultivators. A flash of excitement appeared in Han Li's eyes as these thoughts ran through his mind. However, his brows suddenly furrowed at this moment, and he turned toward a certain direction as his expression turned neutral once again. Moments later, a white streak of light approached Han Li from that direction. After a few flashes, the white streak of light appeared above Han Li's head. The light then receded to reveal a young man. It was none other than Long Dong. At this moment his suit of yellow scale armor had already disappeared. As his gaze fell on the spirit fruits in Han Li's hands, an elated look immediately appeared on his face. "Ah, your abilities really are quite astonishing. To think that you'd truly be able to snatch the fruits away from those 2 fearsome beings. Let me see if they're really Xianxia dragon fruits." As soon as Long Dong landed on the mountain summit, he began to approach Han Li. "There's no hurry, Brother Long. Let's all take a good look when the other fellow Daoists also arrive." A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as spiritual light flashed within his hands, upon which the jade box disappeared. A hint of barely detectable killing intent flashed through Long Dong's eyes upon hearing this, but a thought then occurred to him and his expression smoothed out. "You're right, fellow Daoist Han. I was too hasty there." Thus, a smile appeared on his face as he made his way over to a large rock that was over 100 feet away from Han Li, and he sat down upon it with his legs crossed. Meanwhile, Han Li remained standing on the spot with his hands clasped behind his back, silently awaiting the arrival of the others. A short while later, Xiao Hong and the white-browed young man arrived on the scene, and both of them were also overjoyed that Han Li had actually been able to secure the spirit fruits. However, there was still one more comrade left to come, so they could only repress their excitement and emulate Long Dong, sitting down in silent meditation. 15 minutes later, just as everyone was beginning to speculate internally about whether something had happened to Yi Ying, a ball of golden light shot forth from the distance before landing on the mountain. Sorry for making all of you wait, fellow Daoist. As I was passing through a forest, I just so happened to find a myriad-year green spirit wood, and it took me some time to dig it up from the ground, Ying explained with a smile. Myriad-year green spirit wood? That's a superb material for refining wood attribute treasures. You sure are quite lucky, fellow Daoist Yi. Xiao Hong was rather surprised to hear this. Hee, surely you jest, big sister Xiao. A green spirit wood can't even begin to compare to Zhou Xian dragon fruits. Brother Han, you managed to secure the fruits, right? Yi Ying chuckled before turning her attention to Han Li. I have indeed. Everyone can gather around and have a look. Han Li nodded before sweeping a hand over his storage bracelet. The jade box appeared once again and he carefully removed the lid to reveal its contents. A faint pleasant aroma wafted through the air, and everyone immediately turned their eyes toward the bunch of spirit fruits with expressions of rapt focus on their faces, trying to ascertain its authenticity with their spiritual sense. It should be real. A flash of elation appeared on Xiao Hong's face as she made her assessment first. Moments later, everyone else also withdrew their spiritual sense with satisfied nods. Seeing as we've verified that the fruits are real, let's go ahead and split them. There are 6 fruits in total here, so there'll be one left over after we each take one, Han Li said in a calm voice. Everyone's brows furrowed upon hearing this. 6 spirit fruits will indeed be rather difficult to split among us, but let's set that aside for now and distribute 1 fruit each to everyone first. The white-browed young man was growing a little impatient. You're right, Brother Li. Fellow Daoist Han, please distribute the first 5 spirit fruits for now, Xiao Hong chimed in with a dainty smile. Long Dong and Yi Ying naturally had no objections to this arrangement either. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. He carried the jade box with one hand and made his way over to Xiao Hong first. He plucked 1 Zoisha dragon fruits with 2 fingers and offered it to her. Xiao Hong was ecstatic and immediately produced a wooden box to accept the fruit. However, Han Li refrained from releasing the fruit, and was appraising her with a meaningful smile. Xiao Hong faltered slightly upon seeing this before quickly coming to a realization. She immediately swept a sleeve through the air, and a small golden sword with 2 talismans plastered onto it appeared in her hand. She tore off the talismans and tossed the sword directly toward Han Li. This was none other than one of his azure bamboo cloudswarm swords. Han Li opened his mouth, and the small sword disappeared down his throat as a streak of golden light. At the same time he released the spirit fruit and it fell into Xiao Hong's wooden box. As Xiao Hong began to appraise the spirit fruit with elation twinkling in her eyes, Han Li had already made his way over to the white-browed young man with another spirit fruit caught between his 2 fingers. After witnessing the exchange that had just taken place, the young man naturally knew what to do already. He also produced another small golden sword and removed the restriction on it before tossing it to Han Li. As such, after a short while Han Li only had a pair of spirit fruits left. After pocketing one of the fruits, he placed the jade box onto the ground before backing away as a disinterested bystander. Just one of these spirit fruits was enough for him, and a second one wouldn't really benefit him much at all. However, this was naturally unbeknownst to the other 4 cultivators, and all of them appraised him with much friendlier expression for his willingness to back down in such a situation. There's only 1 spirit fruit left now. How about we hold an impromptu auction for it? Whoever can offer the most spirit stones gets to take the spirit fruit, and the spirit stones spent will be split among everyone else, Long Dong suggested. Isn't that too lopsided of an arrangement, fellow Daoist Long? Everyone knows that your Long family is a family with immense wealth. Even the 4 of us combined most likely won't be carrying as many spirit stones as you are. The white-browed young man rejected with a cold harumph. Oh, then do you have a better idea? Rather becoming enraged by the young man's blunt refusal, a smile appeared on Long Dong's face as if he were open to suggestions. A fruit as valuable as this naturally has to be exchanged for using other items. Regardless of whether it's using pills, ingredients or materials, the one who gets to take the fruit has to offer something that is roughly equal in value to the spirit fruit, and can be split among everyone else. What do you all think of this arrangement? Xiao Hong suggested with a seductive smile. The white-browed young man immediately nodded in agreement. Ying cocked her head to the side and contemplated this notion for a while before also giving a nod of approval. Han Li naturally had no objections either. Seeing as Fairy Zhao's suggestion has garnered the most support, we'll do as you say. Even though Long Dong was reluctant to agree to such an arrangement, the other four had all expressed their approval, so he could only comply with a forced smile on his face. 2 hours later, a flying azure carriage that was over 100 feet in length appeared high in the air above the mountain. It then shot forth toward a certain direction as a streak of azure light. Within the span of a few breaths, the carriage had covered a distance of several thousand feet, and after just a few more flashes, it had completely disappeared. Han Li was sitting near the rear of the carriage, fiddling with a small section of cylindrical green wood. This section of wood was only around a foot in length, but its surface was glimmering with faint spiritual light. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that there were indistinct silver threads flashing within the section of wood. This green spirit wood could prove to be quite useful. Much to everyone's surprise, the final spirit fruit fell into the hands of Yi Ying. The treasures she offered were more extravagant than everyone else could produce, so they could only reluctantly allow her to take the spirit fruit. This small section of the myriad-year green spirit tree was Han Li's compensation of choice. This piece of wood was as light as air and immune to the effects of water and fire. It was one of the most ideal materials for carving formation spells onto, and as it aged, it would develop a certain degree of immunity toward the power of the 5 elements. As such, this type of wood was most often used to refine large treasures like spirit arcs, beast carriages and things of that nature. After fiddling around with the section of wood for a while, Han Li stowed it away before glancing at his surroundings. The flying carriage had been supplied once again by Long Dong, and even though it wasn't as comfortable nor as stealthy as the spirit arc that had been destroyed earlier, it was able to fly at a greater speed than the arc. Speaking of which, the spirit arc's concealment ability would have been next to useless in the face of powerful ancient beasts. As such, this faster flying carriage was a superior option anyway. If they were to encounter some minor hindrances, they could simply accelerate and shake them off. At this moment, the flying carriage was whizzing through the air as an azure blur, hurtling along at an incredible speed. Aside from Long Dong, who was piloting the carriage, everyone else was sitting in silence. Han Li withdrew his gaze before suddenly turning his attention to Yi Ying, upon which his eyes narrowed slightly. The person in the group whom he was most wary of and found to be the most mysterious was this woman, who appeared to possess the same cultivation base as he did. This woman appeared to be quite young and spoke in a very simple and straightforward manner, but having completely mastered the great development technique, Han Li's instinctive senses had already been honed to an incredibly sensitive degree, and those senses told him that this woman was the most dangerous one among the 4, even more so than Long Dong from the so-called True Spirit family. Just as Han Li was contemplating these matters, Ying suddenly opened her eyes and met Han Li's gaze. Han Li's heart jolted upon seeing this, and before he had a chance to react, Ying pursed her lips with a faint chuckle. Han Li gave a rather awkward smile before immediately turning away. In doing so, he missed the hint of amusement that flashed through Yi Ying's eyes in response. During the following half a month, their journey was remarkably smooth and they didn't encounter any trouble at all. Everyone was quite relieved by this peaceful spell, praying that the rest of their journey would be just as smooth and placid. Several days later, the scenery around them transformed as a vast expanse of desert appeared before them, sending gusts of scorching wind sweeping toward their carriage. A hint of a surprise appeared on the white-browed young man's face as he mused. Could it be that we've already reached the southern skyline? Indeed, this place is the Great Southern Desert, and it's the simplest path through which one can reach the territory of the Wood Tribe, Long Dong replied in a grave voice. I've heard many things about this place. The legends say that it's impossible to go around this desert. Is that really true? There are often Wood Tribe and Shadow Tribe beings traveling through this desert. Isn't it still a little too dangerous for us to go directly through it? Xiao Hong asked with a frown on her face. Fairy Xiao, the environment here certainly isn't the best, but it's much safer than the other 2 alternative routes we can take. As for going around the desert, that would be next to impossible. On one side of the desert is the renowned Zenith Beast Mountain Ranges, which is teeming with countless high-grade ancient beasts. Even most of the spatial tempering cultivators who venture into those mountain ranges never return. On the other side is the even more treacherous WRM Abyss Canyon. There are over 100 vicious WRMs at or above the spatial tempering stage lurking in there, including even several tens of body integration stage WRM monarchs. A few deity transformation cultivators like us would simply be offering ourselves up as food if we were to take either of those paths. As for skirting around even further to avoid those areas, that would lengthen our journey to an enormous degree, and it would most likely take us around a year or so to get to our destination. The war is imminent, so there's no way that Deep Heaven City would allow us to delay the completion of our mission for so long, Long Dong explained with a wry smile. I see. However, I've heard that this desert seems to be a trial ground for the two tribes. Ying suddenly interjected. My seniors also cautioned me about this before my departure. The white-browed young man had also adopted a rather cautious stance. In that case, I don't think we should continue traveling on this flying carriage. We'd stick out like a sore thumb. Let's all conceal ourselves before continuing onward. Even if everything goes as smoothly as possible, it'd still take us around a month to pass through this desert, Long Dong suggested after a brief period of contemplation. Xiaohong contemplated the notion before exchanging a glance with the white-browed young man, following which she nodded and agreed, "We'll do as you say." I have no objections either. Traveling on the flying carriage really will make us stand out far too much for comfort, Han Li said with a smile. Yi Ying was the only one who expressed a neutral stance, willing to comply with the most popular course of action. Thus, after a brief discussion, everyone emerged from the flying carriage before unleashing concealment techniques to obscure themselves. Long Dong stowed the flying carriage away, and everyone ventured carefully into the desert. Not long after entering the desert, Han Li immediately sensed that this desert was unlike any that he'd ever seen, in that the temperatures here were simply far too high. Even while flying at low altitudes in the air, he could still feel the bursts of scorching heat emanating from the ground. He felt as if he were flying over a massive volcanic crater rather than a desert. Han Li looked up at the 7 scintillating suns in the sky above, then down at the ground below. He swiped a hand through the air, sending an ice spike hurtling downward. Prior to even making contact with the ground, the ice spike had already completely melted and evaporated into nothingness. Han Li heaved a faint sigh upon seeing this. All of a sudden, white light flashed beside him, and Yi Ying appeared with a dainty smile on her face. Fellow Daoist Han, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but the Great Southern Desert once consisted of a vast expanse of volcanic craters. Is that so? I didn't know that, Han Li replied in an indifferent voice. It was said that a heavenly phoenix, which possessed dual wind and earth attribute powers, once battled a true spirit-level fire crocodile that inhabited the volcanoes down below. Their battle raged for over a month, and during that process, the phoenix used its abilities to conjure up countless sandstorms, burying all of the volcanoes down below and forming this desert, Ying continued. I see. No wonder this desert is so peculiar. True spirit-level beings really are capable of unfathomable feats, Han Li murmured, seemingly in response to Yi Ying, but also seemingly to himself. Indeed. Human cultivators like us may be able to combat some of these true spirit-level beings once we reach the Grand Ascension stage, but we're still no match for the truly powerful beings at the true spirit level, such as true dragons and heavenly phoenixes. I wonder what it would be like for a human to attain true spirit-level power. Ying chuckled before flying onward, leaving Han Li behind. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face as he looked on at her departing figure, but he quickly recomposed himself and focused on forging ahead in his journey. Over 10 days later, Han Li and the others were still flying along at low altitudes. Even though they were all deity transformation cultivators, flying for so long under such scorching heat was making them rather exhausted. Let's find a place to rest after a further half a day of travel, Long Dong suddenly proposed. We do indeed need to find a place to rest and recover our magic power, Xiaohong replied with a nod, and the weariness in her voice was quite apparent. Huh, what's that? A low cry of surprise suddenly sounded. The one who had spoken was none other than the white-browed young man. Han Li reflexively cast his gaze toward the direction that the young man's attention was focused. However, he discovered that there was nothing there. Han Li raised his eyebrows as he swept his immense spiritual sense toward that area, upon which a peculiar look appeared on his face. At this point, everyone else had also scanned through the area with their spiritual sense, and all of them also adopted peculiar expressions. Looks like there's a small town there which is inhabited by humans. I'm not seeing things, am I? Han Li mused in a skeptical manner. After releasing their spiritual sense, everyone discovered that there was a relatively large oasis situated up ahead several tens of kilometers away. Within that oasis was a small town, and it appeared that there were many humans and cultivators living there. This place is so secluded and it's so close to foreign races. How could there truly be humans living here? Something seems a little fishy here, Xiao Hong mused. An indecisive look appeared on Long Dong's face and he raised his eyebrows, but refrained from immediately offering a response. Let me send over an avatar to investigate, the white-browed young man offered. He then laid a hand on the back of his head, and a silhouette flashed as a small falcon that was around a foot in size emerged. The falcon was entirely black in color, and it circled through the air before flying toward the small town in the distance. The white-browed young man then closed his eyes to forge a connection with the small falcon with his spiritual sense in case any mishaps arose. Xiao Hong and Long Dong exchanged a glance with one another, but they seemed to also be of the opinion that this was the best course of action, as evidenced by the fact that both of them refrained from stopping the white-browed young man in what he was doing. Han Li continued to appraise the small town in the distance with befuddlement in his heart. Ying was also doing the same with an intrigued look on her face. The small falcon flew extremely quickly and it was back within 5 minutes. When the falcon disappeared into the back of the white-browed young man's head again, the latter opened his eyes. There's no mistaking it. There really are humans inhabiting that small town, and there are many high-grade cultivators among them. There are 7 or 8 deity transformation cultivators, but I didn't see any spatial tempering cultivators. Everyone was even more perplexed upon hearing this. In any case, it would be best to continue in our journey and avoid any unnecessary trouble, Han Li said in an indifferent voice. I don't think that's a good idea. The existence of this small town is really peculiar. Perhaps something happened recently in the desert. I think it would be best for us to inquire about the situation before continuing onward in case we inadvertently plunge headfirst into peril, Long Dong said with a shake of his head. Han Li's eyes flashed upon hearing Long Dong's words, but he didn't say anything. Xiao Hong and the white-browed young man exchanged a glance with one another, and they also offered no objections, seemingly of the opinion that Long Dong's suggestion was more reasonable. In contrast, Ying sided with Han Li and said, "It really is quite strange that other cultivators would appear in this place. I think it would be best to continue ahead and spare ourselves from any potential trouble." Long Dong contemplated Yi Ying's words for a short while, but still shook his head in the end. It's exactly due to the abnormality of the situation that we should ascertain why these people have appeared here. As a safety precaution, we can ask the people outside of the city rather than entering the city. Brotherly just said that there are no spatial tempering cultivators in the small town, so we have nothing to fear anyway. We'll reach the skyline in a few more days and the environment there is extremely perilous. If we go in without gathering all of the information we could quite possibly all die in there. I still think we should proceed with as much caution as possible. It really does sound like we should try and gather some information. How about this? We'll survey the town from afar without alerting the cultivators there to our presence for now. If there really is an issue that requires further inquiry, we can just show ourselves then. Xiao Hong offered a compromise between the two proposed courses of action. That's a good idea. Long Dong nodded in response. Han Li stroked his chin while Yi Ying offered a dainty smile, and neither of them said anything else. Thus, everyone concealed themselves once again before flying soundlessly toward the small town. Even though they had decelerated quite significantly in order to prioritize stealth above speed, with their cultivation bases, it still didn't take them long to cover the distance of several hundred kilometers to the small town. At first, the oasis was only a smudge of green in the distance. After drawing closer, they discovered that it was indeed a relatively large area. Not only were there shrubs of different heights in the surrounding area, there was even a lake with a radius of several kilometers situated at the center of the oasis. Beside this lake was a small town that was surrounded by white stone walls that were several tens of feet tall. Directly up ahead was a massive city gate that was over 100 feet wide, and there were a dozen or so yellow-robed cultivators standing guard there, all of whom were at around the foundation establishment stage. Outside the small town near the lake, there were mortals who didn't possess any magic power milling around in a bent-over manner, seemingly planting something. Han Li paused in midair before sweeping his spiritual sense toward the small town in a stealthy manner. Long Dong and the others also stopped as they unleashed detection secret techniques of their own. The inhabitants of this town are indeed all humans, and the mortals as well as the cultivators, all seem to be normal as well. There are quite a few cultivators in the town, with about 7 or 8 of them at the deity transformation stage. There are either no spatial tempering cultivators in there or they've concealed their auras in order to not be discovered, Xiao Hong concluded after a short while. It really does look like everything is normal. Has anyone else discovered anything amiss? Long Dong asked following a prolonged silence. There doesn't seem to be any restrictions or formations set up around the town, and the only noteworthy feature about the place is that the temperatures there seem to be a lot cooler than it is everywhere else, the white-browed young man said. That is indeed rather abnormal, but the fact that an oasis exists here is already quite incredible in itself, so that doesn't really tell us anything, Xiao Hong mused. All of a sudden, an unfamiliar voice sounded in the air above. There's no need for so much speculation. Why don't you all come to visit our town and find out everything for yourselves? Everyone's hearts jolted with shock upon hearing this, and they instantly dispersed without any hesitation. All of them fled to several hundred feet away before carefully looking up into the air above. It turned out that all of them had failed to notice an elderly purple-robed Daoist priest who had appeared overhead. At this moment he was looking down at everyone with a benevolent expression on his face. What was most shocking to everyone was that this Daoist priest was a mid-spatial tempering cultivator. If it weren't for the fact that he was a human cultivator, all of them would have immediately fled the scene. Long Dong cast his gaze toward the Daoist priest, and there was a hint of disappointment intermingled with the surprise in his eyes. We pay our respects to this esteemed senior. Senior, who are you and why have you come to this place? Xiao Hong asked in a wary and respectful voice. Ah, so you're a fellow Daoist from the Black Phoenix race. I am Master Purple Cloud and I was the one who built this town. I can see that all of you are quite confused, but this is not the place to talk. How about all of you pay my city a visit and we can have a chat there? The elderly Daoist priest smiled before extending a gesture of invitation. Master Purple Cloud? Xiao Hong was quite alarmed by the fact that this elderly Daoist priest had managed to identify her origins right away, and she immediately exchanged a cautious glance with Long Dong. Neither of them had ever heard of a Master Purple Cloud, so they were naturally rather hesitant to accept his invitation. The elderly Daoist priest could see the caution in everyone's eyes, and he adopted a benevolent smile as he said, "There's no need to be overly cautious, fellow Daoists. I've always been living in seclusion and very rarely come into contact with anyone, so barely anyone has heard of me. I presume that all of you are trying to get to the skyline, right? If that's the case, then it would be very much to your benefit to take some advice from me. Some changes have recently taken place at the skyline, and it would be quite dangerous if you were to rush ahead without learning about what's happened first." Master Purple Cloud's words naturally couldn't completely erase everyone's wariness, but their caution was slightly alleviated. Upon hearing that something had indeed taken place on the skyline, everyone's expressions changed minutely. "Seeing as you've extended such a warm invitation, it would be rude of juniors like us to refuse." Even though Long Dong had changed his mind and the last thing he wanted to do now was to enter this town, he couldn't just reject such a polite invitation from a spatial tempering cultivator outright. As such, he could only muster up his courage and nod in agreement. Han Li and the others naturally couldn't contradict Long Dong's words, so all of them also agreed to visit this small town. Master Purple Cloud's smile became even warmer and more benevolent as he guided everyone toward the city gates. Everyone could only follow along behind the elderly Daoist priest upon seeing this. There seemed to be a vast distance between themselves and the city gate, yet it didn't take them long to approach their destination. After a short while they had already reached the oasis, and they could even clearly see the children playing happily beside the lake. "I only moved to this place recently with my clan, and I had to bring the mortals within my clan to this place as well. There isn't a whole lot here, but we do produce some spirit fruits that are quite rare in the outside world, and you must taste them before you leave," the elderly Daoist priest explained with a smile. Everyone was enlightened by this explanation. A short while later, everyone had reached the city gates. The Foundation establishment cultivators atop the city walls extended respectful bows toward their group before stepping off to the side to allow everyone passage. The elderly Daoist priest led the way into the town. Long Dong and the others glanced at the cultivators guarding the city gates to find that all of them wore respectful expressions. Nothing seemed to be amiss, so he also entered and followed along behind Master Purple Cloud after a brief hesitation. Han Li passed by a couple of Foundation establishment cultivators, and everything seemed to be completely normal. However, right at this moment, a crisp cry suddenly erupted in the air above. A ball of silver flames suddenly shot forth, striking one of the nearby cultivators. Silver flames immediately completely engulfed that cultivator. Long Dong and the others were all flabbergasted to see this. "What do you think you're doing? I've extended a kind invitation to all of you, yet you're attacking one of my juniors?" Master Purple Cloud's expression abruptly darkened as he rushed toward Han Li. He raised a hand, conjuring up a massive hand constructed from red light, which came crashing down toward Han Li. Han Li initially wore a rather perplexed look on his face, but he instantly understood everything as soon as the silver flames enveloped that Foundation establishment cultivator. However, this wasn't the right time to be mulling over his discovery. The massive red hand was crashing down toward him, and a vast invisible force was squeezing his body at the same time, making him feel as if a mountain were weighing down upon him. If a normal cultivator were in his shoes, they wouldn't even be able to utter a single sound. However, Han Li was walking the path of simultaneous cultivation, and following the enhancement effects from the dragon scale fruits, heavenly corpse bead and bone tempering arts, his body was significantly more powerful than even the likes of Xiao Hong and the white-browed young man even without using the Provenance True Devil arts. As such, the immense force that was clearly supposed to completely immobilize him was shrugged off with ease, and he abruptly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant he appeared over 200 feet away. He had unleashed his 9 Gale transformations. With the state of his current body and his cultivation base, he could easily unleash the 9 Gale transformations even without using his thunderstorm wings. "Get away from here. They're all puppets who have been possessed by Shadow Tribe beings." Han Li roared as he hurtled through the air as a streak of azure light. At the same time, the cultivator who had been engulfed by silver flames let loose a blood-curdling howl as a gray shadow suddenly shot forth from his body. However, as soon as the shadow came into contact with the silver flames, it was devoured into nothingness. Only a split second had passed from the moment that the silver flames had erupted from Han Li's body to the instant that Han Li had escaped from the elderly Daoist priest's sudden retaliation. Everyone was initially completely puzzled and didn't know what was happening, but after hearing Han Li's cautionary words and witnessing the puppet within the silver flames, they immediately understood what was happening, and their faces turned deathly pale. "Run!" Spiritual light immediately erupted from their bodies as they fled into the distance. The elderly Daoist priest was quite surprised that Han Li was able to escape from his attack, but he recovered from his brief stunned stupor. He immediately let loose a cold harumph as he swept a sleeve toward one of the fleeing cultivators. Countless red threads abruptly shot forth from within his sleeve, binding themselves tightly around that streak of light and forcing it to descend from the sky above. The light receded to reveal a cultivator with an expression of shock and rage on his face, having already been completely bound by the countless red threads. The one who had been captured was the white-browed young man. Black light was flashing around his body as he desperately tried to keep the red threads at bay, but his efforts proved to be futile. A sinister look appeared on the elderly Daoist priest's face as he slowly made his way toward the young man. At this moment, a few sharp cries erupted from within the city as several streaks of light of different colors hurtled toward this location. The white-browed young man was naturally aware that more Shadow Tribe beings were converging toward the scene. Upon arriving at this realization, an expression of horror appeared on his face as he let loose a thunderous roar. The black light around his body began to circulate rapidly as his body swelled drastically in size. At the same time, a pair of inky black wings appeared on his back, and his hands transformed into a pair of black metal talons. In this dire situation, he had transformed into his half-demon state and was preparing to fight for his life. For demonic cultivators like them, their best weapons were naturally their powerful bodies. Furthermore, the Dark Falcons were one of the 7 major demon subspecies, so they were certainly no slouches. He swiped his sharp talons through the air around him, and streaks of black light erupted forth, tearing through the red threads around him. The white-browed young man was naturally ecstatic to see his talents proving to be so effective. He was confident that as long as he could sever all of these red threads, he'd be able to escape using the movement techniques that were unique to his dark falcon race. However, before he had a chance to continue swiping his talons through the air, his expression changed drastically, and his face was drained of all color. All of those severed red threads joined together again in a flash, and it was as if nothing had been done to them in the first place. A deriding sneer appeared on the elderly Daoist priest's face, and his body blurred before he appeared in front of the white-robed young man, seemingly out of thin air. He then laid a hand on the back of his own head and a vibrant red shadow slowly emerged. A crimson shadow. You really are from the Shadow Tribe. The white-robed young man was plunged into complete despair at the sight of the crimson shadow. Crimson shadows of the Shadow Tribe were comparable to spatial tempering stage beings among human cultivators. This was not an opponent a deity transformation demonic cultivator could stand up against. You possess quite a powerful body. I'll be taking it from you now. Don't worry though, none of your companions will be able to get away. All of them will join you on the other side soon. Red light flashed within Master Purple Cloud's eyes as a sharp and unfamiliar voice escaped from his mouth. The crimson shadow above his head then flashed before pouncing viciously toward the young man. At the same time, the red threads punctured the protective black light around his body, binding him in an inescapable snare. Despite his immense strength, the young man was unable to move even in the slightest, and could only look on as the crimson shadow flew toward him. Don't even think about it. The white-robed young man was in complete despair, and he knew that there was no way for him to survive this ordeal. A hint of insanity appeared in his eyes as he abruptly clamped his teeth together, biting off half of his own tongue in the process. He then opened his mouth to blast forth a thumb-sized black bead that was encased in black blood. As soon as the bead left his body, the young man's eyes immediately became dull and lifeless. At the same time, his body began to shrivel and shrink, and he was instantly reduced to a white-haired elderly man. That bead was none other than the demon core that the young man had been arduously cultivating for countless years. The bead was emanating an extremely violent aura within the black blood before expanding and shrinking, then detonating on the spot. An expression of shock appeared on the elderly Daoist priest's face, and not only did the crimson shadow above his head hurtle back in retreat, his body also rushed back along with it. An earth-shattering boom erupted as a fist-sized ball of black light appeared. The ball of light flashed once before expanding to over 100 feet in size, and it was still swelling with all its might, sweeping up gale-force winds that whipped up the desert sand into the sky to create several yellow wind dragons. The elderly Daoist priest's body swayed before stopping over 100 feet away, and his eyes narrowed with a cold expression on his face. The black light immediately came surging toward him. The elderly Daoist priest's expression darkened as he suddenly let loose an unintelligible cry. A massive red shadow appeared out of thin air without any premonition amid a resounding boom. The shadow then plunged into the black light before shrinking like lightning. A peculiar turn of events unfolded immediately thereafter. The yellow wind dragons were instantly vanquished, and the black light disappeared without a trace along with the white-browed young man. It was as if they had never even appeared here. Only then did the elderly Daoist priest heave a sigh of relief, but a frustrated look immediately appeared on his face. He didn't anticipate that the white-browed young man would still have the ability to self-detonate his demon core even after being captured by his restriction. Right at this moment, a few streaks of light appeared nearby before receding to reveal 8 cultivators. There was a minor mishap and they didn't fall for the trap, so it's going to be a little troublesome. However, I released the shadow incense earlier, and all of them have been affected by it to a light degree, so the effects should persist for around 2 hours. I'll be taking the Shin one. In Chinese mythology, the Shin beast is a shape-shifting dragon or sea monster believed to create mirages. Beast with me to chase down that accursed brat who foiled our plans. I'll leave the other 3 to all of you, the elderly Daoist priest instructed in a sinister manner. Yes, my lord. The 8 cultivators bowed in response before splitting up into 3 groups, flying off in pursuit of Long Dong, Xiao Hong and Yi Ying. In contrast, the elderly Daoist priest wasn't in a hurry to set off. Instead, he let loose a relentless ghastly roar that could be heard even in the heavens above and made the surrounding air vibrate audibly. He then swept a hand toward the city gate. Following, a dozen or so gray shadows emerged from the bodies of the Foundation establishment cultivators there, all of which disappeared into his body in a flash. Those cultivators slumped to the ground as soon as the gray shadows left their bodies. Immediately thereafter, an incredible scene ensued. All of the mortals and children beside the lake vanished like illusions amid his thunderous roar. The entire small town also began to shimmer like a mirage as countless streaks of black chi rose into the air from countless different locations. Soon, the ground and all of the city walls had been obscured under the black chi, and a piercing cry erupted from within. The elderly Daoist priest's roar drew to a halt as he swept a sleeve expressionlessly toward the black chi, blowing it away in the blink of an eye by sweeping up gusts of violent winds. A two-headed monster that was over 100 feet in length then appeared before him. It had 2 golden and silver snake heads and the green body of a frog. Its 4 crimson eyes were extremely unsettling, and the mere sight of them was enough to send chills running down the beholder's spine. The golden snake head opened its mouth and spat out the remains of a body. The white-browed young man's body and beast core had been devoured by this beast, and the small town, along with the mortals as well as most of the cultivator there, had been manifested by this beast. The elderly Daoist priest's body swayed, and he abruptly disappeared on the spot. However, in the next instant he reappeared atop one of the snake heads. "Go!" He delivered a cold instruction. The 2 snake heads of the giant beast immediately let loose frog croaks as it leaped into the air, transforming into a burst of black chi that streaked into the distance. It was traveling in the direction toward which Han Li had fled. A crimson streak of light was hurtling through the air, within which a beautiful young woman wore a grim expression as she fled for her life. All of a sudden, her expression changed as she rustled her sleeve to produce an azure jade badge, upon which was embedded a white bead. However, the item was shattered and appeared to have been completely ruined. The young woman took a deep breath before flicking a slim finger toward the bead, upon which the bead exploded into a white powder before disappearing. She then stowed away her jade badge, and the red light emanating from her body brightened as she accelerated even further. However, after an hour had passed, her expression suddenly changed as she abruptly cast her gaze behind her. There, in the extremely far distance, 2 streaks of spiritual light were flashing rapidly toward her. The 2 then combined as one, and they were clearly traveling at a far faster speed than she was. An indecisive look appeared on her face, but as the streak of light drew closer and closer, a cold light flashed through her eyes as she abruptly stopped cold in her tracks. As such, it didn't take her pursuers long to appear just several hundred feet away from her. The spiritual light then receded to reveal a man and a woman. Both of them were quite young, and the man was extremely handsome while the woman was exquisitely beautiful. Furthermore, both of them bore a close resemblance to one another, but they were wearing stiff and wooden expressions on their faces. Seeing as she already knew that these were merely puppets possessed by the Shadow Tribe beings, Xiaohong naturally wasn't going to pay any heed to their outward appearance. She merely glanced at them with a frosty expression before immediately making a hand seal. All of a sudden, 2 balls of black flames emerged from her sleeves before transforming into a couple of fire ravens that hurtled directly toward her 2 assailants. The Shadow Tribe duo harumphed coldly in unison as several streaks of gray light shot forth from their backs at the same time, heading directly toward the black flames without any hesitation. The gray light and black flames clashed amid a resounding boom. Xiaohong raised her eyebrows as she suddenly rolled onto the ground. Brilliant black light then began to emanate from her body, and it was so bright that it was impossible for one to look directly at her. The cry of a phoenix then rang out as a massive spirit bird emerged from the black light, circling around in the sky before spreading its wings to attack the 2 Shadow Tribe beings. This bird was completely glossy black in color with a brown crest on its head. Its eyes were like bright emeralds, and it was none other than a black phoenix that was around 30 to 40 feet in length. Expressions of shock appeared on the faces of the Shadow Tribe duo, and after exchanging a glance at one another, both of them laid a hand on their own heads at the same time. Immediately thereafter, 2 green shadows appeared before pouncing directly toward the black phoenix. Spiritual chi erupted violently as resounding booms rang out incessantly. Almost at the exact same moment, Long Dong was also being pursued by a pair of cultivators. In the face of the 2 green shadows that had ditched their physical bodies, a deriding sneer appeared on his face as yellow light flashed from his body. The suit of yellow scale armor that he had used once before surfaced again, along with the pair of bronze wings on his back. He then rubbed his hands together, and a peculiar crimson long sword suddenly appeared within his grasp. The sword was 3 feet in length with a dragon hilt and a phoenix blade. Crimson light was circulating over the entire sword, making it appear as if it had been manifested from fresh blood. The crimson mole on the corner of Long Dong's lips appeared to be especially vibrant in that instant, and he wore a serious expression as he gently slashed his long sword toward the 2 oncoming green shadows. The sword sliced through the air soundlessly, but the 2 green shadows suddenly let loose howls of anguish. Countless white threads then surfaced all over their bodies, and spiritual light flashed as both shadows were instantly reduced to countless fragments. Long Dong slashed his long sword through the air once again, and the white threads flashed before those fragments completely vanished.